The true actors of the indigenous uprising have been the communities themselves. The cause was not only water, coca, territory, land. Rather, the cause already has sown the seeds to take over political power, to govern ourselves with a communitarian socialist system based in our illas and communities. 87. The Aymara struggle for communitarian collective sovereignty and self-governance, on the one hand, was increasingly pitted against the capitalist, white mestizo state, on the other. 88. In the regions of northern La Paz and central and southern Altiplano, the Whiphala, the multicolored, checkered Aymara AG, is probably the most important political symbol of this struggle. It differentiates collective Aymara identity from the Bolivian identity promoted by the state and represented by the Bolivian AG. Further, the Whiphala is understood today as a symbol of war and social struggle, as well as a commitment to communitarian social life and the illas. 89. The more radical sectors of the rebellions of 2000 and 2001 were ideologically oriented towards a fundamental, revolutionary challenge to the neoliberal capitalist model in place since 1985. Large sections of the Aymara Altiplano, aligned with QUISP in these contentious moments of confrontation with the state, were building the incipient ideological and organizational foundations for an alternative revolutionary and democratic state. 90. This alternative democracy envisioned by the indigenous activists on the road blockades has been expressed intellectually by scholars working in the Bolivian context as ILA or communal democracy versus liberal capitalist representative democracy. 91. QUISP, as we have seen, conceives of the rebellions as a communitarian socialist challenge to the neocolonial capitalist Bolivian state. He speaks of the reassertion of the communal system of the ILA, adapted to the 21st century context, as a way of replacing the colonial institutions and practices inherited by the Republicans at Bolivian independence in 1825. 92. In many respects, this notion of communitarian socialism in the countryside was the rural counterpart to the revolutionary, assemblyist forms of urban democracy experienced during the water war in Cochabamba through the creation of the coordinator and mass meetings in the streets and plazas. 5.3 The 12–13 February 2003 Impuestazo. The epoch of left indigenous insurrection begun in Cochabamba in 2000 surged forward dramatically in February 2003 with an historic insurrection by low-ranking police officers in the city of La Paz, armed confrontation between the police and the military, and largely spontaneous revolts by the informal and formal sectors of the urban working classes and public university and high school students of La Paz and El Alto. 93 The police insurrection and popular rebellion spread, albeit on a smaller scale, to the cities of Cochabamba, Santa Cruz, Trinidad, Oruro, and Sucre. 94 The armed assault on the protesting police forces by the military protecting the presidential palace in the Plaza Murillo set off popular indignation throughout the urban working classes of La Paz and El Alto and led to 2 days of revolt. The crisis of neoliberalism had reached a crescendo as the two wings of the state's coercive apparatus, the military and the police, disintegrated into internecine con ICT. The workers in the streets were primarily indigenous, particularly so in the city of El Alto. Claudia Espinosa and Gonzalo Gozalve describe the masses in the streets as in the majority unemployed young men and women between 13 and 18 years of age, families congregated in protest, students, unemployed adults, self-employed informal workers, and to a lesser extent workers from the organized sectors. 95 The protests in February reignited the urban dimension of left indigenous insurrection which had been eclipsed somewhat by the rural Aymara indigenous insurrections and various Cocalera battles following the more urbanist Cochabamba water war. The anti-tax protests in El Alto and La Paz had a more spontaneous character than the Cochabamba water war and the Aymara peasant insurrections. The importance of the existing urban infrastructure of class struggle in building and leading the rebellion was less obvious. Various unions and social movement organizations did play a part, but they tailed rather than led the February events. The organizations, grievances, demands, protest repertoires, and geographical scope central to what unfolded in February are illustrated in Table 5. 3. And the targets of protest in Table 5. 4. The class struggle was waged in February 2003 against increases in taxation that targeted the formerly employed working class in particular. The spark of the police mutiny was the February 9 announcement made by President Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada, MNR, that there would be a new income tax targeting salaried workers who made 2 times or more the minimum salary. 96. The tax was clearly a response to demands from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, that the Bolivian state shrink its ballooning deficit dramatically over the coming year. 97. A visiting delegation from the IMF demanded that the budget deficit fall to 5% of GDP in 1 year, meaning that the Bolivian government would have to come up with a combination of budget cuts and tax increases totaling more than $250 million, even as the devastating social consequences of years of neoliberal restructuring were still very much alive. 98. Underlying the immediate causes of the protests, however, was a deep substratum of issues, the prolonged exhaustion of the neoliberal economic model. The increased organizational capacity of the overwhelmingly indigenous popular classes throughout the country constructed over time through the lived experiences of the string of insurrectionary rehearsals since 2000, and, nally, the corresponding crisis of the Bolivian neoliberal state as evinced in the declining legitimacy of the Sánchez de Lozada coalition government and the traditional neoliberal political parties more generally, the implosion of the coercive apparatuses of the state, and the escalation of profound skull contradictions of neoliberal capitalism in the Bolivian context. The February events have been described as perhaps the worst period of civil disorder the country has seen since its popular revolution of 1952-99. The protests targeted the headquarters of the central neoliberal political parties, MNR, MIR, ADN, and UCS, transnational corporations, international and domestic banks, neoliberal state ministries, media companies, public and private, and other meaningful symbolic representations of neoliberal capitalism and state repression, see Table 5.3. While relatively spontaneous, the protests showed a degree of politicization and were consciously anti-neoliberal in character. The minimal looting and vandalism that occurred cannot realistically be portrayed as a central characteristic of the rebellion. The leitmotif of the February riots was urban working-class struggle from below against the neoliberal capitalist order. The uneven battles between the relatively poorly armed police and the heavily armed military, employing tear gas, rubber bullets, helicopters, tanks, snipers, and live ammunition, and the repression of unarmed civilian protesters, left a terrible wake of dead and injured in only 2 days. 100 crowds gathered in the Plaza San Francisco, setting up makeshift barricades, and engaging in near-constant confrontations with the military. Protesters took over the Coca-Cola and Pepsi bottling plants in El Alto. 101 The COB, teachers and other unionized formal workers, the unemployed, students, and others, gathered to march in La Paz, demanding the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada. 102 The militarization of La Paz and El Alto was extensive. Military tanks and assault vehicles circled the Plaza Murillo. The scenes recalled an earlier era of military authoritarian rule in the country. 103 At an ideological level, we have seen that, already by the time of the Cochabamba Water War, the ideological hegemony enjoyed by neoliberals within the Bolivian state was coming apart at the seams. In the words of La Paz-based activist Pablo Salon, the origins of February 12 and 13 come from much further back, and cannot be explained exclusively through the cause-effect relations of that conjuncture, but rather through an explosive accumulation of 17 years of applying the neoliberal model. 104 The ideological challenge to neoliberalism so vividly expressed in extra-parliamentary movements also expressed itself in the electoral arena in 2002, bringing to an end the viability of the packed democracy of the ADN, MIR, and MNR, and signaling the rise of 2 left indigenous parties, the MAS and MIP. 105 Remarkably, Evo Morales won 21% of the popular vote to Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada's 22%. This was a major gain for the most prominent left indigenous party in the country. 106. The other stunning feature of the elections was the pronounced erosion of support for the MNR, MIR, and ADN. Together, these three parties had achieved more than 50% of votes in every general election since 1985. In 2002, however, they took only 42% of the popular vote. 107. Between 1997 and 2002, the number of indigenous legislators increased from 10 to 52 out of 130. 108. The February urban rebellions in La Paz and El Alto in 2003 cannot be understood in isolation from this large cycle of revolt and electoral change. 109. Instead, we need to consider the February revolt in light of the decomposition of the social forces backing neoliberalism in Bolivia and exercising control of the state, and the recomposition of left indigenous social forces building on the experiences of insurrection since the 2000 water war. In other words, the February 2003 insurrection was a fundamental contribution to the ascendant insurrectionary cycle. Conclusion. The power of the revolts of the water war can be traced to the strength of various infrastructures of class struggle in rural and urban Cochabamba coming together under the umbrella of the Coordinadora and channeling an emergent popular oppositional consciousness grounded in the combined politics of indigenous liberation and class struggle against neoliberalism. The protests were intensified still further by the repressive responses from the state, leading ultimately to the death of a teenager, a serious blow to the legitimacy of the coercive measures taken to defend a hated status quo. In the case of the Aymara peasant insurrection, what stands out is the central importance of the dense existing infrastructure of indigenous peasant class struggle, rooted in agrarian unions, traditional communitarian illas, and, sometimes, combinations of the two. This layered infrastructure was able to end expression at higher geographical scales through the formal structures of the Xitsib. Intricate networks facilitated the road blockades, mass rural assemblies, destruction of state of CES, and protest marches. They also helped to articulate the expression of an oppositional consciousness that combined the politics of indigenous resistance with peasant class struggle. This consciousness drew, furthermore, from the distant pre-colonial past in its defense against market encroachment upon communal management of land and water, usos y costumbres, at the same time as it adapted techniques and demands of the Catarista resistance traditions to the new context of anti-neoliberal struggle. State repression, leading to several deaths, contributed to the radicalization of protest visions of change and methods of struggle by calling into question the moral legitimacy of existing state power and the elite and racist interests it expressed. The February anti-tax revolts were less determined by the existing infrastructures of class struggle than the water war or the Aymara peasant insurrections. Instead, they exhibited a more spontaneous, less structured character, with young people born around the time of DS2 1060 playing a distinguished role. Still, the radicalizing role of state repression was similar, leading even to calls for the resignation of the president and vice president at various points in the unfolding of the process. What is more, the February anti-tax rebellion brought the urban working classes of the capital city and its adjacent shanty town, El Alto, into the center of the growing left indigenous insurrectionary cycle. The protesters of February added decisively to the anti-neoliberal component of the widening popular movements in the country and to the emergent oppositional consciousness of indigenous liberation and class struggle. This became that much clearer during the gas war of October 2003, the subject to which we now turn. Chapter 6. Red October, Gas War, 2003. On an average day in the indigenous proletarian city of El Alto, La Silla, the city's commercial heartland, bustles with thousands of women street vendors dressed in traditional Aymara attire, bowler hats, boldy-colored poleras, gathered skirts, and shawls to protect against the cold winds. Hundreds of minivans, with mainly young boys hanging out of sliding doors yelling destinations and fares to passers-by, clog the paved arteries that lead down to the neighboring capital city, La Paz. In September and October 2003, El Alto more closely resembled the revolutionary front lines of a popular insurrection against a racist and repressive state and the depravities of neoliberal capitalism. Tires burned in the streets, the abundant stalls and fast food chicken outlets were shut down, and dug-up roadways were made impassable, except by bicycle or on foot. El Alto earned its position as the vanguard of left indigenous struggle in Bolivia, and as one of the most rebellious urban locales in contemporary Latin America. Bearing the overwhelming brunt of state repression during the September and October events, Altino workers were essential to the overthrow of President Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada. The obstacles in the way of working-class collective action in the city were formidable: long work days, low rates of unionization, heterogeneous work activity and small production units that brought only small numbers of workers together, lack of social protection because of the proliferation of informal jobs, increasing numbers of women and youth in the labor market who had little union experience and knowledge of their rights and were therefore more intensely exploitable, and racist and sexist divisions both within the working class and between the working class and capital and the state. Scholars have pointed out that neoliberal restructuring in Latin America has caused segmentation and structural heterogeneity within the workforce of the region and the dispersion of workers away from concentrated production sites and stable jobs and into the informal economy. The expansion of the informal economy carries with it structural incentives for informal workers to attempt to solve their problems through individual initiatives rather than through collective action. All of these elements combined act as impediments to class-based collective action. 1. How, then, did El Alto's working classes overcome these structural barriers and take up the leadership of such an impressive series of insurrectionary protests? The central argument of this chapter is that, during the October Gas War, the largely informal indigenous working classes of El Alto utilized a dense infrastructure of class struggle to facilitate their leading role in the events. A dialectical relationship emerged between the rank and LE of neighborhood councils and the formal infrastructure and leadership of the Federación de Juntas Vecinales de El Alto, Federation of Neighborhood Councils of El Alto, FIJ of El Alto, and the Central Obrera Regional de El Alto, Regional Workers Central of El Alto, COR El Alto. Without the formal structures, the rank and LE base would have been unable to coordinate their actions at a higher scale than their local neighborhoods, while without the self-activity, self-organization, and radical push from the grassroots, the executive leadership of both El Alto organizations would have been more likely to engage in the normal processes of negotiation with the state, moderation of demands, and eventual fracturing and demobilization of the rebellious movements. Meanwhile, the supportive role played by sectors of the working class with relatively stable jobs outside the informal economy was facilitated by the ideological and political orientation of social movement unionism adopted by the two central organizations of the formal working class, the COB, and the FSTMB. In addition to working through a complex network of working class infrastructure, the grassroots neighborhood councils, FIJ of El Alto, COR El Alto, the FSTMB, and the COB, the protests in El Alto drew on the rich popular cultures of resistance and opposition in Bolivian history, indigenous radicalism, associated with migrants from the Aymara Altiplano, and revolutionary Marxism, associated with the migrants from the tin mining zones. Both of these traditions had, over decades, left an indelible mark on the popular politics of resistance in the city. These traditions were markedly dense in El Alto, but also came to deter the protests of September and October 2003 throughout the country more generally. The working classes of El Alto constituted the most important social force in the insurrection, but depended on alliances with the indigenous peasantry, organized through its own infrastructure of rural class struggle, the Confederación Sindical Única de Trabajadores Campesinos de Bolivia, Bolivian Peasant Trade Union Confederation, XITSIB, and the Federación Única Departamental de Trabajadores Campesinos de La Paz, TUPAJCATERI, Departmental Federation of Peasant Workers of La Paz, FUDCLP. TK, the formal working class, and, to a lesser but important extent, sections of the middle class. Social movement leaders effectively employed the call to nationalise gas as a collective action frame that appealed broadly to peasants, workers, and parts of the middle class. The frame focused on the injustice of poverty in a resource-rich land, the foreign control of the gas industry by multinational corporations, and the long history in Bolivia of colonial and neocolonial abuse related to the extraction of natural resource wealth from the country. Finally, state repression at various intervals in September and October had the effect of radicalizing the working class and peasant protests, provoking ruptures within the political elite, and drawing sections of the middle class into the popular movement for change. The Sánchez de Lozada government demonstrated early and sustained reticence for serious negotiation with the mobilized peasantry and urban working classes. Although the state's repression proved insufficiently strong to destroy the opposition, and thus only fueled an intensified process of political, racial, and class-based polarization in the country. Repression effectively forged new solidarities within those sectors at the receiving end of the state's coercion. All of these conditions together, a dense infrastructure of class struggle and social movement unionism, oppositional traditions of indigenous and working class radicalism sustained by El Alto's migrant population, alliances between the informal and formal sectors of the working class, the peasantry, and parts of the middle class, a collective action frame of gas that appealed broadly to sentiments of the Bolivian populace, and but insufficient levels of state repression, ultimately explain the strength of the massive insurrectionary explosions that forced the resignation of President Sánchez de Lozada on October 17, 2003. In a celebrated passage of the Communist Manifesto, Marx describes how the advance of industrial capitalism replaces the isolation of the laborers, due to competition, by their revolutionary combination, due to association. The bourgeoisie, through modern industry, produces its own gravediggers, the proletarian class, which will eventually overthrow the bourgeois order. 2. In a parallel fashion, Bolivian neoliberalism in many ways is responsible for the creation of El Alto's urban indigenous working class movement, which subsequently mounted one of the most serious campaigns to bury the neoliberal model in Latin America in the opening years of the millennium. Neoliberalism in Bolivia, by helping to drive dispossessed miners and indigenous peasants into the cauldron of hyper-exploitation and insecurity that characterizes the city, nurtured the breeding grounds of what became its most formidable enemy. In this new environment, the revolutionary Marxist traditions of the ex-miners and the insurrectionary heritage of indigenous rural rebellions coalesced in a potent and novel combination of left indigenous struggle rooted in the complexities of urbanist racial oppression and class exploitation. Tenuously perched on the edge of the Altiplano, at over 4,000 meters above sea level, El Alto's eastern edge breaks sharply down into the steep hillsides of the expansive basin containing La Paz. The northern neighborhoods are characterized by a greater concentration of Aymara residents, the result of rural to urban migration from the Altiplano departments of La Paz, and, to a lesser but still significant degree, Oruro and Potosi. The southern zone is more heterogeneous in socio-cultural terms, including as it does important neighborhoods with high concentrations of relocated ex-miners who are predominantly Quechua. In 2001, 74% of Altinos over the age of 15 self-identified as Aymara, 6% as Quechua, 1% as of other indigenous or Afro-Bolivian heritage, and 19% as non-indigenous. 3. The city functions as a critical thoroughfare connecting La Paz with the Chilean Pacífic coast through the Pan-American Highway that runs through the northern zone. In the southern zone, the Viacha and Oruro-Cochabamba highways carry people and commodities to the towns and rural zones of the Altiplano, as well as destinations in other departments of the country, such as Oruro and Cochabamba. 4. Blocking roads is one popular repertoire of revolt that can effectively strangle the commerce of the western half of the country when carried out to its full potential, as it has been on several occasions in recent years. 5. El Alto suffers from an acute lack of adequate housing and basic infrastructure. Simple adobe houses, often constructed with family labor, constitute 77% of residential housing in the city. A mere 22% of Altinos can afford to live in brick houses, and 37% of households continue to go without access to toilets or latrines. 6. According to OFCHAIL data from the 2001 census, only 7% of Altino households have all basic necessities satisfied. El Alto's water utility was privatized in 1999 and handed over to Aguas del Illimani, a private consortium controlled by the French multinational Suez. Almost 200,000 residents do not have access to Illimani's water and sewage services because they live outside the served area as denied by the contract between Illimani and the Bolivian state. Moreover, an additional 70,000 Altinos who live within the perimeters of the served area lack access because they cannot afford the $445 connection fees. 7. Unsurprisingly, in this context, social movement struggles have often turned on themes of basic necessities such as access to water and sewage. 8. Occasionally, these localized battles are linked to broader political objectives and demands for structural transformation of the state and economy, as was the case in the gas war of 2003. In 1950, when El Alto was still a part of La Paz, its population was 11,000. 9. Over the next half-century, El Alto grew at the relatively rapid rate of 8.2% per annum, with an intense growth spurt between 1976 and 1986. 10. In the 1980s, two critical shocks set off a spike in the number of migrants hitting the ranks of El Alto's neighborhoods. The RST was a series of El Nino-related droughts between 1982 and 1983 that struck the rural hinterland of the Altiplano with a vengeance, driving thousands of peasants off their land. 11. The second moment, of course, was the mass ring and relocation of tin miners following the privatization of the mines in 1985. By 1992, 492 people inhabited the city, increasing to 647,350 by 2001, and a projected 870,000 by 2007. 12. Apparently almost 1,000,000 will live there by 2010. El Alto is a poor city. OFCHAIL data indicates that, in 2001, 70% of the population lived below the poverty line. 13. The structure of the working class in neoliberal El Alto mirrors the broader trends of working class Bolivian life since the mid-1980s, as described in detail in Chapter 4. Thus, 98% of the approximately 5,045 production units in industrial manufacturing in the city are small or micro-enterprises. The workers employed in such production units constitute 59% of workers employed in industrial manufacturing in the city. 14. These jobs are precarious, low-paying, and involve long workdays. Moreover, they do not provide social protection benefits to employees. 15. As Table 6.1 shows, industrial manufacturing constitutes the second most important area of employment for Altinos and, in particular, Altino men. Commerce, restaurants, and hotels employ the most Altinos, with women predominating in this sector. Following these two, in declining order of importance, are social services, construction, and transportation and communications. 16. One consequence of neoliberal restructuring in the city has been the expansion of a vast reserve army of unemployed or marginally employed people, also conceptualized as an informal economy, from which a few emerge as incipient entrepreneurs but in which the vast majority experience new and old forms of oppression. 17. If the shape and character of the world of work has changed in El Alto as a result of neoliberalism, the working class has not disappeared. In fact, the working classes, denoted expansively as those who do not live off of the labor of others, have only grown in number. Table 6. 1. El Alto, employment by sector. Sector total men-women. Total 276,777 159, 389 117, 388. Manufacturing industry 69, 799 43, 360 26, 439 construction 27, 345 26, 892 453 transport and communications 27, 169 26, 716 453. Commerce, restaurants and hotels 90, 522 26, 036 64, 486. Social and community services 48, 220 26, 465 21, 855. Other sectors 13, 724 26, 465 21, 755. As has been the case elsewhere in Bolivia and Latin America, the informal sector has been expanding over the last few decades in El Alto at the expense of the formal sector. In 1992, the city's informal sector, excluding the domestic segment, made up an already preponderant 64% of the labor market. This percentage increased to 69% by 2000. 18. The few large industries that do exist in El Alto have scarcely been subjected to scholarly investigation. 19. What stands out, in any case, is the thinness of the web of large industries in the city. Of the thousands of small production units that exist, activity is focused in textiles, acrylic and natural wool weaving, leather making, carpentry, metal mechanics, machine making and repairs, shoemaking, and plaster work. 20. Unregulated clandestine tanneries, silver and goldsmithing jewel artisans, machine shops, low-end shoe producers, natural and acrylic wool weavers, and leather jacket and sports clothing units, also proliferate in the Altino landscape, alongside street vendors and transport and construction workers. 21. According to the most recent data, of the economically active population, EAP, in El Alto, 41% are self-employed workers, 22% are manual laborers, and 21% are non-manual laborers. Add to these categories domestic servants and non-remunerated family laborers, and one has the contemporary cartography of El Alto's working classes. Together, the working classes constitute 93% of the city's EAP. Owners and bosses, together with independent professionals, constitute the remaining 7%. 22. 6.1.3 Political cultures of resistance and opposition. The rich traditions of indigenous radicalism in the rural Aymara Altiplano and the revolutionary Marxism of the tin miners have left an indelible mark on the popular politics of resistance in contemporary El Alto. Relocated miners and Aymara peasants were inserted into the insecure and exploitative social reality of the urban class structure of the city described above. Migration from the mines or from the countryside is a recurring theme in most Altinos recollections of the last 20 years. Roberto de la Cruz, a leading GUR in COR El Alto in October 2003, for example, recalls, miners migrated to El Alto, indigenous peasants migrated to El Alto, all in search of work. But the new arrivals to the shanty town often found their hopes for employment and a marginally better life dashed. Unfortunately, when they arrived they did not end work. As a consequence, since 1985 problems accumulated, necessities accumulated that have never been attended to by the government. At some point this situation had to blow up. That is what occurred when we saw an opportune moment for rebellion in October. 23 Oppositional cultures of resistance competed with other political currents, including populism and neoliberalism, whose agents employed the often effective tools of clientelism to win local elections throughout the 1980s and 1990s. 24 And yet, when economic and state crisis shook Bolivia in the closing years of the 1990s, and left indigenous struggles began to emerge in waves throughout various rural and urban parts of the country, El Alto's array of neighborhood and community organizations moved away from populism. The period of the gas war witnessed a remarkable reversal of the depoliticization and fragmentation of working class and popular indigenous life under neoliberalism, in part through the recovery of historical memories of indigenous and revolutionary Marxist political cultures of resistance and opposition, read net in light of the new complexities of a radically altered socio-political and economic context. Relocated miners were able to recreate and refashion their historical memory of the protests, organization, and battles in the mining zones in a way that made them relevant to the challenges and stark realities of an impoverished, cosmopolitan shantytown. In other words, their political organizing in El Alto did not rely on a romantic nostalgia or simplistic longing for the rehabilitation of a past already exhausted. 25 historical divisions that had often separated mining activists from the rural indigenous peasantry had to be confronted as dispossessed peasants, and relocated miners found themselves thrust into the informal working class froth of El Alto. 26 Many ex-miners began, over time, to recognize and identify politically with their indigenous heritage in a way that was not emphasized in the mines. They began gradually to forge new ties of solidarity with radical indigenous peasant groups in the neighboring Altiplano and with ex-peasant Aymara indigenous migrants who had settled in the city. 27 The life story of Tomasz Mamani exemplifies the impact of the miners' organizing skills and ideological contribution to popular resistance in El Alto. Tomasz worked as a miner in Calquiri between the ages of 12 and 41. In 2005, he had been living in El Alto for 15 years and working as a driver of one of the thousands of micros, or minivans, which working-class Bolivians use to get around the major cities in the country. He lives in the neighborhood of Santiago 2 in El Alto, where ex-miners tended to congregate over the years, coming to constitute a majority of the inhabitants. Adapting his political formation in the mines to his new life in the shanty town, Tomasz played a leading role in the neighborhood's revolt during October 2003, suffering a serious leg injury as a result of clashes with the armed forces. Soon after the October gas war, he was elected president of the Neighborhood Council of Santiago II, and helped to organize the neighborhood once again in the May-June 2005 uprisings against President Carlos Mesa. 28 Similarly, Alicia Clore, a member of the executive committee of FIJA Alto in 2005, recalled the way in which her political formation in the mining communities continued to affect her sense of self, political identity, and her strength as a female activist in El Alto. I was formed politically in the mining centers. I was raised in a mining center where I saw poverty, injustice, and the exploitation of man. I witnessed all of this since I was a little girl. I've suffered a lot. My experience in the mines made me a strong woman, with the will to be able to continue defending our rights and the rights of our children. We left the mining zone as part of those who were relocated in 1987. Out of necessity, many women and men, with our children, left the mining zones following the little bait the government dangled in front of us in this period, a few meager dollars that hardly lasted any time at all. We arrived in the city with our children. Many families arrived only to break up because of the economic situation and lack of work. There is quite a bit of delinquency with our children. Some of our husbands became drunks. All this rage. The government is to blame for the lack of jobs. 29. Remarkably, in spite of the despair that migration to El Alto often engendered in the families of ex-miners, their traditions of working-class resistance facilitated the slow re-articulation of their political efkaki through a reconstituted infrastructure of class struggle. The political impact of rural indigenous migration, and especially Aymara migration, to El Alto has been similar to that of the relocated miners in a number of respects. The most striking facet of the city is that 82% of residents describe themselves American Samoa indigenous. 30 Politically, this collective indigenous self-identification has expressed itself through the use of the wafala in every major march, demonstration, and strike, and the visible use of ponchos by a significant minority of men in protests, as well as the much more prevalent, and daily, use of poleras by indigenous women. Remarkably, during the height of the October gas war, the use of the Aymara language took over the public space in many of the streets of El Alto during different periods of the confrontation. The people began to speak Aymara in El Alto. They always speak Spanish, but during those days of uprising they began to speak in Aymara, to organize the resistance, the barricades, links between districts. All of this, in Aymara, it expressed a sentiment to speak Aymara, we are this, we're emancipated, we're rebelling, and we're speaking Aymara. Power speaks Spanish. 31 Like the ex-miners whose lives in El Alto were initially characterized by a deep sense of loss, rural to urban indigenous migrants also encountered a city which delivered far below their expectations. These indigenous sought better opportunities in the cities than they had in the countryside. The reality is that their dreams were not realized, their utopias and illusions about a better life in the city. 32 Like the ex-miners, however, the new indigenous arrivals began to join in collective GHTS to gain basic services for the city, and eventually to challenge neoliberalism more widely. The indigenous migrants informed these struggles with their histories of rebellion in the rural Altiplano. Rural communal syndicalism, Patricia Costas Monge points out, has been important in forging the social movement structures and repertoires of contention in the urban context of El Alto, above all the legacy of the Aymara emergence in the 1970s. The Catarista movement has left its mark on the forms of the new scenario of social movements today. 33 The reformulation of rural communal syndicalist patterns of organization, community governance, and resistance in the setting of El Alto is captured vividly in the words of Benicio Quispe Gutierrez, himself an Aymara rural to urban migrant living in El Alto. He stresses how the communitarian traditions of the indigenous countryside are antithetical to liberal capitalism and have informed the popular cultures of indigenous resistance and opposition in contemporary urban Bolivia. The most interesting thing about the city of El Alto is that the Aymaras and Quechuas who migrate to the city do not migrate solely as biological human beings, rather, they bring with them their entire cultural baggage. A political culture. The politics of the Illes is unique. The Aymara political culture is the negation of the liberal political culture. In liberalism generally the capacity of decision-making is representative. A person or a group of people are delegated the capacity to decide. But one of the central characteristics of the Aymara political culture is that decision-making capacity is situated in the collectivity organized in an assembly. Therefore it is the community that is sovereign and not the leader. And when they migrated, obviously, they brought all of this political cultural baggage here to the city. This is why in many places, the neighborhood councils, the school councils, this is still practiced, where the expression of decisions is that of the collectivity organized in assembly. 34. Organizationally, the neighborhood councils of each block, barrio, neighborhood, and zone of the city, ascending all the way up to the peak organization of FIJA of El Alto, mirror important features of the traditional rural indigenous community structure, the ILU. 35 Little by little, suggests Aymara Altino sociologist Pablo Mamani Ramirez, the city of El Alto has become a pivotal urban reference point for the indigenous population of the Altiplano and Bolivia as a whole. It embodies the reality of urban indigenous working-class social relations in a context of sharp racism, and the indigenous traditions of struggle that have been adapted from the countryside within that context. 36 For Mamani Ramirez, it is evident that the popular neighborhoods of El Alto are places where the communitarian organization and collective logics of reciprocity and resistance of the rural illes and mining zones have been revitalized within a distinct urban context. 37. 6.2 El Alto's infrastructure of class struggle. El Alto's dense web of informal and formal associational networks help to explain how the oppositional political cultures of the ex-miners and rural indigenous migrants were sustained beneath the surface throughout much of the 1980s and 1990s, and how collective capacities for indigenous proletarian class struggle were unleashed as left indigenous protest began its ascent across the country beginning in 2000. 38 The historical memory of the miners and rural indigenous were maintained as living legacies of discussion and debate and were rebuilt, refashioned, and strengthened through engagement in new struggles. 39 Despite the decline in the rate of unionization and the informalization of the world of work, alternative associational fabric in the communities of El Alto provided space for the slow re-articulation and transformation of these historical memories. The dense infrastructure of class struggle in El Alto was the most important factor behind the incredible strength and militancy of the October 2003 and June 2005 gas wars. From the often invisible networks at the neighborhood level to the top functional and territorial associations of the working classes in the city, COR El Alto and FIJAV Alto, the urban infrastructure was able to mobilize, articulate, and sustain the militant rebellion against class exploitation, racial oppression, and imperialism. COR El Alto and FIJAV Alto managed to unite community class struggle for basic services with the wide-reaching political demands of the indigenous working classes of the city. The protests were able to go as far as they did because COR El Alto and FIJAV Alto also built alliances with radicalized peasants of the Altiplano and the Peak National Organization of the Formal Working Class, the COB, and of the Miners, the FSTMB. 40 At the base level, the most important formal community infrastructures organized on a territorial basis are the hundreds of juntas vecinales, or neighborhood councils, which are then articulated vertically into the citywide FIJAV Alto. 41 On a functional basis, small-scale street vendors and market vendors are organized into associations of their own to protect their economic and political interests. Those workers that have been able to unionize their workplaces or maintain pre-existing unions, are affiliated to COR El Alto at the federation level in the city, and to the COB at the national level. These various associations and federations represent the formal infrastructure of class struggle in El Alto. Within and around them exists a complex myriad of dynamic and often invisible informal community and workplace social networks that reinforce the capacities of the formal infrastructure. 6.2.1 FIJAV Alto. The structure of FIJAV Alto today brings together representatives of all the districts of El Alto. An executive committee, EC, made up of 29 secretaries, is elected every 2 years during an ordinary Congress of the Federation. The results of the election must then be recognized by CONALJUV. 42 The EC provides leadership to FIJAV Alto. Ultimately, however, its mandate derives from the ordinary Congresses held every 2 years. These Congresses delineate the strategic objectives of the Federation. 4 delegates from every neighborhood council in El Alto, elected through neighborhood assemblies, participate in the ordinary Congresses. 43 Extraordinary Congresses are more regular gatherings that are called by the EC to address specific agendas. Ampliados, or general meetings, in which the presidents of each neighborhood council must participate, are convened by the EC on a monthly basis in periods of relative political dormancy. In emergency periods of intense political engagement, they can be held at any juncture to address issues that require urgent attention. Lastly, the EC itself meets at least every 2 weeks to coordinate the activities of the various secretaries. 44 At the base level, neighborhood assemblies are convened on a weekly or monthly basis, depending on the neighborhood and the political period. At these gatherings, organized by the leadership of each neighborhood council, rank and le altinos express their immediate needs and desires, straight guys on how best to address them, and voice their criticisms and or support for the more general direction being taken by the EC of FIJAV Alto. 45 presidents of each neighborhood council are then meant to articulate the views of the rank and le to the EC of FIJAV Alto and other neighborhood council presidents at the extraordinary congresses and ampliados in which they participate on a regular basis. Each neighborhood council, in order to be recognized by FIJAV Alto, must represent various zones in the city that together contain more than 200 residents. These local-level councils have in some ways acted as alternative organizing infrastructure for workers in El Alto who are unlikely to work in a unionized workplace through which they can effectively organize as workers given the obstacles that have been highlighted above. Membership in neighborhood councils is based on ownership or rental of a housing unit in an Altino neighborhood. Each family or household sends one delegate to attend neighborhood assemblies as their representative. Each household representative shares the same duties and obligations at these assemblies. 46. The patriarchal gender dynamics in the majority of homes in the city are such that men are overrepresented at all levels in the process, from the neighborhood assemblies all the way to the EC of Fija Alto. In the EC established in 2004, for example, only 10 of the 29 elected members were women. Each neighborhood council has its own executive committee with a number of secretaries. These committees coordinate the day-to-day activities of their councils, but receive their mandates from the neighborhood assemblies and are expected to re-ECT the wishes of the rank and LE when they represent them at the extraordinary congresses and ampliados. 47. 6.2.2 CORL Alto. While the depth and breadth of industrialization in Bolivia was always limited, the bulk of industrial manufacturing that did exist in the department of La Paz became increasingly concentrated in the shanty town of El Alto beginning in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This industrial activity, in addition to expanding working class formation in various other sectors of the growing shanty town's economy, allowed for the gradual emergence of a series of labor federations created by workers to defend their immediate material interests as well as the interests of the Bolivian working classes more generally. The Federación de Trabajadores, Gremiales, Artesanos y Comerciantes Minoristas, Federation of Organized Workers, Artisans, Small Traders and Food Sellers of the City of El Alto, FTGACM, was established in 1970. For example, the Federación de Trabajadores de Carne, Federation of Butchers, and the Federación de Panificadores, Bakers Federation, created the Confederación Única de Trabajadores de El Alto, Workers' Confederation of El Alto, CUTL, in 1987. 48. In 1988, CUTL became CORL Alto and the latter was recognized in the same year by the COB at its 7th Ordinary Congress. Today, CORL Alto is a sectorally based organization that seeks to represent various components of El Alto's working classes. It includes under its umbrella the FTGACM, the Federation of Market Traders, and a number of trade unions. 49. CORL Alto's executive committee is structured similarly to Fija Alto. There are 27 secretaries in the committee who are elected in a Congreso Orgánico, organic congress, in which representatives from all the affiliated federations, associations, and trade unions participate. Among CORL Alto's founding principles is the continuous struggle for the interests of El Alto's working class. 50. Because the workers' organization conceives of those interests in an expansive manner, it was able to form alliances with the territorially based Fija El Alto, and to participate in high pro-LE social movements for basic public welfare in the city. As a consequence, CORL Alto was pivotal in cementing ties between community-based social movements and union-based struggle in El Alto during the left indigenous struggle between 2000 and 2005. 6.2.3 Dialectics of Popular Power. Over the course of September and October 2003, and especially between 8 and October 17, left indigenous popular sectors of El Alto reinvented and extended the assemblyist and participatory forms of democratic power from below that we earlier witnessed in the Cochabamba War of 2000 and, in rural form, during the 2000 and 2001 Aymara peasant insurrections. Fija El Alto and CORL Alto became the peak institutional expressions and ultimate coordinators of the popular rebellion and incipient manifestations of collective self-government of the oppressed and exploited in one city. The state was temporarily replaced in El Alto by the popular sovereignty of the indigenous informal proletarian residents, organized at the highest level in Fija El Alto and CORL Alto, but also at the base through spontaneous committees of various sorts, neighborhood assemblies, and the long-established network of roughly 500 neighborhood councils. A complex dialectic between spontaneous mass actions from below, led and organized by the rank and LE, and the higher scale, citywide leadership and infrastructure of Fija El Alto and CORL Alto, made possible the heroic challenge to neoliberal capitalism and racist oppression during the gas war. Most activists and scholars agree that Fija El Alto and CORL Alto were the most important formal social movement organizations in the city during this period. 51 Yet it would be profoundly misleading to give the impression that the executive leaderships of these two social movement organizations simply issued decrees to which the rank and LE subsequently responded. Mamani Ramirez, having lived through the events of October 2003, has made some of the most penetrating observations about how rank and LE activities in the neighborhood councils and other informal networks often overtook and outpaced the leadership of FIJAVEL Alto and CORL Alto. 52 Every urban space that was occupied by the radicalized residents of the shanty town, was eventually governed through neighborhood councils and self-organized committees in defense of gas, strike committees, and self-defense committees. 53 plazas, although they were often sites of state repression and violence, also became open spaces of organizing neighborhood resistance, deliberating, and deciding collectively on strategies, tactics, and visions of change. Emergency neighborhood assemblies were convened by the leaderships of neighborhood councils and committees in defense of gas to decide on immediate actions, such as blocking an avenue, or preparing for an imminent incursion by the military into the neighborhood. Regular nightly assemblies in the plazas were more reactive spaces in which the indigenous informal working-class residents could review the events of the day, evaluate their strategies of resistance, and plan for future actions. As state repression intensified, the leaders of neighborhood councils were often forced to operate in a clandestine fashion, therefore providing even greater space for the constant renewal of informal leaderships at the neighborhood level, and more important roles for the self-organized strike committees and committees of other types. 54 These spontaneous grassroots formations can be understood as the informal infrastructure of the rank and LE. The very self-organization and self-activity of the mass base of rank and LE indigenous proletarians of the city through pre-existing informal networks is what strengthened and enabled the dynamism of the formal structures of FIJAVEL Alto and CORL Alto and made the rebellion possible. 55 Gonzalo Gozalve, a journalist and activist with extensive experience inside the popular movements of El Alto, speaks of the dialectic between the rank and LE and the leadership and formal infrastructure of FIJAVEL Alto and CORL Alto. The neighborhood councils were permanently coordinating actions in El Alto. There was no spokesperson of the movement. There wasn't anyone that the government could turn to speak as the representative of the movement. The neighborhood councils, through their leaders, articulated the grassroots. It was an impressive articulation of each block, each neighborhood, each zone, of each district. At the height of the CON-ICT there were frequent meetings of FIJAV. So, there was this sort of organization. But, from my perspective, this was nothing more than the articulation the people's opinion. 56. 6.3 Infrastructure of the formal working class and social movement unionism. What made the older organizational structures of the FSTMB and the COB critical allies in the struggle, despite the dramatic trends in the informalization of the Bolivian world of work over the previous 2 decades, was their strategic orientation towards social movement unionism. Most important, in this regard, was their perspective of reaching out to all of the oppressed, struggling for the working classes and the peasantry as a whole, rather than for the particular interests of the minority of the working classes who remained formally employed in the opening years of the 20th century. 57 A representative COB document released on September 30, 2003, the day after the start of a general strike, asserted the organization's commitment to building broad alliances with all sectors of the working classes, and celebrated the radical measures taken by many different movements. We express our satisfaction with the militant support of the peasant comrades who continue with the road blockades, of the urban and rural teachers' unions who have integrated themselves into the struggle, of the street vendors with their marches, the miners who are preparing to radicalize their protests, the butchers who have announced that they are joining the people's struggle, the university professors and students who are also adopting measures in support of the popular movement, the pensioners for their courage in struggling for their rights, and the factory workers for their union discipline in the days of protest. 58. The FSTMB similarly embraced social movement unionism. The miners had always stressed that their struggle was part of the struggle for all of the working classes and the oppressed rather than simply being about improving the material well-being of their own sector's membership. Such a politics is evident in a representative FSTMB communique released immediately after the overthrow of Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada on October 17, 2003. In it, the miners clarify what the objectives of the FSTMB had been during the gas war: the nationalization of hydrocarbons, the renationalization of all the state-owned enterprises privatized throughout the 1990s, the abrogation of the INRA law because it subjected indigenous and peasant land and territory to the laws of the market, the egalitarian redistribution of land and defense of the collective rights of indigenous communities to land and territory, the restitution of the social rights of Bolivian workers eroded over the years of neoliberal restructuring, rejection of Bolivian participation in the proposed free trade area of the Americas, and the refusal to grant impunity to those in government, the butchers of October, who were behind the high levels of state repression in September and October. 59 The COB and the FSTMB helped to organize and coordinate the struggle at a larger scale than would have been possible if El Alto's infrastructure of class struggle had remained in isolation. The COB was a vital public face for left indigenous struggle in these months, gaining wide exposure in the media and articulating a series of revolutionary positions. The COB and FSTMB were able to mobilize large numbers of formal sector workers during the gas war, and contributed to the militant energy of the mass demonstrations in which they participated. Finally, the miners carried with them into the cycle of protests their long-standing cultural association with the Bolivian revolutionary left. Thus, even when they did not contribute the largest number of protesters, the symbolic impact of their participation was frequently enormous. 6.4 Narrative of the Gas War, Dialectics of State Repression and Mass Radicalization. This section provides an analytical narrative of the gas war, focusing on the dialectics of state repression and mass radicalization. Table 6. 2. Highlights the key social forces involved at various stages in the gas war, key turning points in the months of September and October, and the escalation of protest demands over time, particularly following central moments of state repression, the dates of which are highlighted in bold in the table. At the outset of September 2003, the popularity of Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada's administration was in steep decline. In an urban poll of residents of Cochabamba, El Alto, La Paz, and Santa Cruz, 70% of respondents disapproved of the government's record during its RST year-in of CE. A remarkable 84% of residents of El Alto held this view. 60 The future of natural gas development in Bolivia had already deeply penetrated popular political discussions in the streets and countryside, and continued to be a contentious subject in the halls of Congress as well. 61 The state-owned natural gas and oil company, YPFB, was privatized in 1996. Under the administration of ex-dictator Hugo Banzer, 1997 to 2001, a deal was then initiated between the Bolivian state and the Spanish-British US Energy Consortium PCC LNG and San Diego-based Sempra Energy. Under the proposed arrangement, natural gas would be exported through a Chilean port to markets in Mexico and the Californian coast of the United States. A year after the start of his second mandate as president in 2002, Sánchez de Lozada sought to close the gas export deal, contributing a focal point and unifying issue to the left indigenous social forces in insurrection during September and October 2003. 62 The idea of using a Chilean port to export gas was provocative to Bolivian nationalist sentiments across the political spectrum, which have long sustained an antipathy toward Chile, rooted in latter's annexation of Bolivia's coastline during the PCC War of the late 1870s and early 1880s. However, much more important than basic resentment of Chile's 19th-century foreign relations was a profound sense that since natural gas had been privatized in 1996, the resource had been pillaged by transnational corporations with little to no benefit accruing to the Bolivian population. Re-establishing Bolivian social control over natural gas, and other natural resources, soon was understood by left indigenous movements as the only way to avoid the cruel repetition of hundreds of years of exploitation of domestic natural resources, silver and tin historically, and of the laborers used by capital to extract them. September 8, 2003, between 3:000 and 10:000 peasants began a march from the community of Badala toward El Alto. The march was organized under the auspices of the FSTC-LPTK, led by Rufo Calle, and the Xitsib, led by Felipe Quispe. Demands included the following: a. That the government fulfill obligations regarding 72 peasant demands articulated in the 2000 and 2001 Aymara peasant rebellions and agreed to by the government in the Isla del Sol Accords; b. That Edwin Huame Pio, wrongly imprisoned for murder, be released, and c. That the proposed deal to export naturalgas through Chile be abandoned. The Federación de Transportes Interprovincial, Federation of Interprovincial Truckers, FTI, initiated a strike to correspond with the peasant actions. A separate march of peasants occurred the same day, beginning in the community of Caracolo, and set toward reaching El Alto. This march was led by one of the militant El Alto leaders, Roberto de la Cruz, who had traveled earlier to Caracolo to help to organize the march with his peasant comrades. Both peasant marches converged on the city of El Alto on September 8. A sea of whiffles held high above marchers' heads. They were greeted in the city by university students from UPEA, activists with Fija El Alto, street vendors, and others. All sectors agreed to reject the export of gas under neoliberal conditions, Bolivian participation in the proposed Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTAA, and the Ley de Seguridad Ciudadana, Citizen Security Law, LSC. The latter had been introduced in order to increase massively the punishment for participation in road blockades. Activists found guilty under the provisions of this law could face between VE and 8 years in jail. Also on this day, Fija El Alto and El Alto convened a civic strike in the city of El Alto against the implementation of new municipal legislation, Maya Waipaya, or RST, and second in Aymara. Analyses conducted by two popular organizations concluded that the new legislation was intended to provide the municipal government with the information necessary to increase taxes on building and home construction in El Alto. The strike included the blockading of the principal streets in all 9 districts of the city. While they were led by Fija El Alto and El Alto, the protests were supported by the Federación de Mujeres Bartolinas Isa, Women's Federation, Bartolinas Isa, the Student Federation of UPEA, the Federación de Mujeres de El Alto, Women's Federation of El Alto, Street Vendors Associations, and the La Paz wing of the Movimiento Sin Tierra, Landless Movement, MST. Roberto de la Cruz and Felipe Quispe, two of the most visible leaders in the day's events, called publicly on Evo Morales to join the growing movement against the government. September 10, Xitsib and FSTC-LPTK militants initiated a hunger strike in the auditorium of the Aymara language radio station in El Alto, Radio San Gabriel. Over 2,000 peasant activists participated, including Felipe Quispe. Among the many demands, the most pressing and non-negotiable objective continued to be the release of Edwin Huame Pio. Among other organizations actively supporting the hunger strike were the FTI, the Rural Teachers Unions of the Altiplano, and the UPEA Student Federation. Critically, the hunger strike was also publicly supported by the COB, with the COB's leader Jamie Solares making appearances in the media linking the hunger strike to a wider struggle for social justice and a critique of neoliberalism. September 12, troops from the National Police and the Armed Forces were deployed throughout the Altiplano, with SPCC concentrations in the roadways connecting the capital city to the Lake Titicaca region. That same day, cocoleros, coca growers, and other groups in the semi-tropical Yungas region, in the northern part of the department of La Paz, announced that road blockades would be established there in the coming days. The cocoleros mobilized around local anti-eradication demands, but at the same time added their voices to the wider claims emerging around natural gas development and opposition to the penalization of civil resistance by way of the LSC. Also on September 12, the COB released its program of struggle from which the wider movement of the indigenous peasantry and working classes were able to draw. Mid-September, a whole series of social movements announced their tactics and strategies of radicalization to come into effect in the near future: a general blockade of roads in the Yungas, the continuation of the civic strike in El Alto and blocked roads in the Altiplano, the deepening of the hunger strike of the Aymara peasantry in an El Alto radio station, further pressure by teachers' union mobilizations in La Paz, UPEA student actions, and growing radicalism among the associations of pensioners in La Paz. In the face of these conaists, the government once again emphasized that it would maintain order and the rule of law through the use of the armed forces if deemed necessary. The COB, in response, declared itself in a state of emergency and announced that it would organize wide-scale and immediate civil resistance if the government declared a state of siege. September 15, FIJA of El Alto initiated the start of El Alto's second civic strike in September. It continued over the next 3 days. The peasant hunger strike in El Alto led by QUISP entered its second week. Road blockades in the northern part of La Paz were deepened, as were those in the Altiplano. September 18, a new march of Aymara peasants, numbering over 11,000, arrived in the community of Mulasa, just outside of La Paz. September 19, day of national protest in defense of natural gas, was a great success. Over 50,000 people mobilized in La Paz and 20,000 in Cochabamba. The Coordinadora, led by Oscar Oliveira, and the MAS, led by Evo Morales, were instrumental actors in the initial call for this day of protest. The COB, the Coordinadora, the MAS, and the Movimento Indígena Pachacuti, Indigenous Pachacuti Movement, MIP, the political party led by QUISP, were essential to organizing the large number of activists who took part in the day's events. An additional 10,000 marched and mobilized in the city of Oruro, as did militant miners in the Liligua, Catavi, and Siglo XX mines. To the south of La Paz and Cochabamba, and southeast of Oruro, the colonial city of Sucre hosted two marches in solidarity with the day of protest. Potosi also witnessed substantive concentrations of protesters who gathered in defense of gas, while the roads in the Altiplano and northern La Paz remained occupied by militant peasants. September 20, military troops sent to invade Huarazata, where they commence a slaughter of indigenous community members. The massacre was the result of a humanitarian operation led by Minister of Defense, Carlos Sanchez Berzain, in which troops were mobilized to liberate roughly 1,000 Bolivian and international tourists from the community of Sarita. They had been stranded by road blockades, but were well cared for by the insurrectionary indigenous communities. Sanchez Berzain arrived on the scene in Huarazata via helicopter, infuriating indigenous protesters who were already profoundly frustrated by the government's failure to respond to any of their demands. The police entered Huarazata and began shooting tear gas to disperse the population. The indigenous community members responded by throwing rocks at police. In the face of this defensive resistance, the military and then the police read their weapons, according to the testimony of witnesses in Huarazata. The police claimed to have responded only when attacked by the indigenous protesters. At the end of the day, on September 20, VE indigenous peasants and one soldier were dead, and over a dozen people were injured. Among the dead was an 8-year-old girl. 7 September, the COB called for an in-night general strike to begin on September 29, and a nationwide campaign of road blockades. The hunger strike in El Alto continued. The Cocoleros of the Chaparral announced that they would be blocking the highway connecting Cochabamba to Santa Cruz. The MST called for land takeovers. It is worthwhile noting the fact that neither Evo Morales personally nor the MAS as a political party were conduits of this mobilization. Indeed, shortly after the Huarazata massacre, Morales traveled to Libya for a conference on indigenous issues and did not return to the country until September 27. September 29, the COB-led strike started out slowly but gathered steam in following days. September 30, the COB held an open assembly in the Plaza San Francisco and from there led a march through the streets of La Paz. Participants in the march included rural and urban teachers, UPEA students, administrative workers of the Public University of La Paz, the Universidad Mayor San Andrés, UMSA, and street vendors and teachers from El Alto. JEFFERY was sporadically paralysed in the capital and the march divided into 3 streams and wound through the downtown avenues. Various social movement actions were registered elsewhere in the country. Retired teachers in El Alto threatened further protests of solidarity with teachers of El Alto and La Paz. The Aymara peasantry of the Altiplano sustained its roadblocks in the La Paz provinces of Manco Capac, Los Andes, Omazuyas, Larzca, Muñecas, Camacho, and Villarroel, as well as the hunger strike in Radio San Gabriel in El Alto. The dissident fraction of the XITSIB, led by Macister Roman Loaza and in dispute with the larger faction led by Felipe Quispe, announced that it would initiate further road blockades in the coming days as part of the call for a national blockade of roads. JEFFERY between the departments of La Paz, Oruro, Potosí, and Cochabamba was irregular due to road blocks. Interprovincial truckers continued their strike, called initially on September 8. The Asociación de Carceneros, Association of Butchers, and the Federación de Trabajadores en Carne de El Alto y La Paz, Federation of Meat Workers of El Alto and La Paz, FUTCRA, announced that their slaughterhouses would close on October 1 in support of the COB's call for a general strike and in solidarity with the protests of the Aymara peasantry. The Cocoleros of the Chaparral and the Yungas declared that further mobilizations and roadblocks by their sectors would begin on October 6. Miners observed the COB's strike call, and in the mining zones of Huanani, Totoril, Avicaya, and Calquiri, in the department of Oruro, they began blocking roads. The UPEA Student Federation expressed again their commitment to daily marches and mobilizations. Also responding to the COB's strike were the street vendors associations of El Alto, rural and urban teachers unions, and healthcare workers in La Paz. Also on September 30, the Coordinadora en Defensa del Gas initiated a march of 100 to 300 people, led by Oscar Oliveira, from Cochabamba to Huarazada, in solidarity with the fallen martyrs of the community and the general struggle of the Aymara struggle in the Altiplano. October 2, the COB made its most important intervention in the September-October gas war. The Workers' Confederation convened an open assembly in the Plaza San Francisco with the largest turnout yet of any assembly during almost a month of growing rural and urban discontent. It was at this assembly that the demand for the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada became entrenched in the base of the popular left indigenous struggle in the country, as the crowd chanted in unison for the collapse of the presidency, Fuera Goni. Out with Goni. The voices of resistance accumulated throughout the day. Roman Loaza announced that by October 6, the affiliates of his wing of the XITSIB would unify with the general strike initiated by the COB. The Cocoleros of the Chaparral reiterated their intention of joining the national blockade of roads with greater intensity. Cocoleros in the Yungas scattered rocks and other debris on the highways leading in and out of South and North Yungas, making transit impossible. Regular business activity was shut down for the 4th consecutive day by a myriad of left indigenous sectors in the city of Oruro. Meanwhile, in the conservative southern department of Tarija, the Regional Workers Central, COR Tarija, initiated a hunger strike. The Departmental Workers Central of Santa Cruz, COD Santa Cruz, also announced a plan for marches in the coming days, while COD Beni declared a 24-hour strike to begin the next day, on October 3. Gas and the president's resignation were now the centripetal axes of revolt. The most important activities of the day occurred in El Alto. FIJA El Alto and COR El Alto declared that their third civic strike would begin on October 8, following the success of the RST2 on 8 and September 15. Already, on the day of the announcement of the strike to come, the city was paralysed. Protesters in El Alto clashed with the police and military, responding to state coercion with rocks, clubs, sticks, and dynamite. Dozens of protesters were injured or detained. With greater and greater adherence to the call for Goni's resignation amongst left indigenous social forces, even the moderate leadership of the MAS began publicly to express its support for the call. The government responded to the events of the day by militarizing El Alto and La Paz. The perimeters of the Plaza Murillo were sealed with uniformed armed forces personnel, and military troops were stationed outside of all public government buildings in La Paz. The Minister of Services and Public Works, Carlos Morales, complained about the loss of millions of dollars because of the ongoing protests since the beginning of September. Meanwhile, the president attempted to convince international reporters at a press conference that the protesters were confused about the issue of gas because the government had not actually decided on whether to export natural gas through a Chilean or Peruvian port. Addressing an international press conference, Sánchez de Lozada explained why mobilizations persisted in spite of the reasonableness of his government. Bolivians are like children who scream before you can explain something. 63 ANAL important highlight marking October 2 was the fact that the Aymara peasantry, with coca, alcohol, and aptapi, communal feasting, began the celebration that marks the beginning of the preparation of the soil for sowing, and put protest on hold. The insurgent momentum now passed to the city of El Alto. 64. 3 to 7 October marches and mobilizations continued daily in La Paz, El Alto, and Cochabamba, with protesters demanding the immediate resignation of Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada. Also during this week, the idea of convening a participatory and revolutionary constituent assembly to refound the Bolivian state began to acquire new resonance amongst the popular sectors. October 8. There was an explosion of grassroots activity in El Alto as the third civic strike was kicked off. 2 civilian protesters suffered bullet wounds and many others were injured by rubber bullets. Approximately 800 miners arrived outside of El Alto, having marched from Huanani to join the forces led by the CAB against the exportation of gas under current conditions and for the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada. The blockade of roads in the Altiplano of the Department of La Paz persisted in density and scope. There were sporadic roadblocks in the Department of Cochabamba. New social sectors announced that they would be mobilizing in support of the CAB. In the city of Cochabamba, there was a march of students and administrative staff of San Simon University, UMSS, and protests led by the Departmental Workers Central, COD Cochabamba, teachers, and cocoleros. In Potosí, there was a mass march led by staff and students from Tomás Frías University and the Civic Committee of Potosí. In Sucre, the mobilizations were smaller than elsewhere, but San Francisco Xavier University closed its doors, and the COD Sucre called a 48-hour strike. Healthcare workers and the rural and urban teachers' unions observed the strike call. Even in Santa Cruz, a small number of students from Gabriel René Moreno University marched in solidarity with the mobilizations occurring elsewhere in the country. Commemoration of the 36th anniversary of the death of Che Guevara in Bolivia was deeply politicized throughout the country given the polarization of the moment. October 9, early in the morning, another martyr was added to those who had fallen in defense of gas. A combined operation of police and military forces intercepted the miners in Ventilla before they could arrive in El Alto. After an extended battle between the miners and the state troops, the partially destroyed body of José Luis Adowichi, a 40-year-old miner, lay on the ground and 21 other miners were left injured. The miners claimed that Adowichi was killed by a grenade lobbed by military forces, while government and military of Chales asserted that he was killed when a stick of dynamite he was carrying blew up prematurely. The same day, military troops attempted to clear blockades throughout the southern zone of El Alto, and another civilian protester was killed. Ramiro Vargas Astillo, 22, died shortly after being shot in the head by state forces. October 10, the third day of El Alto's strike, October 10, brought to more civilian deaths and a score of injuries, as tear gas and bullets were used against protesters. Downtown Cochabamba was occupied again, as the Women's Cocalero Federation, university students, truckers, and other groups, mounted demonstrations. October 11, La Paz had virtually run dry of gasoline, natural gas, and diesel fuel. The government instituted a state of emergency through Presidential Supreme Decree 27209. Activists in El Alto had initiated 24-hour-per-day vigils and blockade of the Sencata petroleum plant, located in the city, to prevent natural gas supplies from getting down to La Paz. Government sent a caravan of tanks and military transport trucks to Sencata. Confrontations erupted and the military shot indiscriminately into the crowd. 12 to 13 October, the carnage wrought over these 2 days surpassed in condensed time the collective brutalities of the state since the outset of September. An attempt to militarize El Alto completely, with the use of tanks, troops, and helicopters, was made on October 12. This spawned wide-scale resistance. By some accounts, 26 people were killed that day. On October 13, over 100,000 people marched from El Alto to La Paz carrying wifilas and Bolivian AGS, adorned with small black plastic bags commemorating the fallen martyrs. Massive levels of resistance persisted in El Alto. Banks, factories owned by transnational corporations, and businesses identified with GERS in the government were bombarded with rocks. Electropaz and Aguas del Tunari, 2 foreign companies that sell electricity and water services in El Alto, had already been destroyed by protesters days earlier. As evening encroached on the Bolivian Andes, an additional 28 civilians were dead in La Paz and El Alto. Also on October 13, Vice President Carlos Mesa appeared on television saying that his conscience would not allow him to support the repression, although he did not yet resign. Jorge Torres, Minister of Economic Development, did resign, and ex-ombudsperson, Ana Maria Romero, condemned government violence. Other political elites, such as Juan del Granado, the mayor of La Paz, began calling for the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada. That same evening, Sánchez de Lozada appeared defiantly on television denouncing the protesters as seditious enemies of democracy. The US Embassy in Bolivia, under the leadership of Ambassador David Greenlee, issued a communiqué portraying the protests as an attack against democracy and the constitutional order. Moreover, the embassy emphasized, sticks and rocks are not a form of peaceful protest. 65 The Assembly of Human Rights, the Catholic Church, and the Confederación de la Prensa de Bolivia, Bolivian Press Confederation, CPB, sent a joint letter to President Gonzalo Sánchez de Lozada stating that no one could any longer speak truthfully about confrontations between military forces and protesters. Citing the use of machine guns against Bolivian civilians, the 3 institutions declared that what had occurred was an authentic massacre. The letter demanded that the government withdraw its military and police forces from the city of El Alto immediately. It also accused the government of being unwilling to negotiate in good faith. The consequence, the letter concluded, was a hardening of positions on all sides. Between 8 and October 17, left indigenous popular sectors of El Alto practiced novel forms of assemblyist and participatory democracy, reminiscent of the Cochabamba water war, but on a much larger scale. The state lost control of the city to these new forms of popular power, and was able only to make sporadic incursions to repress and retreat. October 15, this was a relatively quiet day in the capital city and El Alto. In La Paz, a large peaceful assembly gathered in the Plaza de los Héroes, adjacent to the Plaza San Francisco. Cocaleros, miners, teachers, unemployed workers, indigenous peasants, Fija del Alto activists, pensioners, and university students and professors, among many others, gathered with the united purpose of bringing down Sánchez de Lozada. In El Alto, people gathered to bury the dead and to pledge that the martyrs of the gas war would not die in vain. Facing an elaborate network of peasant road blockades and mass peaceful mobilizations and general strikes in 3 major cities, La Paz, El Alto, and Cochabamba, and similar scenarii in several other secondary cities, President Sánchez de Lozada did not on this day deploy the military arsenal of the state. By this day, there had been 67 civilian deaths and over 400 injuries since the beginning of September. Influential middle-class Kurds initiated a hunger strike calling into question the moral legitimacy of the Sánchez de Lozada government in light of the high death toll. The middle-class hunger strike eventually spread throughout most of the rest of the country. A manifesto signed by various prominent intellectuals was released calling for the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada and a new transitional government. October 16, mass demonstrations denounced this day. The roadblocks and strike in El Alto were intensified. A massive march descended from El Alto to La Paz, led by FIJ of El Alto and COR El Alto. Indigenous peasants from Potosí began a march toward La Paz, joining with others in Oruro along the way. In the eastern lowlands, indigenous activists of the Ario, Guarani, Chucatano, Yucarari, and Mojano peoples began a hunger strike in solidarity with their Andean brothers and sisters. Evo Morales reiterated the position of the MAS in support of a constitutional exit to the crisis. Mesa appeared on television again distancing himself from the president, while retaining his position as vice president such that his constitutional ascension to the presidency could legally occur in the event that Sánchez de Lozada resigned. For his part, Sánchez de Lozada appeared on CNN that evening and stated that he enjoyed the support of two-thirds of the Bolivian citizenry. News reached the capital that a new march of miners from Huanani to La Paz had been allowed to pass unimpeded by military troops along the route. Diplomats from neighboring Argentina and Brazil asked the Bolivian president to resign. The US embassy and a tiny sector of the political elite were all that remained behind the president. October 17, mobilizations were massive, and their geographical scope no less impressive. Oruro and Cochabamba were alive again with street protests and demonstrations. The critical points in the highways and road crossing the Chaparral were blocked by cocoleros. Over 800 people across the country had now joined the hunger strikes. Marching cocoleros completed their two-day journey from the Yungas to La Paz, supporting the NAL push for the president's resignation. The miners from Huanani, allowed to pass by military posts the day before, were greeted in El Alto as heroes before they joined the mass demonstration down the hillsides of La Paz and into the Plaza San Francisco. Mauricio Antizana, the government's spokesperson, resigned. Manfred Reyes Villa of NFR publicly took the position that the government must listen to the people and resign. Rumors began to fly through the capital that Sánchez de Lozada had already fled to Miami or Peru, and a festive atmosphere began to envelop La Paz and El Alto. Over 400,000 people now occupied La Paz, mainly indigenous workers and peasants, with a lesser number of middle-class protesters. US Ambassador David Greenlee continued to support Sánchez de Lozada. Sánchez de Lozada and his family fled the country for exile in Miami. Various other important Kurds in the cabinet also fled to the United States or various Latin American countries. Their hope was to escape persecution for their role in the 67 deaths and 400 injuries. Carlos Mesa of Chile took over as the new president of Bolivia at 10:30 p.m. that evening. 66. 6.4.1 Indigenous peasant revolt and urban tremors in September. The Aymara peasantry of the western Altiplano were the RST to act. 67 The initial insurrectionary energy of the 2003 rebellions emerged from the overwhelmingly Aymara indigenous province of Omasuyas, next to Lake Titicaca, and close to the country's capital city. 68 They mobilized initially around a list of demands including broad anti-neoliberal themes as well as more specific conjunctural issues relating both to their sector's economic interests and to defending their collective right to indigenous self-government. Under the leadership of Felipe Quispe, the Xitsib was central to articulating this peasant mobilization, as was the FUTLPTK, led by Rufo Calle. 69 A peasant march of September 8, 2003, from the community of Badala to El Alto, was the RST mobilization of the gas war and had as its principal aim the release of Edwin Huame Pua, see Table 6.2. 70 Coinciding with the Aymara peasant convergence on El Alto was a civic strike in the city organized by FIJA El Alto and COR El Alto against new municipal legislation, Maya Waipaya, that would have increased taxes on building and home construction. 71 2 days later, on September 10, with no government response to their demands forthcoming, Xatsib and FUTLP militants, with the help of Jalakatas and Mama Tialas, traditional authorities, from the Aymara peasant communities of the rural provinces of La Paz, initiated a hunger strike in the auditorium of the Aymara language radio station in El Alto, Radio San Gabriel. The most pressing objective continued to be Huampu's release, but the strikers also opposed a number of neoliberal agricultural policies, the FTAA, and the export of natural gas through Chile. 72 The hunger strike quickly garnered the support and solidarity of several other urban and rural popular organizations, including the COB, and plans to erect roadblocks in the Altiplano were announced. Cocoleros of the Yungas and the Chaparral regions expressed their solidarity with peasant actions developing in the Altiplano. 73 In a grim foreshadowing of the repression that was to follow shortly, President Sanchez de Lozada and Minister of Defense, Carlos Sanchez Berzain, proclaimed that order would be restored and maintained in the country and that the armed forces were prepared to act. 74 2 days later, the National Police and armed force were deployed at various points in the Altiplano. 75 By mid-September, peasants, teachers, the working class organizations of El Alto, university students, the COB, and others were radicalizing and announcing protest actions to come. In the face of these contests, the government once again emphasized that it would maintain order and the rule of law through the use of the armed forces. 76. 6.4.2 The collective frame of gas. By this stage, it had become clear that the future of natural gas development was the overarching frame tying each movement to the others. 77 The so-called Estado Mayor del Pueblo, People's High Command, EMP, played a role in articulating a more lucid position on this matter, from which the various social movements could draw. 78 The Coordinadora and the MAS were instrumental in calling for a national day of protest in defense of gas to be held on Friday, September 19. COR El Alto and FIJA El Alto immediately responded to the call and announced that they would lead mass marches on La Paz from El Alto on the National Day of Action. 79 The Aymara peasantry of the Altiplano and the Cocoleros of the Yungas also pledged that there would be coordinated marches in solidarity with the call for mobilizations in defense of gas. 80 The COB likewise promised to lead a march later on the same day in La Paz. 81 Again, the government responded by reciting its mandate to maintain order and the rule of law. Operatives of the Grupo Especial de Seguridad, Special Security Group, GES, and reinforcements of police troops were deployed to Cochabamba. 82 Roberto de la Cruz directed sharp words at the president: "Gas will be the mother of all battles, if the gringo government insists on selling off our hydrocarbons at the price of a dead chicken." 83 Morales likewise told the press that, if Goni decides to give gas away to Chile, this government will not last 24 hours. "We are going to strike and blockade until we recover the gas." 84 Here, we can begin to appreciate the call to nacionalize gas as the fundamental collective action frame during the insurrectional episodes of September and October. As Alvaro Garcia Linera puts it, there is a sort of collective intuition that the debates over hydrocarbons, natural gas and oil are gambling with the destiny of this country, a country accustomed to having a lot of natural resources but always being poor, always seeing natural resources serve to enrich others. 85 The injustice of the frame is clearly delineated, being poor in a resource-rich land. The us included the indigenous popular classes struggling for a socially just development model. The structural significance of natural gas to the political economy of Bolivia made the strategic frame materially plausible and accounted for its wide resonance throughout the country. 86 The them identiet included the transnational gas corporations that formed part of the energy consortium PACC LNG, Repsol YPF, British Gas, and Pan American Angari, the neoliberal model personified in the presidency of Sanchez de Lozada, and American imperialism writ large. Finally, The pathways of change advocated by the Frame to overcome the injustice it evoked eventually involved the ousting of the neoliberal president and the nationalization of gas. All of a sudden, one of Bolivia's Nest journalists observed, "Gas is on the lips of everyone." The unions, popular meetings, congresses, communities, blockades and spontaneous reunions like those in Plaza San Francisco have developed their opposition to the sale of gas under the neoliberal framework as a unifying cause. 87 In the event, the day of national protest in defense of gas was a major success, see Table 6.2. 6.4.3 State massacre in Warasada and the radicalization of left indigenous struggle. The protests of September 19 demonstrated that, while the Aymara peasantry had started the cycle of insurrection known as the Gas War of 2003, by late September El Alto had become the new fulcrum of popular mobilization in the country. 88 Feej of El Alto and COR El Alto coordinated roadblocks of the principal routes connecting La Paz to El Alto. Schools were shut down, the streets of the city were completely barricaded, and stores and street vendors ceased operations. Thousands of Altino marchers snaked their way down the La Paz hillsides to join the large concentrations of people in the Plaza San Francisco. The columns of protesters from El Alto were met in La Paz by teachers, factory workers, peasants, truckers, street vendors, healthcare workers, and pensioners. 89 The COB let it be known that it would be holding an emergency National Assembly on October 1 in Huanani, in the department of Oruro, where strategic discussion over a possible general strike and coordinated nationwide campaign of roadblocks would occur. 90 The basis of an insurrectionary alliance led by the largely informal working classes of El Alto, and supported by the peasantry, the formal working class, and sections of the middle class, was beginning to emerge. New levels of state coercion soon acted as the spark that consolidated these forces. The RST shock of state repression since the Impuestazo of February 2003 radicalized social movements. On September 20, military troops invaded Warasada and began killing indigenous community members, see Table 6.2. 91 Rather than suppress the movements of September, this moment of state repression extended, deepened, and radicalized left indigenous struggle both within the rural Aymara zone where the killing took place, and, crucially, in El Alto over the next couple of weeks. By mid-October, protests, road blockades, hunger strikes, and militant clashes with the military and police forces rocked huge swathes of the country and precipitated the resignation of Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada. In the context of September and October 2003, the deaths caused by state repression evoked a feeling of unity, of solidarity, of identificación with those abused by power. 92 The Comisión de Derechos Humanos de la Cámara de Diputados, Human Rights Commission of the Chamber of Deputies, CDHCD, the Asamblea Permanente de Derechos Humanos de Bolivia, Permanent Assembly of Human Rights of Bolivia, APB, and the opposition parties within Congress criticized the government for causing the violence against the activists on the road blockades and for not privileging dialogue with the peasant leadership. Evo Morales directly accused the Minister of Defense, Sanchez Berzain, of being one of those principally responsible for the indiscriminate use of force. 93 In response, the government simply ratcheted up its rhetoric in defense of law and order. Sanchez de Lozada told the nation that his government would not accede to social pressures, and would proceed to take down immediately any blockade of highways, in any part of the country, erected under any pretext. 94 Felipe Quispe of Xatzib, still on hunger strike in El Alto, offered an immediate and scathing condemnation of the military incursion in Warasada. He said that negotiations between Xatzib and the Minister of Agriculture, Guido Ane, and the Vice Minister of Government, José Luis Harb, had been proceeding but now had to be abandoned because of the peasant massacre. 95 The government extends one hand to us and with the other kills our brothers, said Quispe. 96 Almost immediately, the Xatzib alerted Bolivians that the peasant organization was in a state of emergency, and blockades were erected in a series of provinces in the department of La Paz, Rio Abajo, Ingavai, Muñecas, Inquisivi, and Pacages. 97 rural Aymara language radio stations served the same purpose as the radical miners stations had in an earlier era of Bolivian history. 4 times daily, the Aymara community radio stations transmitted the resolutions of the different meetings occurring in different communities and the strategic and tactical positions being promoted by the Xitsib based on these rank and LE community assemblies. This was the principal means through which ordinary peasants learned of the twists and turns of the struggle as it developed in September 98. Recalling this period almost 2 years later, the October 2003 leaders of FIJAVEL Alto and CORL Alto remembered the Huarazata massacre as a turning point in the radicalization of the RST gas war. Mauricio Cori, executive secretary of FIJAVEL Alto at the time, told me that repression in the Altiplano and the deaths in Huarazata in particular enraged the residents of El Alto. In his view, the alliances forged between Felipe Quispe and Xitsib and the social organizations of El Alto, such as FIJAVEL Alto, were crucial in articulating an immediate popular response that demonstrated the popular sentiment of the time. 99. The leadership of CORL Alto felt the same way. Roberto de la Cruz described how the popular movement demands in this period evolved from the nationalization of gas to the resignation of Sanchez de Lozada because of the intensification of repressive tactics on the part of the state. If Goni hadn't left, there would have been civil war, because the people were calling for civil war. 100. Finally, the archival research I conducted in the CES of the COB and FSTMB shows that both of these union federations quickly expressed their solidarity with the peasantry in the wake of the Huarazata deaths and took measures to condemn publicly and to mobilize against the state's repressive tactics. 101. Only 4 days after the events in Huarazata, for example, the COB convened an emergency National Assembly in Huanani. At the assembly, the COB condemned the repression of indigenous peasants in the Altiplano by the armed forces and police. The workers who had assembled in Huanani agreed to support the struggle that peasant comrades are sustaining, and other sectors of the workforce in the country, against a political system that has lost popular support. 102. In short, state repression had only fueled the re. 6.4.4 The formal working class steps in. Immediately after the Huarazata killings, President Sanchez de Lozada's approval rating fell to 9% or 103. From this point forward, the largely informal working classes of El Alto became the indubitable vanguard of left indigenous struggle in the country, articulated most forcefully through FIJAVEL Alto and CORL Alto. While secondary to the informal proletarians of El Alto, the formal working class played an essential supporting role in the insurrectionary alliance. It is important not to minimize, as many scholarly and journalistic accounts have, the strategic importance of the actions of the miners, organized in the FSTMB, and the only nationwide confederation of workers, the COB. Early in the CON-ICT, on September 12, the COB had already released a program of struggle, from which the wider movement of the indigenous peasantry and informal working classes was able to draw. 104 The program called for the abrogation of the existing hydrocarbons law and the nationalization and industrialization of natural gas for the benefit of the Bolivian popular classes. It stressed how recovering natural gas from the transnationals had become a historical imperative in the current Bolivian conjuncture, and a central facet of restoring sovereignty and dignity for Bolivians. The document also demanded that Bolivia not participate in the proposed free trade area of the Americas. On the domestic front, it called for the restoration of job stability and employment creation and the end of labor exhibilization policies. It demanded increases in public spending on health and education, the strengthening of public universities, and the cessation of the privatization of higher education. The workers' organization defended UPEA's right to autonomy, a key demand of the university's student federation. The program also demanded that the state reinsert itself in the productive processes of the economy and in the mining sector in particular. The COB pledged to defend the existing social security system and demanded further improvements in this area, along with better pensions. 105 The COB's program also defended the collective rights to land and territory of landless peasants and indigenous communities throughout Bolivia. It rejected the politics of coca eradication and defended the right to grow and sell the coca leaf and derivative products, a vital issue for indigenous peasantries in the Chapare and Yungas regions. The COB rejected the commodity cation and private management of water. Instead, the Workers' Central, following the lead of the social movements behind the Cochabamba Water War, called for the nationalization of and social control over water resources throughout the country. It also demanded the nationalization of the mines, and all the strategic state-owned enterprises that had been privatized in the 1990s, YPFB, ENFE, Entel, Comable, Lab, and others. Furthermore, the COB demanded jobs for the unemployed and rejected any tax increases that targeted the working classes. Finally, the program of struggle denounced the criminalization of protest and defended direct action and popular mobilization as a basic democratic right. 106 In terms of concrete action, the COB called for an in-night general strike and a nationwide campaign of road blockades to begin on September 29. 107 On October 2, 2003 the Workers' Confederation made its most important intervention in the September-October gas war. It convened an open assembly in the Plaza San Francisco with the largest turnout yet of any gathering during almost a month of growing rural and urban discontent. 108 The crowds at the assembly united around the call for the nationalization of gas, but also for the RST time consolidated the demand for the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada. 109 Gas and the president's resignation were now the centripetal axes of revolt. 6.5 El Alto de Pi. El Alto on its feet. Democratic insurgency, state repression, and elite fractures. The beginning of the second week of October 2003 witnessed the efflorescence of grassroots insurgency in El Alto, vicious state repression, and the RST major sewers inside the ruling bloc. This period of wide-scale revolt began with the civic strike in El Alto on October 8, the third such strike since the beginning of September. Streets were closed down. Public institutions and private businesses were shut down. There was virtually no circulation of traffic. Fierce clashes between the national police and armed forces and activists shook the shanty town with tear gas, gunnery, from state forces, dynamite, rocks, and clubs. At the end of the day, 2 civilian protesters had suffered bullet wounds, and many others had been injured by rubber bullets. The autopista highway connecting La Paz to El Alto was blockaded and full of people preventing traffic in either direction. 110 When 800 miners arrived from Huanani, they announced that they would convulse the cities of El Alto and La Paz the following day. 111 Elsewhere in the country, old mobilizations were sustained and new ones sprung to life. A miner and another protester were killed the next day, October 9. The government's response to the conistes of that day treaded familiar ground. A visibly angry Sánchez de Lozada addressed a press conference in La Paz. He stressed that the social mobilizations in the country were entirely lacking in legitimacy, and that, moreover, they were being led by a minority who wants to divide Bolivia, and to destroy democracy in the country. 112 El Alto's protests continued. 113 The city's avenues were so tightly locked down with the blockades and barricades by the third day of the strike that scarcely a bicycle could traverse through them. Basic foodstuffs and natural gas were becoming scarce in La Paz after more than 3 weeks of social protests across the country. 114 That Sánchez de Lozada had to go was clear to all the insurgent groups. FIJA El Alto, CORL Alto, the COB, the FSTMB, and the XITSIB, pledged publicly to refuse sector-by-sector negotiations with the government. 115 Felipe Quis pointed out that Sánchez de Lozada is not only an American gringo, but a butcher, while Jamie Solares of the COB argued, it no longer makes sense to talk with someone who is rejected by the people. The workers want him to leave government. 116 On October 11, following an attempt by a caravan of military troops to break the human barricade around the Sencata petroleum plant in El Alto, the armed forces shot indiscriminately into the crowds and surrounding neighborhoods, gunning down men, women, children, and the elderly in the process. Chants of Goni, assassin, erupted in response. 117 But the violence merely intensified over the next 2 days, see Table 6.2. By some accounts, there were 26 deaths on October 12, including 1 soldier. 118 Salvaging the existing government had become an impossible task for the ruling class. The role of state repression in undermining the legitimacy of the government was once again underlined. A series of cracks in the governing coalition were pried open, the levels of self-organization, self-activity, and mass mobilization of the Altino working classes developed further, and, within a short period, sections of the middle class were drawn to the side of the popular struggle. From the perspective of the left indigenous popular movements, the government was beyond redemption. As one journalist reported, the number of deaths grows. All the fears of previous days are transformed into rage. 119 The state violence exacted in El Alto had opened an abyss between government and society, annulling any possibility of negotiation, according to Garcia Linera. It was no longer important what Sanchez de Lozada offered, he was no longer a morally valid interlocutor. 120 Explosive state violence and popular resistance persisted throughout the next day, October 13. Bread and meat were scarce in La Paz, and downtown in the capital vehicular traffic was almost non-existent. As 100,000 marchers from El Alto descended through the working-class hillside neighborhoods of La Paz, large numbers of residents applauded, while others joined the march. 121 protesters came within 3 blocks of the Plaza Murillo once they had reached the core of La Paz. They sang the national anthem in an effort to persuade the rank and LE of the armed forces to join the struggle against the state. 122 Ultimately, the protesters were convinced by soldiers not to attempt to enter the Plaza Murillo because the armed forces were under orders to use lethal force if such an attempt were made. 123 Wide-scale civil resistance endured in El Alto in the face of another wave of state crackdown. Juan Melendres, of COR El Alto, and Mauricio Corey, of FIJA El Alto, promised that Altinos would continue their struggle until the regime of Sanchez de Lozada was ousted from power. 124 The RST visible signs of elite rupture surfaced. Vice President Carlos Mesa appeared on television saying that his conscience would not allow him to support the government as it implemented a policy of repression and death. Mesa did not resign from his position as vice president, however. Jorge Torres, Minister of Economic Development, did resign, and the widely respected ex-ombudsperson, Ana Maria Romero, strongly criticized the government for the violence it was perpetrating against civilians and demanded that the president leave office. José Luis Paredes, the mayor of El Alto and a prominent member of the Movimiento Izquierda Revolucionario, Revolutionary Left Movement, MIR, which was an integral part of Sanchez de Lozada's governing coalition, added his voice to those calling for the president's resignation. 125 In a derisive response to these splits in his government and the widening disgust with his policies within elite and middle-class circles of public opinion, Sanchez de Lozada appeared on television on the evening of October 13 and denounced the protesters as seditious enemies of democracy. He vowed, in turn, to continue to protect democracy. 126 The US Embassy was the last pillar in Sanchez de Lozada's shrinking pool of allies. Richard Boucher, spokesperson for the State Department, stated, "The international community and the United States will not tolerate any kind of interruption in the constitutional order and will not recognize any regime that emerges as a result of anti-democratic procedures." 127 Meanwhile, the state had lost all control over El Alto. Beneath the waves of repression between 10 and October 17, a collective sentiment of resistance radiated throughout the neighborhoods of the city. Bonds of solidarity and coordination between adjacent neighborhood councils, districts, and zones of El Alto were created. Virtually every space in the city was occupied and controlled by neighborhood councils, in near constant confrontation with the state. 128 A number of radio stations and TV channels assisted in mass-based coordination from below. These included the reporting and call-in programs on radio television Popular Radio Television, RTP, and the radio station Red Herbal and Radio San Gabriel. 129 As the strength of left indigenous social forces grew and consolidated, the Altino working classes began to mirror a process Marx identified as revolutionary practice. 130 In their struggle to satisfy their needs, the rank and LE of the left indigenous movements came increasingly to recognize their common interests and become conscious of their own social power. Through their self-activity they came to see themselves as subjects capable of altering the structures of Bolivian society as well as changing themselves in the process through self-organization and self-activity from below. The events of the RST 2 weeks of October events set the stage for the NAL mass mobilizations that would topple Sanchez de Lozada's government on October 17. The new strength of middle-class protest at this stage helped set the agenda of what would come after. 6.6 Middle-class moment, Goni's resignation. In stark contradistinction to the indigenous working class and peasant protagonists of the uprising in El Alto and the Altiplano, the sections of the middle class that joined the opposition on October 15 were morally opposed to the repressive tactics of Sanchez de Lozada but desired nothing more than his resignation and a smooth constitutional succession of power to then Vice President Carlos Mesa. This political line overlapped precisely with the position taken in preceding days and weeks by Evo Morales and the MAS. By October 15, the time for negotiations had long since passed for those in opposition to the government. With 67 civilians dead and over 400 injured in September and October under his watch, Sanchez de Lozada had lost all moral legitimacy. 131 Influential middle-class girls, evoking the memory of mining women in the struggle for democracy against the dictatorship of Hugo Banzer, 1971-8, initiated a hunger strike in La Paz in repudiation of state violence. 132 The hunger strike, organized in the Iglesia Las Carmelitas Church, was led by Ana Maria Romero and brought together a range of well-known intellectuals, artists, religious gurus, business people, and human rights activists. 133 The hunger strikers organized their action under the framework of no more death and called for peaceful actions by protesters, constitutional succession, and the restoration of the rule of law. 134 Large demonstrations dened the next 2 days. A massive march on October 16, led by FIJA El Alto and COR El Alto, descended once again from El Alto into La Paz, converging with the congregated masses in the Plaza San Francisco. Over 300,000 protesters gathered. 135 Evo Morales reiterated the position of the MAS in support of a constitutional exit. This is the moment to rescue Bolivia from the economic, political, and social crises, he told the media. We are not going to negotiate as long as Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada continues as president, and we support the constitutional succession of Carlos Mesa. 136 Mesa himself reappeared on television ratifying his decision to distance himself from the government without rescinding his position as vice president of the country, thus his succession to the presidency in the event of Sanchez de Lozada's resignation was becoming a clearer possibility. 137 Mesa's rhetoric appealed to the middle class. I am not with the philosophy that reasons of state justify death, he told the nation. But neither am I with the radical banners that the moment has arrived to destroy everything in order to construct a utopia that nobody wants or knows where it is going. 138 The position of the oppositional sectors of the middle class, the MAS, and Carlos Mesa gathered momentum and, with no clear political alternative to the left of this new coalition, Mesa, the MAS, and the oppositional middle class were able to establish sway over the popular movement. 139 Sanchez Berzain appeared on television and, without irony, declared that there was no sense in being against the government because the protesters had lost the battle. They have no possibility of winning. 140 Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada appeared on CNN that evening and stated that he enjoyed the support of 2/3 of Bolivians. 141 But, in the real world, the tide had turned decisively against the government. 142 The US Embassy and a fraction of the political elite were all that remained behind the president. Garcia Linera argues that, from October 16 onward, there was no longer a government in effect, and that therefore it was only a question of hours before Sánchez de Lozada resigned or the country erupted into civil war. The intervention of the middle classes had shifted the balance of social forces in favor of resignation and constitutional succession. The masses were united in their absolute resistance to the neoliberal state. They were able to paralyze that state, but had no alternative project with which to replace it. Thus the stage was cast for Mesa to take up the minimum program of the insurgent indigenous proletarians and peasants, resignation of Sánchez de Lozada, a constituent assembly, and a new hydrocarbons law, without challenging the fundamental precepts of the neoliberal order. 143 Roughly 400,000 protesters led the streets of downtown La Paz on October 17. The president left his residence in the afternoon and arrived at Military College in La Paz. From there he took a helicopter to Santa Cruz and composed a letter of resignation which was faxed to Congress later that evening. From Viru Airport in Santa Cruz, Sánchez de Lozada headed to Miami, accompanied by his wife, Jimena Iturralde, 6 family members, including his daughter, Congressional Deputy Member Alejandra Sánchez de Lozada, Minister of Defense, Carlos Sánchez Berzain, and Health Minister, Javier Torres Goitia. 144 Carlos Mesa became president at 10:30 p.m. according to constitutional procedures in the event of a president's resignation. All the political parties with representation in Congress supported the constitutional succession. 145. Conclusion. This chapter has sought to provide a detailed portrait of the working classes of El Alto and how they were able to overcome structural barriers standing in the way of collective action through the use of the city's dense infrastructure of class struggle and combined cultural traditions of revolutionary Marxism and indigenous liberation. Sectors of the formal working class were able to play a supporting role in the insurrections because of the orientation towards social movement unionism adopted by the COB and the FSTMB. Similarly, the Xitsib and the Futlptk provided the radicalized Aymara peasantry with the rural infrastructure of class struggle through which to kick off the September-October gas war with marches and hunger strikes, and to support the insurrectionary process throughout the duration of the period with road blockades and mass peasant assemblies in the western Altiplano. Congealing the alliance between the peasantry, the informal working classes, the formal working class, and, eventually, fractions of the middle class, was a collective action frame around the call to nationalize natural gas, and the extensive but insufficient use of state repression against civilians on the part of the government of Sánchez de Lozada. Ultimately, the dense infrastructure of class struggle and social movement unionism, oppositional traditions of indigenous and working class radicalism, alliances between the peasants, workers, and the middle class, the collective gas frame, and state repression, came together to force the resignation of Sánchez de Lozada on October 17, 2003. Carlos Mesa then assumed of C.E. Son of 2 of Bolivia's most highly regarded mainstream historians, Mesa was a LM critic in the late 1970s and early 1980s, publishing La Aventura del Cine Boliviano in 1985. Later, he became a radio journalist, before turning to TV journalism where he became well known and well respected in middle-class circles. Mesa also established credentials as a historian by co-writing with his parents a thick general history of Bolivia. Throughout the 1990s, his fame grew as a TV journalist and political analyst on the program De Cerca, or Up Close. 146 Mesa had never been a member of the MNR, even after agreeing to run as Sánchez de Lozada's vice presidential running mate in the 2000 elections. He utilized this stature as an independent intellectual without party affiliation to distance himself from a regime in which he had in fact played a key role as vice president. Upon assuming the presidency, he pledged to piece together independent forces into the government and to restore the credibility of the political class in the eyes of the Bolivian population. In response to the popular October agenda, for which left indigenous forces had struggled, he promised a referendum on natural gas, a constituent assembly, and modification of the hydrocarbons law. While the Constitution established that his mandate ought to last until August 6, 2007, Mesa argued that Congress could convene elections as soon as it deemed it reasonable to do so. Mesa requested a grace period in which social movements would withdraw from mass actions and let him study their demands and proceed with governing the country peacefully. 147 In the midst of the jubilation surrounding the fall of Sanchez de Lozada, Mesa was initially well received by the key sectors that had mobilized in September and October. That would soon change. Chapter 7. Carlos Mesa and a Divided Country. Left indigenous and Eastern bourgeois blocs in the Second Gas War of May and June 2005. I rebel so that my daughter will no longer be your domestic servant. Felipe Quispe 1. Between late May and early June 2005, mass mobilizations reenacted October 2003, bringing down the presidency of Carlos Mesa on June 6, 2005, and then preventing his replacement by two representatives of the far right, Hormando Vaca Diaz, MIR, and Mario Casio, MNR. The Second Gas War erupted out of a context of deep political polarization in the country, with distinct racial, regional, and class dimensions. These various politicist and interrelated antagonisms expressed themselves politically in the formation and consolidation of left indigenous and Eastern bourgeois blocs that contended for power. The balancing act Mesa attempted between the two blocs ultimately proved untenable. As in the past, when left indigenous social forces mobilized, right-wing elites reacted out of class fear and racial hatred. However, unlike in the past, Mesa as head of state refused to employ lethal state coercion. The dynamics of state repression were thus distinct in May, June 2005 when compared to the rebellious episodes of the RST gas war. In the case of Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, state repression in September and October 2003 was nonetheless insufficient to crush the mass left indigenous mobilizations, and thus helped rather to intensify and strengthen them as new social solidarities were created among the repressed population. Carlos Mesa, adapting to the post-Sanchez de Lozada setting, made opposition to state repression a central facet of the legitimacy of his government from the outset, and was therefore highly constricted in his ability to employ the coercive apparatuses of the state when left indigenous insurrection erupted. Because Mesa refrained from employing sufficient state repression to quell rebellion, while at the same time refusing to concede to the demands of the social movements, the rising tide of revolt in late May and early June could not be restrained. The indigenous informal working classes of El Alto, organized through FIJA El Alto and COR El Alto, were again the principal actors in the May-June gas war of 2005. Sectors of the formal working class played a dynamic supporting role, as they had in the RST gas war. Again, the largely Aymara peasantry of the Altiplano were important allies of the formal and informal sectors of the working class. All of these sectors together constituted the most essential and radical actors of the 2005 gas war. They fought for the full nationalization of hydrocarbons and a revolutionary constituent assembly. 4. The role of the middle class in 2005 was different from in the 2003 gas war, however. Whereas, in October 2003, sections of the middle class had led a hunger strike to protest against the brutal state repression of Sanchez de Lozada, in 2005 they defended Mesa's regime against radical left indigenous movements. Another key distinguishing feature of the Second Gas War was the intensi-ed regionalization of political struggle. Sensing the impossibility of reconquering the state at the national level, the most powerful fractions of the Bolivian capitalist class began to entrench themselves politically in the eastern lowland departments, a defensive measure to protect their interests as best they could against the ascending left indigenous movements. This defensive move expressed itself in the Eastern Bourgeois Bloc. Carried over and deepened in the events of May and June 2005 from the insurrections of 2003 was the strengthening collective consciousness of indigenous liberation and popular class struggle from below within the radicalizing proletarian and peasant masses. One of the SPICC contributions of this chapter to the book is its attempt to convey a better sense of day-to-day dynamics in the development of this consciousness among activists in the midst of struggle. My presence during many of the marches, assemblies, and meetings throughout this period in La Paz and El Alto provided me with a unique window into these processes. 7.1 Carlos Mesa and a Divided Country, Left Indigenous and Eastern Bourgeois Blocs. For the duration of Carlos Mesa's government, October 17, 2003 to June 6, 2005, Bolivia was characterized by a deepening political polarization along the axes of class, race, and region. As illustrated in Table 7. 1. Two social blocs emerged. On the one hand, a left indigenous bloc, rooted primarily in the most heavily indigenous departments of La Paz, Cochabamba, Oruro, Potosí, and Chuquisaca, was solidified on the basis of a similar alliance of popular classes and indigenous organizations as in the RST gas war in 2003. This bloc's demands were known as the October Agenda, because they were essentially carried over from the unfulfilled promise of the October 2003 gas war. Naming it the October Agenda, moreover, commemorated the martyrs and wounded of the earlier insurrection. The details of the October Agenda are outlined in Table 7. 1. The principal collective action frame of May and June 2005 was again the nationalization of gas. However, the call to convene a constituent assembly was also central to the Second Gas War, and more important than it had been in the RST. The principal social organizations of the left indigenous forces, as depicted in Table 7. 1. Were FIJAVEL Alto, CORL Alto, the COB, FSTMB, Rural and Urban Teachers, FUTLTK, Confederación Sindical Única de Trabajadores Campesinos de Bolivia, QUISP, Bolivian Peasant Trade Union Confederation, XITSIB, QUISP, and the Coordinator of GAS. The other constellation of social forces to consolidate itself between October 2003 and June 2005 was an Eastern bourgeois bloc, led by the regional bourgeoisies of the hydrocarbons-rich departments of Tarija and Santa Cruz, as well as their allies in Beni and Pando, see Table 7.1. Collectively, these departments are known as the Media Luna. 5. Although led by bourgeois forces, and embracing a political project that protected the interests of dominant regional capitalists, the Eastern bourgeois bloc nonetheless enjoyed considerable support from the popular rural and urban classes of these departments. While the hegemony of neoliberal ideas had been crushed, at least temporarily, in the departments where the left indigenous bloc was strongest, they continued to resonate in those of the Media Luna. 6. The capitalist class of the eastern lowlands had enjoyed direct access to the highest reaches of the state between 1985 and 2003. They held important ministerial positions and dominated the traditional neoliberal parties, the MNR, MIR, and ADN, that governed through a series of pact coalitions over this period. The October 2003 insurrection, even if it did not fulfill the revolutionary objectives of many in the left indigenous camp, did defeat Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada and cut out in this way the direct and unmediated access to the state apparatus enjoyed by bourgeois forces in the East. The fortunes of the three key neoliberal parties tumbled still further in the December 2004 municipal elections, in which their performances were abysmal. The Eastern bourgeois bloc thus sought strategically to entrench itself in the regions where it was able, knowing that establishing hegemony at the national level was not plausible in the short to medium term, given the balance of social forces in society at that juncture. This quintessentially defensive strategy expressed itself in the January Agenda of 2005, which was meant to counter the left indigenous October Agenda of 2003. The January Agenda, so designated in the aftermath of a large mobilization of over 300,000 supporters in the city of Santa Cruz in January 2005, was based on an ideological commitment to free market capitalism, openness to foreign direct investment, and bitter racism toward the indigenous majority of the country, see Table 7.1. It was articulated more precisely through the demand for departmental autonomy for the 4 departments of the Media Luna within the Bolivian state. Autonomy, in this context, meant, 1. Regional control over natural resources, example land, timber, gas, and oil, 2. The right to retain control over 2/3 of all tax revenues generated in the department, and 3. Authority to set all policies other than defense, currency, tariffs, and foreign relations. 7. The various fractions of the Cruceño capitalist class, Nance, agro-industry, and petroleum, were able to close ranks under the banner of autonomy and forge the foundations of the Eastern Bourgeois Bloc. The Cámara Agropecuaria del Oriente, Eastern Agricultural Chamber, CAO, the Federación de Ganaderos, Cattle Ranchers Federation, the Cámara de Hidrocarburos, Hydrocarbons Chamber, and the Cámara de Industria y Comercio, Chamber of Industry and Commerce, CAINCO, proved capable of working together effectively through their shared peak organization, the Federación de Empresarios Privados de Bolivia, Santa Cruz, Federation of Private Entrepreneurs of Bolivia, Santa Cruz, FEPBSC. In 2004, the FEPBSC broke ranks with the Bolivia-wide Business Association, the Confederación de Empresarios Privados de Bolivia, Confederation of Private Entrepreneurs of Bolivia, CEPB, to devote itself to the autonomist movement. This lent a certain popular credibility to its claims that the FEPBSC represents the territorial interests of Santa Cruz, and in related ways to the whole Media Luna, rather than the core interests of a small group of capitalists nationwide. The autonomist movement as a whole has, in this way, effectively incorporated, and/or co-opted, various sections of non-elite civil society organizations, trade unions, and indigenous movements. 8. Together, the fractions of the capitalist class represented in the FEPBSC nanced and controlled the primary political tool in the autonomist struggle, the Pro-Santa Cruz Committee, CPSC. Carlos Mesa owed his presidency to the mass left indigenous mobilizations of September and October 2003, and he took up variations on the key slogans of those mobilizations as his own. 9. He promised, for example, to reform the hydrocarbons industry and to introduce a constituent assembly. But while Mesa was indebted to the popular forces that facilitated his ascent, he was clearly not of the left indigenous social bloc. 10. Details of the president's mixed agenda are highlighted in Table 7. 1. At the same time, Mesa was not enmeshed in the Eastern Bourgeois Bloc in the way that Sánchez de Lozada had been. Mesa was not a member of a political party, and thus stood outside the MNR, MIR, ADN triad to a certain degree. Mesa attempted to mediate between two polarist social blocs. 11. He initially forged tenuous but important ties with popular left indigenous movements by promising reform and adopting rhetoric of change. As president, he offered cosmetic changes at the fringes of the neoliberal economic model, while fundamentally wedding his government to the perpetuation of the basic structure of the political, economic, and social system introduced to the country in 1985. 12. Mesa defended the principal interests of the dominant economic classes, transnational capital operating in Bolivia, and the key international financial institutions, particularly the IMF. Yet, in rhetoric and practice, he was forced to take a softer approach to his advocacy of neoliberalism than had Sánchez de Lozada. 13. The particular historical circumstances that allowed him to become president in the RST place, and the latent mobilization capacity of the left indigenous bloc, always just beneath the surface, could not have allowed him to do otherwise. Mesa choreographed a sophisticated dance between the two social blocs until the beginning of 2005. 14. In the ensuing months, however, growing discontent with Mesa's insufficient concessions to the October agenda, reignited popular mobilizations of left indigenous movements. These, in turn, fostered counter-mobilization by the autonomist movement of the Media Luna. 15. The back-and-forth spiral provided oxygen to the hardest currents of each side. By March 2005, Mesa, underestimating the strength of the left indigenous bloc, opted for an open realignment with the Eastern Bourgeois bloc, throwing the country into a pivotal face-off situation that eventually played itself out in Bolivia's second gas war of May, June 2005. As indicated in Table 7. 1. It is also essential to understand that there were two other groups that effectively dangled between the two blocks in the country, sections of the urban middle classes, especially outside the departments of the Media Luna, and the MAS Party, under the leadership of Evo Morales. Their distinct actions at different intervals helped to reinforce one bloc or the other. Because Mesa was not a member of the MNR and because he had betrayed Sanchez de Lozada in the closing weeks of the October 2003 gas war, he did not have a predictable and loyal base of support in either the Chamber of Deputies or the Senate. The MAS, as the second largest party in Congress after the MNR, was consequently an important potential ally. From the perspective of the less radical elements within the MAS, tangible benefits would accrue to their own party as well through an alliance with Mesa. Hoping to deepen the reform in Mesa's soft neoliberal reformism, Evo Morales entered into an unofficial alliance with the executive power which lasted from October 2003 until March 2005, ensuring the political survival of the president. The alliance eventually fell apart during debate over the depth of reforms to be incorporated into the new hydrocarbons law. In the wake of this breakdown, Mesa shifted markedly to the right, and the MAS, hesitatingly and inconsistently, forged new alliances with the reignited, radical sectors of the left indigenous bloc. 16. The middle class, that second swing group, played a different role from that in October 2003, see Table 7.1. In the RST gas war, the urban middle classes engaged in hunger strikes in support of the left indigenous overthrow of Sanchez de Lozada. They were responding in part to the brutal repression of civilians orchestrated by the regime. In March 2005, however, when Mesa shifted to the right, the middle classes went with him. Indeed, many went so far as to mobilize actively against the left indigenous bloc from March until June 2005. The country became increasingly polarized along race, class and regional lines throughout the Mesa presidency, but accelerating sharply in January 2005 with a water war against privatization in El Alto and the emergence of the January agenda of the autonomist movement in the Media Luna departments of Santa Cruz, Tarija, Pando, and Beni. 17. The advancing social polarization between January and March 2005 laid the basis for Mesa's ultimately unsuccessful attempt to align himself more closely with the Eastern bourgeois bloc, and Morales's efforts to build closer ties between his party and the more radical social movements of the left indigenous bloc. Neither Mesa nor Morales were able to fully overcome the contradictions of their new allegiances by the end of March. Thus, by early April 2005, the polarization of left indigenous and Eastern bourgeois blocs persisted, but in an altered form. Mesa's reunion with the Eastern Lowland right wing after his RST resignation speech in March was short-lived. 18. He dangled once again between the blocs, but his position was dramatically more tenuous given the breakdown of his alliance with the MAS. The MAS had shifted to the left out of necessity, but it did not abandon its hopes for coming to ofce through elections in 2007, or earlier if elections were pushed forward. The party thus committed itself to extra-parliamentary activism to promote a modest change to the tax regime on hydrocarbons. As distinct from the call for full nationalization coming from other social movements. There were, then, two hard blocs on the left and right, and between the two, a shifting middle ground. A lull in protests set in by the beginning of April 2005. The underlying contradictions, however, had not been resolved. They rose to the surface in mid-May with the approval of a new hydrocarbons law that fell short of the MAS proposal for 50% royalties, and made a mockery of the more radical demand of nationalization coming from the left indigenous bloc. The result was the May-June 2005 gas war. 7.2 Nationalization frame, class infrastructure, repertoires of contention. 7.2.1 The collective frame of gas nationalization. By early May, the shape of the second gas war was coming slowly into view. The social movements of the left indigenous bloc had inventoried their resources and mobilizing capacities and decided the time to act was upon them. The Xitzib faction led by Felipe Quispe had made the nationalization of gas and of shale priority in its convention of December 2003. Fijovel Alto had approved the demand as a key objective at its General Congress of 2004, when a new executive committee was elected behind this mandate. The COB, the FUTLPTK, the Coordinator of Gas, the FSTMB, and a myriad of other actors had also been on board since the October 2003 gas war made the nationalization of hydrocarbons a popular priority. 19. The discovery of huge deposits of natural gas is by a long way the most important development in Bolivia's economic history in the last 80 years, as Alvaro Garcia Linera points out. 20. The issue of the nationalization of hydrocarbons, he rightly suggests, puts into play the possibility of a material and productive basis for an alternative economic model to neoliberalism. 21. The sine qua non of the historical moment, the burden of their responsibility to wrestle control of the country's natural resources away from private transnational companies and into the hands of workers and peasants, was not lost on the activists of the left indigenous bloc. The demand of the city of El Alto is the recovery of our hydrocarbons, explained Rafael Mamani of Fijovel Alto. In October 2003, we made an agenda and there were many dead and wounded. Today, we are asking that the Mesa government respect that agenda. 22. Indeed, the unparalleled importance of the battle to nationalize this industry is revealed in the fact that the issue was often intimately fused in the thoughts of activists with the question of revolutionary power and the fundamental transformation of Bolivian society. In 2003, the fundamental objective was to kick out Goni Sanchez de Lozada, after 20 years of neoliberalism. He was the face of neoliberalism. It was he who imposed the privatization of hydrocarbons, and it was he who was the enemy. However, now, after all of this process that we have lived through, we have realized that it was not one man, it was the whole system. And now the masses are much more politicized. The events of May and June are experiences that showed that the masses are more politicized, more ideological, more convinced that change is not replacing one man, but the system. Clearly and concretely, it is the dominant castes, the oligarchy, that are defending power. We have to overthrow them. We believe that we have to have optimism, to arrive at the NAL objective of our struggles, which is the change of the political, economic, and social system. This, undoubtedly, is going to mean major sacrifices, but with the security that this sacrifice is going to be for us, and for future generations. 23. The above passage, from an interview with the FSTMB's Executive Secretary Miguel Zubayda on June 23, 2005, exemplifies the high stakes of the gas war as understood by social movement leaders, and, just as importantly, their opponents. Based on my participant observation in many popular movement assemblies and mobilizations in El Alto and La Paz, as well as interviews with leading activists during this period, it is clear to me that the unifying frame of the May-June insurrection was the nationalization of hydrocarbons. A secondary, but nonetheless important theme, was the Constituent Assembly. 24. 7.2.2 Infrastructure of Class Struggle and the Left Indigenous Bloc. Although there were occasionally discrepancies in the responses of interviewees as to the weight assigned to different social movement sectors within the Left Indigenous Bloc during May and June, there was surprising consistency regarding which basic sectors constituted this bloc. 25. The same rural and urban infrastructures of class struggle that were instrumental to the strength of rebellions in 2003 were at work again in 2005. Analysis of these interviews, combined with an extensive qualitative study of the major national newspapers over the relevant period of insurrection, and my own observations in La Paz and El Alto, indicate a relatively transparent panorama of the major players. At the forefront of the struggle were Fijovel Alto and Corl Alto, as the principal community infrastructures of class struggle available to the informal proletarians of the city. Fijovel Alto and Corl Alto relied, in turn, on crucial alliances with the Aymara peasantry of the Altiplano, organized through Xitzib, Quispe, and FUTLPTK, and with sections of the formal working class organized at the national level through the COB. Particularly important in terms of the formal working class were the miners, channeled through the FSTMB, and the urban and rural teachers. Healthcare workers played a backing role in La Paz. The coordinator of gas, led by Oscar Oliveira, offered a Cochabamba Ank to this radical base of the May-June 2005 gas war. Also mobilized in extra-parliamentary actions, but with a distinct agenda rooted in modest reformism, was the MAS, under the leadership of Evo Morales. Here, the major affiliated social sectors were the Xatsib faction led by Roman Loaza, and the Cocoleros of the Chaparral and the Yungas. 7.2.3 Repertoires of contention. A principal method of struggle was the road blockade, executed with stunning scope and intensity. At the height of the May-June insurrection, 90% of the highways in the country, spanning all 9 departments, were blocked. This ground to a halt the transit of almost all commodities, vehicles, and people along these routes. 26 The general strike in El Alto, accompanied by the territorial takeover of the city by activists operating within neighborhood councils and other elements of the community infrastructure of class struggle, was another critical method. Close to 90% of industrial activity in the city of El Alto was paralyzed for weeks, beginning on May 23 when the general strike called by FIJA El Alto and COR El Alto began. 27 The combined effect of blockades, mobilizations and strikes on tourism was dramatic. Foreign embassies called on their citizens to vacate the country. Anecdotally, a representative of the Plaza Hotel in La Paz told one reporter that they were operating at 10 to 15% capacity at best. 28 Third, there was a series of mass mobilizations, marches, protests, and clashes with the police and armed forces that surpassed in geographical range as well as absolute numbers of participants the ones of October 2003. A fourth and novel component was added to the repertoire of the left indigenous bloc in May and June 2005, the physical occupation by protesters of natural gas elds, refineries, and petroleum and natural gas distribution centers in various parts of the country. 29 This was yet another strand in a multi-pronged assault on the economy in an effort to assert social control over natural resources that had been commodified in the years of neoliberalism. 7.3 Narrative of the May-June gas war. 7.3.1 Tension mounts in early May. At the beginning of May, a congressional proposal for a new hydrocarbons law, stipulating a new regulatory regime of 18% royalties and 32% taxes in the natural gas and petroleum sectors, was passed on to President Mesa for deliberation. It had taken Congress a year and a half after the October 2003 gas war to approve a new hydrocarbons law, and a full 9 months after it was introduced for discussion in congressional sessions. Outside of the con-ness of parliamentary politics, social movements immediately expressed their discontent with the proposed law and began to organize a collective response. 30 As early as May 11, an emergency General Assembly of FIJA El Alto was incredibly animated. Gerardo Bustamante, representing COR El Alto, addressed those assembled in the meeting hall. Comrades, we're going to call a public meeting of all the organic social organizations of El Alto and organize measures at the level of the city. We will declare El Alto as the capital, as the bastion of the workers' struggle. The workers, the neighbors, and El Alto altogether, must be our organization. Through the neighborhood councils and the assemblies the people must take power. We are not going to hand over power once again to the white-collar bourgeoisie. Comrades, during these days we have gained experience and we know how to lead ourselves. If we govern ourselves in this way, we will be able to govern at the national level of our country. Comrades, help me yell out, long live the neighborhood councils. Long live the Regional Workers Central COR El Alto. Long live the Bolivian Workers Central COB. 31. At the same meeting, Jamie Solares invited the activists of FIJA El Alto to finish what we started in October. Finishing what we began in October means that people must take power, close down the congresses. 32 As the workers in El Alto prepared for revolution beneath the banner of natural resource recovery, the IMF, transnational petroleum enterprises, and various domestic business groups offered a critique from the right of the proposed law approved by Congress. They demanded that Mesa veto the law because if passed, they argued, it would dissuade future investment in the industry that was vital for the country's very economic survival. 33 Pressure turned in on Mesa from all sides. With no social base left to speak of, Mesa clung to the hope that he might circumvent a headlong fall into the abyss. The consummate TV journalist president, he relied once again on a televised address to the nation. 34 He spoke of the most intense polarization of the country since the crisis of October 2003. A polarization in which ideological positions, conceptions of the future, visions of the country, regional positions, positions of organized groups, are leading the nation toward irreconcilable confrontation. According to Mesa, the situation had degenerated into an extremely worrying scenario, in which the integrity of the country was at stake. I believe, and I say this with all of my heart, Mesa warned the citizens, that the unity of Bolivia today is in serious risk. 35 Mesa called for an Encuentro por la Unidad de Bolivia, gathering for the unity of Bolivia, to be held on Monday, May 16, the day before he would be required to submit his verdict on the hydrocarbons law. 36. 7.3.2 Elite ruptures. The attempt to organize an encuentro delivered Mesa's latest injury in a long line of political punishments. The president could not secure a majority in Congress behind the gathering, and, therefore, the Supreme Court refused to participate as well. Multiple sectors from within the left indigenous and eastern bourgeois blocs who had been invited also refused to attend. Embarrassingly, Mesa was forced to cancel the initiative. 37 Ruptures in the always fragile elite alliance with Mesa, RST sealed in the aftermath of his threat to resign in March, began to widen into deep chasms. 38 Representatives of the manor criticized Mesa for taking so long to deliberate on the law approved by Congress, arguing that this reversed all the advances made in the past 9 months of congressional sessions. 39 Eloy Lujan, leader of the NFR, chastised Mesa for evading his responsibility to govern and lead the country. 40 Oscar Ide of the Mir said that Mesa appeared to be intensely confused in his most recent address to the nation, and that his ambiguity and indecisiveness in dealing with the hydrocarbons law was bringing the whole process back to square one. 41 Over the next week, the columns and reportage of the mainstream print media and the news programs on television provided a near-constant barrage of criticisms against the president. 42 Business organizations began explicitly to insist that Mesa restore order to the country and apply the laws in the face of popular movement mobilization. 43. 7.3.3 Moderates and radicals. On the other side of the divide, preparations were developing for mass protests on May 16, the day before Mesa would have to make his decision on the hydrocarbons law. 2 wings of protest emerged that converged on some issues, but remained divided on the core themes. The moderates, on the one hand, gathered behind the MAS for the march from Caracalo to La Paz. They continued to demand 50% royalties on petroleum protests, despite the fact that the frame of full nationalization had quickly resonated much more deeply in the left indigenous bloc. This march was also explicitly advertised by the MAS leadership as an alternative to road blockades rather than as an act of solidarity with blockades being planned elsewhere in the country by other sectors. However, as events proceeded, many of the rank and LE participating in the march from Caracalo to La Paz would themselves become adherents of the nationalization wing of the protest movement. The latter wing, the radical core of the left indigenous bloc, was led by Fijovel Alto and Corl Alto. 44 They were planning massive marches from El Alto into La Paz for May 16, behind the demand of nationalization, a revolutionary constituent assembly and, for the majority, the closure of Congress. 45 Taking their cue from Fijovel Alto's and Corl Alto's calls for action on May 16, an array of social movement sectors announced their intentions to participate. Urban teachers at a national level, organized through the CMUB, said they would participate by initiating a nationwide strike and roadblocks that day. In El Alto itself, the Federación Regional de Transporte 1 de Mayo, May 1 Regional Federation of Truckers, May 1 FRT, and the Federación de Trabajadores en Salud, Federation of Healthcare Workers, FTS, alongside many other groups, formally committed to participating in the March on La Paz. The leadership of the COB was attending the emergency assemblies of FIJA of El Alto during this period, and they made a formal call on their affiliates across the country to be prepared to take action on May 16. Elsewhere, the MST and the Confederación de Naciones Indígenas y Originarios, Confederation of Aboriginal and Indigenous Nations, CNIO, also led by Roberto de la Cruz, announced that they would coordinate blockades of the highway between Oruro and La Paz in the community of Colina, to coincide with the mass protests of El Alto and the capital. 46. 7.4 The Second Gas War begins, the marches of May 16. In the end, May 16 marked a turning of the tide, after which there was no way that the left indigenous bloc, nor the more moderate wing of protesters led by the MAS, could accept any hydrocarbons law that did not lead to nationalization, or, at least, a radical reform of the industry. Jamie Solares encapsulated the general sentiments of the movement: "We are tired of so much manipulation. What we are demanding is the immediate nationalization of hydrocarbons because this will generate more jobs. We need a patriotic president and not one who defends the interests of transnational corporations." 47 Roberto de la Cruz put it more succinctly: "El Alto made Carlos Mesa Gispert president, and we can also remove him." 48 At around 8:00 am on that Monday morning, I arrived in El Alto. Massive crowds of mostly poor indigenous Bolivians gathered on the cusp of the mountainside that descends into the capital city. Workers in the massive informal sector, ex-miners relocated to the shanty town after privatization of the mines in 1985, the unemployed, indigenous peasants, recent migrants from the countryside pushed from their former livelihoods through the devastation of the agricultural economy in the High Plateau, pensioners, university students, women in traditional indigenous dress with their unique bowler hats, shoeshine boys, Trotskyist teachers, communists, socialists, indigenistas, neighborhood activists, populists, and many others milled around in a jovial mood, eating breakfast on the street, provided by women street vendors who erected their food stands alongside the march for the country's natural gas. The size of the demonstration was impressive, even if accurate figures were impossible to acquire. It took 3 hours to march the roughly 7 miles from the edge of El Alto to downtown La Paz. When we were close to the edge of downtown, one could look up the mountainside to the start of El Alto, and see steady and thick waves of protesters still just beginning their participation in the march. A young Aymara man in front of me carried a sign: "Bolivia will neither be a colony of the Yankees nor of the transnationals." Another placard read: "Out with the transnationals. Bread. Work. Education." A long trail of trade union and social movement banners were carried down the hillsides, together with Bolivian AGS and indigenous WEFERs. Along the way, the chants of protesters and casual conversations made clear the demands: nationalization of gas, a constituent assembly, the shutdown of parliament, and the removal of Mesa. But, underlying all of this, was the more basic sentiment expressed by one worker marching next to me: "The governments have been on the side of the transnationals, and the rich. We want a government on the side of the people." As the waves of demonstrators seemingly had no end, participants in the march started speculating: another October. Once we arrived in the center of La Paz, excitement grew as the front lines of the mobilization veered away from the road leading to the Plaza San Francisco, a frequent point of convergence for demonstrations, instead opting for the route leading to the Plaza Murillo, which hosts the presidential palace. 2 blocks away from the plaza, the march encountered its RST line of heavily armed police, decked out in riot gear and grim faces. The marchers chanted and sung for the police to join them, pointing out that they had the option of uniting with the people or acting as the assassins of the state. The march turned up a different street, opting out of confrontation at this point and circling around for an attempt to take the plaza from another location. A few blocks later the march stopped short and the front lines began jeering and yelling at the next police barricade. In the tradition of the Bolivian tin miners, the old vanguard of the Bolivian left, dynamite was exploded, not with the intention of killing anyone, but making some noise and building up the energy of the protesters. This act, in conjunction with protesters on the front lines physically removing one of the blockades that had been set up, sparked a police response. They used their tear gas canisters, and soon after, rubber bullets. Also, for the RST time, the state used one of its special anti-disturbance vehicles, the Neptuno, which looks like a cross between a tank and a banking security truck. The Neptuno's special feature is a powerful water gun that hoses people to the ground, inciting panic among escaping crowds in the narrow colonial streets of the capital. The stores on these streets were all closed and barricaded, allowing no means of reprieve but to run from the state reaction to mobilization. This area of the city is heavily populated with kindergartens, and primary and secondary schools. Many youngsters suffered from the tear gas that had everyone running and crying, and more than a few vomiting, blocks away from the actual confrontation. While in no sense a bloody replay of Sanchez de Lozada's massacre in October 2003, Monday nonetheless left the crowd notably stirred up and angered in comparison to the jovial breakfast reunion in El Alto. The demonstrations on May 16 were much wider than my personal experience could possibly convey. In La Paz, traffic was halted everywhere in downtown for most of the day. Tear gas, anti-disturbance vehicles, and rubber bullets from the coercive wings of the state were met with clubs and bottles from protesters. 49 at least 4 were injured by rubber bullets, including a peasant activist, an UPEA student, and a 14-year-old boy. A fourth unidentified man was hit in the foot with a rubber bullet. One witness reported that a man had been seriously injured next to his eye, while a leader of the teachers' union claimed another had been hit squarely in the chest with yet another rubber bullet. 50 elsewhere in the country, roadblocks were erected. For example, highway traffic was halted between Oruro and Cochabamba. 51 Meanwhile, in the rural parts of La Paz, the FSTCLPTK publicized the fact that dense road blockades in all 20 provinces of the department would be erected the next day, on May 17. 52. 7.4.1 The absence of lethal state repression and further elite ruptures. Mesa, unlike Sanchez de Lozada, did not respond to the protests with lethal repression, to the growing dismay of the Eastern bourgeois bloc. The latter began to shift its support toward the resignation of Carlos Mesa, demanding that it be followed immediately by a constitutional succession. Hormando Vaca Diaz, Mir, from Santa Cruz, and Mario Casio, MNR, from Tarija, were essentially acting as the congressional face of the Eastern bourgeois bloc by this point, and they were in line to succeed Mesa. Congresspeople from the MNR, MIR, and NFR made public comments that the president had been critically weakened and that there may have to be a constitutional succession. One congressional deputy of the MNR, Luis Eduardo Siles, said, for example, that his party would support a constitutional succession, and if the idea is succession, the president of the Senate, Hormando Vaca Diaz, is the one who has to assume responsibility. 53 Mesa's director of Con ICT Prevention, Gregorio Lanza, accused sections of the MNR, that had been an integral part of Sanchez de Lozada's administration, of seeking to destabilize the Mesa government. 54. 7.5 The new hydrocarbons law. Carlos Mesa waited until the last possible minute to return the hydrocarbons law to Congress. In a surprising move, the president refused both his right to veto or promulgate the law, and, instead, simply returned it to Congress without any specific suggestions for amendment. This obliged the president of the Senate, Vaca Diaz, to assume responsibility for promulgating the law, which he did in Congress on the afternoon of May 17. That evening, Mesa's government purchased airtime on all the leading television channels. Interrupting the regular after-dinner programming, he delivered an hour-long speech declaring the issue of hydrocarbons a matter that could now be set aside, as a new and definitive law had been passed. 55 In an attempt to avert the country's eyes to something new, Mesa introduced the details of a social and economic plan for the nation, which he said combined productivity and solidarity. 56 Rather than calming the political environs, however, Mesa's strategy merely stoked the smoldering tinder strewn all about him. Over the next 3 weeks, he would be engulfed entirely in aims. It was immediately clear, for example, that the president had lost any and all support from the traditional neoliberal parties within Congress. In an animated and angry speech in Congress, before promulgating the new law, Vaca Diaz positioned himself to succeed Mesa as president. He denounced Mesa for his destructive indecisiveness as leader of the country. The response was extended applause from all parties save the MAS. Political analysts of all stripes asserted that the president had exhausted what little had remained of his political capital, and that his social base within the citizenry had dissipated irreversibly. 57. 7.5.1 Left Indigenous Bloc response to new hydrocarbons law. The social forces of the Left Indigenous Bloc, meanwhile, perceived limitations of the new law as an affront to the memory of the fallen martyrs of October 2003. The MAS, too, despite its malleable notions of what would constitute nationalization, and the party's general moderate reformism, found this pill too bitter to swallow. The following 4 days witnessed a series of demonstrations in La Paz against the new law. 58 Attending the long and dynamic emergency assembly of Fijavel Alto that evening, I recorded the executive committee's summary of the decisions made after extended debate and deliberation involving representatives from all the districts of the city. They resolved to move forward with a new wave of mobilizations, assemblies, and marches, while continuously returning to their grassroots rank and LE for purposes of organizing, educating, and allowing for mass democratic participation as the process unfolded. The miners pledged to continue pressure tactics and mobilizations. 59 In an interview on June 23, 2005, Miguel Zubayeta recounted how the FSTMB had spent all of 2004 pushing for social movements across the country to set aside their particular demands and unite behind the singular frame of nationalization. In the protests of May and June, miners contributed activists and organizational skill to the national blockade of roads throughout the mining zones of the western Altiplano, particularly in Oruro and Potosi. They engaged in street battles with police and military forces in La Paz, and ultimately led the battle in Sucre to prevent Vaca Diaz from coming to power after Mesa resigned on June 6. 60 In the wake of the passage of the new law on May 17, the COB called for the shutting down of Congress and Mesa's resignation. The FUTLPTK executed their road blocking plans in the rural provinces of La Paz. The National Road Service confirmed that road blockades had been extended to the 4 principal highways, including the international connections to Chile and Peru in the western part of the country. Healthcare workers in La Paz announced an upcoming 48-hour strike. COD La Paz, an affiliate of the COB, decided in an assembly to continue with further mobilizations and a march in favor of nationalization. Celestiano Lora, one of the organization's executives, said, "We are not going to drop our arms until we've achieved nationalization. We are not going to forget the fallen of October, and we are going to demand that the traitors resign from their positions." 61 Juan Carlos Valencia, of CORL Alto, agreed, declaring that for us, nationalization is everything. He said that Congress must be shut down, and that Mesa must resign. Now more than ever the only instrument of struggle is to go out into the streets. 62 A 48-hour general strike was announced in the city of Potosi, where workers rejected the new hydrocarbons law and called for nationalization. 63 Over the next several days, clashes between protesters and the armed forces of the state occurred in various parts of the country, but were particularly volatile in the capital. The miners of the FSTMB were a militant presence in La Paz over these days, interrupting traffic and setting off dynamite explosions close to the military and police barricades surrounding the Plaza Murillo. 64 The capital was rocked with a series of mobilizations denouncing the new law and demanding nationalization. Corral Alto and Fejavel Alto decided to hold a general strike beginning on Monday, May 23, the same day that the MAS-led marchers from Caracalo would arrive in La Paz. Between 18 and May 21 there were violent clashes between protesters and the armed forces throughout the country, although they resulted in no reported deaths. Fejavel Alto, Corral Alto, the COB, and the FSTMB led actions in and around El Alto and La Paz. The rural teachers, who initiated a 72-hour strike on May 18, immediately declared their support for moves toward a general strike of various sectors for the following day. As all of this was transpiring, CONAMIC initiated a hunger strike in La Paz in support of a constituent assembly and were immediately supported by the Coordinadora de Pueblos Étnicos de Santa Cruz, Coordinator of Ethnic Peoples of Santa Cruz, PESC, on the other side of the country. In Oruro and Potosí, as well, a number of different social movements demonstrated in support of the Constituent Assembly demand. Joining the growing wave of militancy, professors and students from La Paz's Public University, UMSA, marched together for the nationalization of hydrocarbons and a constituent assembly. In Oruro, 50 peasants from the Oruro branch of the MST occupied a large land holding. Cochabamba was also a center of revolt. Peasants, workers affiliated with the COD Cochabamba, members of the Coordinator of Gas, university students, truckers, and neighborhood councils from the impoverished southern zone of the city, together surrounded the Guilberto Villarro El Natural Gas Refinery and protested against the new hydrocarbons law. 7.5.2 Revolutionary consciousness grows within left indigenous bloc. Interviews conducted on May 20 with two activists from Fejavel Alto, Jorge Mendoza Mamani and Luciano Suarez, are revealing in the sense that they convey the heightening intensity and pace of mobilizations, rising expectations, and deepening visions of profound change ahead. I spoke to them after a neighborhood council meeting in Santiago too, a neighborhood of mostly relocated ex-miners in El Alto. We are rising up in yet another insurrection to such an extent that many leaders are now calling for revolution, Mendoza Mamani explained. Therefore, there is going to be complete change. I know there is going to be complete transformation. Whether it be peacefully or through force, there is going to be total change. 65 Suarez, likewise set out a radical strategy, focusing on the complete shutdown of Congress. May and June is a continuation of October. We committed a grave error in October 2003. We did not shut down Congress, which is full of corrupt leaders. The only thing the Mesa government has done is approve a law that favor petroleum companies, not the people. Therefore, the mobilization that is occurring now is a continuation of the mobilizations of October. Our demands repeat the theme of gas and the theme of a constituent assembly. In other words, the October agenda must be full LLED. 66. 7.5.3 Divisions between moderates and radicals deepen. On May 23, Altino protesters greeted the MAS-led march from Caracalo in a spirit of solidarity as the marchers entered their city en route to La Paz. At the same time, many held placards reminding the MAS leadership that the demand of the left indigenous bloc was full nationalization, not 50% or royalties. 67 As the march from Caracalo descended into La Paz, it was reinforced by the various Altino social movement and union organizations. Once downtown, miners and street vendors clashed with police in the vicinity of the Plaza San Francisco, but no serious injuries were reported. 68 Tear gas and anti-disturbance vehicles were used against the crowds. Traffic was suspended throughout much of La Paz and the city's bus terminal was closed down. Protests and strike activity in El Alto led American Airlines to cancel all its flights to the capital, while domestic airlines continued to fly, but with a substantially reduced number of flights. 69 Tens of thousands of demonstrators gathered in the downtown streets of La Paz. While Mesa remained reluctant to use lethal force against civilians, the Minister of Government, Saul Lara, declared that in order to guarantee order and to avoid incidents of violence in the streets because of social protests, the armed forces and police were now of Chile in a state of emergency. 70 The main event of the day, however, was an open assembly in the Plaza San Francisco, organized by the MAS to coincide with the arrival of the march from Caracalo. 30,000 people led the plaza and listened to a range of speakers representing all the principal sectors of the left bloc. Looking out over the crowd was like peering into a sea of checkered rainbows. 71 Over their heads, the crowd held up thousands of multicolored wifalas in an impressive display of indigenous liberation. However, divisions between the MAS leadership and some of its rank and LE, on the one hand, and the rest of the demonstrators, on the other, were apparent in the speeches and the crowd's responses. Of the 16 key speakers, Morales was the only one who did not hold a position in favor of the full nationalization of hydrocarbons. 72 I positioned myself in the midst of the large and growing assembly to listen and observe. As Morales was speaking, miners and other affiliates of the COB, as well as some other sections of the crowd, attempted to drown him out with chants of nationalization, and closed down Congress. Guilberto Koch of the FUTLP rose to speak at the assembly as well, calling for the nationalization of hydrocarbons, the resignation of Mesa, and the full national recovery and assertion of social control over all natural resources in the country. 73 Fractures in the popular movement between radicals and moderates were also evident concerning the issue of closing down Congress, as well as in the different ways various sectors understood the demand for a constituent assembly. Morales, for example, stressed that the MAS was calling for an assembly, but insisted that this could not be convened by the movements themselves, but rather had to proceed through the existing channels of the state. Morales emphasized that, "We are not calling for the closure of the Congress of the Republic, because it is the symbol of democracy." Consider that statement against a passage from the speech delivered by Jaime Solares at the same gathering: "Congress must be shut down for having sold out the people. Carlos Mesa must also resign." 74 Not for the rest time, Morales functions as a dam against a popular ode onto the nation's highways, into its streets and perhaps even the presidential palace, Forrest Hilton reported from La Paz later that week. According to Hilton, Morales has a vested interest in maintaining a dynamic of limited mobilization. Currently the only effective brake on popular insurrection, Morales poses as the defender of democracy in hopes of winning over the middle class. As Hilton correctly points out, neither Morales, nor the MAS want to see the constitutional order unravel, as both have had their sights set on the 2007 elections since 2002, when Morales nearly won the presidential race. 75 One of the most extraordinary speeches of this period was delivered at an emergency assembly in Figueval Alto on May 27. It helps to draw out the distinctions between the type of demand for a constituent assembly coming from the MAS and the conceptualization of what such an assembly would entail for many of the social forces within the left indigenous bloc. Guilberto Koch, leader of the FST-CLPTK, began his salutations to FEJUVELES in Aymara before quickly passing into Spanish. He explained that the struggle of indigenous peasants of which he was a part was not against the government alone, but also against the system that has been ruling over the indigenous majority for centuries. 76 The distinction between the radical visions of revolutionary transformation within the left indigenous bloc, and those of the MAS who continued to believe in the possibility of reforming liberal capitalism by operating within its institutions of formal electoral democracy, were made clear in Koch's description of the constituent assembly that he envisioned. Where is this constituent assembly going to come from? There is no longer going to be a Congress. There is no longer going to be a government. We will organize ourselves in a constituent assembly where there will be workers, peasants, carpenters, shoe shiners, women, and men. We will need to do what kind of country we want, what kind of economy we want. We are going to do these things. After a Pashakati, as the Aymaras and Quechuas say, after a grand revolution, as socialists and Marxists say. In our federation we've said that if one has an old shoe, what should one do, save it or throw it out? Obviously, throw it out, brothers. This system is an old shoe, rotten and full of corruption. We have to destroy it once and for all, so that a new system can be born in its place. If in the end we are going to struggle for this revolution, to follow through with this, we are only going to be able to do it through social movements. It will be the insurgency of the Bolivian people. 77. From May 23 onward, the left indigenous bloc escalated its mobilizations throughout much of the country, with La Paz and El Alto again acting as the epicenter of revolt. The forms of assemblyist popular democracy through neighborhood councils and other parts of the infrastructure of class struggle that had appeared in El Alto in October 2003 were reignited. The councils acted as a machinery of mobilization and the main fora for collectively deliberating on the best way forward. The councils coordinated soup kitchens to keep people fed. They organized the controlled and limited opening of food stalls at certain intervals during the strike so that Altinos could gather supplies. They also utilized their ties to the countryside of the Altiplano to bring in foodstuffs from the peasantry to sustain the strikers. 78. As one conservative journalist noted, El Alto was slowly suffocating La Paz. 79. On the afternoon of May 24, an emergency assembly was held at the headquarters of FIJA of El Alto. The press was locked out while the 2 hours of intense discussion and debate took place. Entering the assembly hall when they called in the press, I was hit by the intense heat of over 500 bodies cramped into a room with a normal standing capacity of maybe 300. The temperature in the room reacted well the sentiments of those gathered there. The memory of the dead and injured of October 2003 was palpable in the speeches of each of the representatives of the 9 districts of the city as they took the stage to communicate to the press and the assembly more generally the NAL resolutions of the meeting. They demanded the radicalization of mobilizations and the strike, marches to La Paz, the nationalization of hydrocarbons, a constituent assembly, a human rights trial of Sanchez de Lozada and his co-conspirators, the resignation of Carlos Mesa, and the closure of Congress. Invoking the memory of the October martyrs, Carlos Barrera, president of District 8, proclaimed, "We have an enormous responsibility. On our backs we carry the thousands and thousands of the poor. We need to proceed as in October. All the movements in the streets need to unite for the 100% recuperation of our natural resources." 7.5.4 Revolutionary Visions of Left Indigenous Bloc. By the end of May, the Bolivian capital was being positively shaken by the largest, most radical protest marches since October 2003. The question of revolutionary power was everywhere in the air. Assemblies at the neighborhood level throughout El Alto were asking why ahora qué, now what? There was massive support for ending the presidency of Carlos Mesa, and for preventing Vaca Diaz Ocasio from taking his place. Likewise, the idea for shutting down Congress entirely was widely supported. But the answer to what alternative popular power would take the place of the old state was far from clear. As one FIJAVEL activist commented, "We talk a lot about how to paralyze the city, but not about a method of power." 81 Outside the communities of El Alto, these questions were also being fervently debated. The FSTMB, for example, was RMLY in support of revolutionary transformation, although it too could not explain how to arrive at this end without a revolutionary party. In reality, Congress sold out the Bolivian people. Juan Cardozo Pacheco, the FSTMB's general secretary, told me on May 31. "We don't want to be governed by people who defend transnationals, by people who are against the Bolivian people, against our natural resources," he explained. "That is why it is important the Congress be shut down, so that the people can take power." 82 Speaking at an assembly hosted by students at the UMSA campus in La Paz, Miguel Zubayeta talked about the necessity of constructing an indigenous popular national assembly that could replace the power which oppresses us, not only in Congress but in the executive. Both of these institutions, for Zubaydah, only function to obey the orders of their transnational bosses, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. He called on the FIJAVEL Alto, CORL Alto, FUTLPTK, the FSTMB and other popular organizations to help build such a counterpower to the existing state, with each sending delegates to this popular assembly. Democracy is not practiced through the ballot box in the conditions under which we live, comrades, Zubaydah declared. The only way of structuring an authentic and real democracy is by building, enriching, and constructing our indigenous, popular, and national assemblies. 83. Later, speaking at the same UMSA assembly as Zubaydah, Koch denounced the ruling class and mainstream media's racist condemnation of the social movements struggling for revolutionary power. They accuse our social movements, and especially the peasant movements, of being irrational. They describe us as so many terrorist Indian brutes. The grand intellectuals formulate these opinions in the highest spheres of the media. But we respond to them by demanding the recovery of all natural resources. We are providing a political line for people, that this is the road we must follow to be free. Free from capitalism, free from this garbage called imperialism. This is a political, ideological position that was born in the minds of the brothers of the countryside, from the minds of those who some say are poor Indian brutes. But this is the line we are bringing forward, and we hope, brothers from the cities, that you will ascribe to this objective and that nally we can drive forward an authentic liberation, an authentic democracy. 84. The RST week of June drove from the capital the few tourists who remained, as foreign embassies advised their citizens to flee the country. Rumors of military coups permeated daily conversations on the streets. Inflationary prices and dwindling supplies stoked runs on the supermarkets, pushing prices up still further. Natural gas and gasoline were quickly being exhausted in La Paz. In Santa Cruz, violent right-wing youth from the Union Juvenil Crucenista, Cruceno Youth Union, UJC, attacked indigenous peasants who had been expressing their solidarity with the rebels in the Andean West. Mesa continued to avoid the use of lethal force, but barricaded the Plaza Murillo with the police and the military, as dynamite, tear gas, and rubber bullets were exchanged in the surrounding avenues and downtown corridors. On June 6, Mesa Nally announced his permanent and irrevocable resignation as President of Republic. That morning, between 400,000 and 500,000 protesters had occupied the capital in a gigantic display of mobilization, unprecedented in Bolivian history. Standing on the edge of the Plaza San Francisco in the middle of downtown, I turned full circle for a visual panorama and saw no end to the masses of indigenous peasants and workers in all directions. The battle had not ended, however. Between 7 and June 9, a major struggle ensued between the left indigenous bloc, the MAS, and sections of the middle class, on one side, and the eastern bourgeois bloc on the other, over the attempt by Vaca Diaz and then Casio to take Mesa's place as president. After this heroic last stand of the May-June gas war by the left indigenous bloc, neither Vaca Diaz nor Casio were able to assume of CE. Late on the evening of June 9, Vaca Diaz and Casio told the public that neither would be taking over the presidency, therefore freeing the way for Rodriguez Veltza, president of the Supreme Court, to do so. Veltza became the interim president of Bolivia, with the singular mandate of overseeing new general elections in December 2005. The left indigenous insurrectionary cycle begun in 2000 drew to a close, as mobilizations across the country subsided, and the logic of the forthcoming electoral contest replaced the logic of mass extra-parliamentary mobilization. Conclusion. Carlos Mesa's legitimacy as president was always contingent on his opposition to lethal state repression against civilians. This allowed him to succeed Sanchez de Lozada and delicately govern between the polarist left indigenous and eastern bourgeois blocs with relative success between October 2003 and March 2005. However, the contradictions of a president acting ultimately in the interests of transnational and allied domestic capital while refusing to repress a dynamic and growing movement of workers and peasants were destined to become unsustainable. When he did not repress the growing wave of mobilizations in May and June, and simultaneously maintained his intransigent position against the nationalization of hydrocarbons, Mesa ended up fueling the left indigenous mobilizations on the one hand, while losing the support of the Eastern bourgeois bloc, on the other. The insurrections of May and June 2005 were led by the informal indigenous working classes of El Alto, with the determining support of important peasant allies from the Altiplano and sectors of the formal working class. The key components of the latter were miners and teachers, and, to a lesser extent, healthcare workers. Behind these key social forces, an enormous and heterogeneous array of sections of the rural and urban popular classes participated in the monumental mobilizations of hundreds of thousands that ultimately pulled Mesa down and prevented Vaca Diaz and Casio from succeeding him. The middle class, meanwhile, was an important pillar of support for the Mesa regime. Unlike in October 2003, when sections of the middle class outside the Media Luna supported the left indigenous insurrections in the face of indiscriminate state violence being perpetrated by the state, in May and June 2005 the same urban middle class tended to support Mesa. They joined the left indigenous mobilizations in a limited and supportive role only after Mesa had resigned and the potential for a turn to the far right, and more ugly repression, reared its head under the guise of Vaca Diaz. The collective action frame of gas nationalization continued to be the principal factor binding together the disparate insurrectionary groups. The additional call for a constituent assembly, however, was more important in May and June 2005 than it had been in September and October 2003. Also novel in May and June was the intensi-ed regionalization of racial and class struggle, expressing itself most fully in the formation and consolidation of the Eastern bourgeois bloc in the departments of the Media Luna. Divisions between moderates and radicals were more evident in the extra-parliamentary mobilizations than they were in the RST gas war. The divisions were expressed mainly between the various social forces constituting what I have called the left indigenous bloc and those social forces aligned with the MAS. The MAS, under the leadership of Evo Morales, played an important role in the political dynamics that unfolded over these 2 historic months. Having been severed from the governing coalition by Mesa in March 2005, the MAS returned somewhat to extra-parliamentary activism. However, it did so under a set of reformist goals that distinguished the party from the radical sectors of the left indigenous bloc. The MAS never lost sight of its objective of winning of CE through elections. To do so, its strategy since 2002 had been to present an increasingly moderate face to the urban middle class. Winning the 2007 general elections was a long-term objective, and, when elections were rescheduled for December 2005, the immediacy of this project took precedence over all else. Thus, the MAS played a part in the massabilizations of May and June, but ultimately acted as a dam, 85 helping to prevent a potentially revolutionary UD from washing away the reigning power structures of Bolivian society. Chapter 8. Combined Oppositional Consciousness. In Chapter 1, it was argued that social class structures the totality of social relations, but that this totality cannot be reduced to class. Societies are also constituted by other social relations such as race, gender, sexuality, and nationality. Therefore, an analytical framework of class formation and class consciousness must take into account the interpenetration of different social relations in the real world. Class consciousness is most straightforwardly understood as the way in which the experiences of being thrust through birth or other involuntary means into a class situation, are handled in cultural terms, embodied in traditions, value systems, ideas, and institutional forms. One to be more explicit about the unique overlapping of indigenous identity and class consciousness in the Bolivian context, Chapter 1 introduced the more precise concept of combined oppositional consciousness. This is a collective consciousness in which the politics of class struggle and indigenous liberation are tightly interwoven. One of the most dynamic ways in which the combination of class and indigenous consciousness in El Alto expressed itself during the gas wars of 2003 and 2005 was through the notion of vecino. Literally translated, vecino means neighbor. Yet, in the context of Latin American shanty towns, vecino often implies important bonds of community, characterized by common experiences, values, and reciprocal ties of solidarity too. In the context of El Alto, the vecino identity has multiple gradations, some more worker, others more indigenous, peasant, or more commercial. There was no single actor when they mobilized themselves, or no single identity that mobilized itself in El Alto, during the recent rebellions, according to Alvaro Garcia Linera. 3. While the use of vecino to valorize the mixed character of racial and class consciousness was most prevalent in El Alto, a similar combined consciousness prevailed outside of the Altino context. Activist workers of the formal working class, particularly in the FSTMB and the COB, tended to emphasize their class identities over their indigenous ones, but this did not mean the total negation of the latter. Radicalized Aymara peasants tended to emphasize their indigenous identities over class, but like their working class counterparts, this did not preclude their conscious participation in peasant class struggle, and worker-peasant alliances. Another component of combined oppositional consciousness is the profound interpenetration of Bolivia's two longest-standing popular cultures of resistance and opposition in contemporary El Alto, and to some degree in neighboring La Paz. Revolutionary Marxism and indigenous liberationist traditions became inextricably intertwined in the ideologies and everyday practices of popular struggle. Revolutionary memories of historic indigenous insurrections and their heroes, as well as past conquests and rebellions of the revolutionary left, were referred to in explicit terms by the activists I interviewed. They drew inspiration from these guerrillas and revolutionary moments. The ritualist remembering that went on linked 20th century struggles with the distant past, rooting and fortifying recent left indigenous practice in centuries of insurrectionary tradition. One important way that these memories have been sustained is through family traditions of resistance for anti-imperialist critique of various transnational structures of domination and exploitation was also an important feature of the combined oppositional consciousness forged in the period of the gas wars. Anti-imperialism was often tied in the narratives of the activists I spoke with to analyses and denunciations of capitalism as a system of exploitation and racial domination as a system of oppression. Bringing together revolutionary Marxist and indigenous liberationist popular cultures of resistance, as well as the multifaceted critique of imperialism, was the more specific oppositional focus in many activist stories on the privatization of natural resources, specifically, hydrocarbons, natural gas and oil, and water. A piece of the combined oppositional consciousness. This chapter analysis is constituted by the explicitly forward-looking, the freedom dreams of activists. 5 most important in this regard are the ways in which the principal protagonists of the gas wars envisioned a better society along 4 principal lines: I. Equality, the end of poverty, and the abolition of social classes; 2. A future free of racism; 3. Dignity, social justice, and basic necessities; and 4. Socialist and indigenous liberationist democracy. My arguments are rooted in the perceptions, beliefs, and values of the activists I interviewed. They were members of the most important social movement and trade union organizations in El Alto and La Paz, the infrastructure of class struggle, that brought together the popular movements of the 2 gas wars and gave them their political expression. These organizations represented the peak articulations of vast sedimentary layers of rank and LE activism beneath. The interviewees were some of the leading organic intellectuals of indigenous liberation and working class struggle in early 20th century Bolivia. Lengthy, in-depth interviews, sometimes lasting 3 hours, were the only conceivable way of drawing out the richness, complexity, and contradiction of combined oppositional consciousness. 6. 8.1 Lo vecinal, vecino, and the oppositional consciousness of race and class. Rather than a single collective identity or consciousness, The concept of vecino might be thought of as a moving and dynamic combination of different elements of race and class. In some cases indigenous becomes the identity in discourse, in symbols, and in other cases it's worker, and in other cases vecino, and in other cases small business people. These become the mobilized identities. 7. According to Garcia Linera, El Alto is an interesting mix between a type of indigenous migrant identity of the RST generation, with a worker indigenous identity, both of which are not contradictory. There is an indigenous worker identity and an identity closer to worker mestizo. There are distinct variations, depending to which zone of the city you go to. 8. The journalist and activist Gonzalo Gosalve elaborated on this notion of vecino more fully, concluding that, in fact, it might best be understood as the concept most frequently employed in the everyday language of Altinos to express the political combination of race and class, and the impossibility of separating these two sets of social relations in the actual material world. For Gosalve, indigenous resurgence and class struggle complement each other in the shanty town and are often combined through collective action around basic services. There was an Aymara indigenous nationalist content of October. There were also workers, the workers' neighborhoods that organized themselves. Reviving their combativeness, their organization, and perhaps with less of this Aymara identity. But the miners' identity wasn't in con-ICT with the Aymara resurgence, rather it expressed its brotherhood with that other idea, of the Aymara indigenous. And in addition there was that simple idea of low vecinal, neighborhood identity, that, in addition to indigenous identity and union organization, is about working to recover the basics of water and employment. It's difficult to believe, but there is a real effective connection, a relationship between human beings, who recognize each other, respect each other, and collaborate with each other. Low vecinal, neighborhood identity, comes out of struggling for water, for lights, for paved roads, because all the conditions are terrible in El Alto. Everyone has to count on everyone to work for everyone. So, I believe that this is a third element which is very important. Perhaps it has been what has articulated the others, it has condensed the indigenous and the minor. Out of the neighborhood form has grown this political, ideological, cultural content of the neighborhood councils. 9. Activists in the shanty town also used the idea of the power of los vecinos in El Alto's social movements to depict rank and le popular control, self-organization, and self-activity. Vecino, in this sense, resembles what scholars in another context refer to as a model of heroism and possibility, whose task it is to transform the nature of power through popular insurgency and organizational forms of control from below. 10. Keeping the specificities of El Alto's context in mind, this popular insurgency is inevitably informed by struggles against racial oppression and class exploitation. This passage from an interview with Abel Momini, president of FIJA El Alto in 2005, describing the October gas war, is representative of many others in terms of its emphasis on rank and le activism and its portrayal of the popular power of los vecinos in the shantytown social movements. In October 2003 the movements rose up. More than anything the social grassroots emerged, the people themselves. At RST mobilizations in El Alto were not that big, but they grew day by day and consolidated themselves. Everything that happened came from the grassroots. It was the rank and le who mobilized, the vecinos, women, men, the elderly, children. Everyone collaborated to block the streets. 11. Or in the words of Gerardo Bustamante as he addressed a General Assembly of FIJA El Alto, the workers, the vecinos, and El Alto in its entirety, is our organization. Through the neighborhood councils and the assemblies the people must take power. We are not going to hand over power once again to the white-collar bourgeoisie. Comrades, during these days in May and June 2005 we have gained experience and we know how to lead ourselves, and if we govern ourselves in this way, we will be able to govern at the national level in our country. 12. The nuances of vecino in El Alto, of indigenous consciousness, workers' consciousness, and popular power of the rank and le from below, expressed in these few passages are emblematic of my experiences in dozens of interviews and participatory observation in the main social movement, trade union, and indigenous organizations in El Alto. These complexities impinge on the ways in which indigenous, worker- and vecino consciousness expressed itself politically in the recent uprisings. Different individual activists in El Alto, often active within the same social movement organizations, may emphasize class struggle over indigenous resistance, or vice versa, but, when one observes the concrete reality of the popular movements on the ground, it seems that drawing tight distinctions between the two issues would be to construct an artificial dichotomy of the most unhelpful kind. Pablo Solon, a social activist and the future special ambassador for trade and integration in the Evo Morales government, explained the situation clearly when I asked him to describe the relationship between indigenous resistance and class struggle in the contemporary urban social movements in Bolivia. There is a mix. Here we can't make much of a difference between social movement and indigenous movement. The social movements here have a strong indigenous identity. If one listens to the discourses of the principal exponents of El Alto, all of them make reference to their Aymara roots, for example. So, they are not two distinct things. Rather, I would say that more than ever they are bound together. Some place more emphasis on one aspect, and others on another aspect, but they complement one another. 13. The exibility and interchangeability of the subjective understandings of class struggle and indigenous liberation elicited in my conversation with Remigio Condori, a leading activist in CORL Alto, are demonstrative of wider trends among activists in the city. Early in our conversation he suggested that, our principal political position in CORL Alto is to defend the working class of the Bolivian people, of the Altino people. And yet, in the same conversation, he explained to me that, the struggle has changed in the 20th century. Now it is the urban indigenous struggle. Now the struggle is in the hands of urban indigenous peoples. 14. Rather than a contradiction, however, the multiple interviews I conducted in conjunction with extensive participatory observation over 10 months in El Alto, suggest to me that urban indigenous peoples referred to by Condori, are one and the same as the working class of the Altino people. At times, certain sides of this consciousness are emphasized, but, in the collective struggle as a whole in El Alto, indigenous liberation politics and class struggle are almost invariably occurring at the same time. As a consequence, Gerardo Bustamante of CORL Alto, addressing a General Assembly of FEJAVEL Alto in the days immediately prior to the 3-week general strike that eventually forced President Carlos Mesa to resign, can refer to El Alto as the bastion of the workers' struggle to unrestrained applause. 15. At the same time, Samuel Mamani Heredia, a recognized activist in FEJAVEL Alto, emphasized to me in an interview that, the grassroots of the social movements in El Alto are indigenous. We are from the countryside. We came to El Alto, to La Paz, to the city, in search of a better life. Unfortunately, we didn't end a better life. Our people, as indigenous peoples, and the Altino city have never been more united. 16. Without consciously invoking Fausto Reynaga's 17 concept of two Bolivias composed of the indigenous majority on one side and the white mestizo elite on the other, Samuel suggested that, currently two Bolivias exist. Therefore the indigenous people and the Altino people are never going to share ideas and interests with the current rulers. 18. On the surface, Gerardo's and Samuel's political understanding of the origins and direction of the popular struggle seem quite different, but throughout the different layers of the social movements in El Alto these differences in inaction and tone, towards indigenous liberation or class struggle, are negotiated fluidly and smoothly, without hard disjunctures and disagreements. Rather, the struggles for both emancipatory projects are ultimately perceived as one common objective. The narrative of Henry Merida Gutierrez, raised in the mining camp of Caracoles in the western Altiplano and Secretary of Human Rights in CORL Alto, speaks to this commonality of resistance. The class struggle is joined together with indigenous resistance. It is the same indigenous people who are in the mines, who are everywhere. The class struggle is a constant struggle as long as there is hunger and misery. While there is an upper-class gentleman who eats a $10 breakfast, and another who doesn't eat breakfast at all. In this situation there will always be class struggle. 19 Henry's emphasis is on class struggle, but class struggle understood as inextricably intertwined with the struggle of the indigenous majority who he rightly sees as constituting the vast majority of the rural and urban working classes and peasantry. My conversations with Carlos Barrera of Fijovel Alto evoked a similar response. On the one hand he told me that, real politics is how to recognize the class struggle, the opposing poles, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the antagonism between rich and poor, in permanent struggle. And yet, he also recognized that, the problem here in this country is obviously not only a social problem of class. In Bolivia alongside the social problem there exists racial discrimination, the exclusion of one group. In October these tendencies existed, but they combined within the social struggles, the social problem, and the problem of exclusion, the racial problem. 20 Thus, when the urban Aymara Elizabeth Cuellar, an activist in Fijovel Alto, stresses class in her depiction of the central issues at stake in El Alto, one should not leap to the conclusion that she counterposes class struggle to indigenous liberation. The class struggle continues. The class struggle is the struggle of the proletarian class, the class with necessities, the class without work. The struggle of the Altino people, of the Bolivian people is that. 21 The same logic in reverse applies to the Fijovel Alto activist Cipriana Apaza Mamani's emphasis on Aymara resistance and to Bolivia's. Her focus on Aymara resistance should not be read as precluding class struggle. Aymara resistance is the people's resistance. We have to keep in mind. There are something like two worlds in Bolivia, one world where there is everything. And another world, where we are. We see this quite clearly. We are completely unrecognized by the dominant culture. This is what we suffer. 22. 8.2 Popular cultures of resistance and opposition, revolutionary memories. Just as there is no sense in building strict dichotomies between indigenous and proletarian in El Alto, it becomes clear that a meaningful understanding of the ideologies at play in the streets during October 2003 and May, June 2005 will have to come to grips with the interpenetration of revolutionary Marxist and indigenous liberationist traditions in the multilayered social world of El Alto. The intricacies are perhaps nowhere better unraveled than in the following passage from an interview with Aymara activist Benicio Quispe, in which he explained to me the social content of the October 2003 rebellions. I think that it's very difficult to differentiate whether the political ideologies in the streets during the mobilizations in October were truly Marxist, or truly Indianista. What is clear is that here in Santiago Segundo, a neighborhood in El Alto, there are many relocated ex-miners. But these ex-miners have also not lost all of their cultural roots. That is to say, the miner, the proletariat, here has an indigenous color. There is no white proletariat. There is therefore something in common in that sense, so that the miner is also Aymara or Quechua. They experience a double exploitation, as much for their ethnic origin as for their position in the labor market. 23. In the urgent words of Fijovel Alto activist Brigida Gutierrez de Medina, the same blending and complexity is made clear. In the streets it was a total mix. There were Marxists and there were indigenous, too. There was everyone together because the people's blood was boiling. 24 Vital Koch captures some of this vitality in his descriptions of the spontaneously formed assemblies of 20 to 30 people in the neighborhoods of El Alto during the October Gas War, as the state intensified its repressive response to the popular insurgency. There were many small assemblies during the struggle. They would make decisions on how best to proceed. I participated and listened to people talk about reviving the memory of Catarismo. That memory came alive again. Tupac Katari rose up against the system in an earlier historical period because he didn't want to be a part of Bolivia, because this Bolivia is unjust. The Cataristas in the 1970s began to talk about two Bolivias, using the theory of Fausto Reynaga. Today there is so much inequality, in which the poor live one life, and the rich live a different life. The rich have luxury cars, live in luxurious neighborhoods. And so we talked a little bit about Marxism or socialism, because this provides a view of a life where there aren't people so well off, but where everything is equal. We need a social revolt, a government of the people, a government of the Aymara people. They say we need a social revolt, an insurrection. We began to talk about all of Marxism, Indigenism, a little bit of everything. 25. Koch's narrative elucidates the ways in which the period of intensi ed mass mobilization in El Alto heightened the politicization of rich ideas around borrowing from past struggles of Tupac Katari in the late 18th century and the Catarista indigenous movement of the 1970s, and melding them with the Marxist and socialist theories of the 20th and 21st centuries in the unique social milieu of urban El Alto. As historian Brooke Larson writes, stories of the Aymara indigenous hero Tupac Katari's 6-month 1781 siege of La Paz still haunt the nightmares of its upper-class inhabitants. 26. She might have added that, on the other side of the racialized class divide, these same stories have inspired contemporary indigenous radicals in their urban repertoires of insurrection and rural road blockading for much of the current decade. Before Katari was drawn and quartered for his role in the 1781 revolt, he warned the colonialists that he would return as millions, and the protagonists of recent rebellions see themselves as the embodiment of this return. My interviews in El Alto and La Paz provide additional evidence to reinforce claims made previously by scholars that indigenous traditions and memories of struggle dating back to the 18th century continue to reverberate in the contemporary struggles in El Alto and the rural countryside of the Altiplano. 27. The names of Tupac Katari and Bartolina Sisa are invoked regularly in the social movement bases of Bolivian radicalism today, linking the emancipatory objectives of current battles with those of the distant past. Mercedes Condori Quispe Fija Vel Alto explained to me. These struggles have continued for 500 years, with different names and in different forms, because our people resisted, survived. They wanted to exterminate us, but they couldn't do it. Still today we realize that we outnumber them. That is to say, there are few who have enough to eat, and we are many who are dying of hunger. Those without enough to eat have resisted for years and years. On the day Tupac Katari was drawn and quartered, he said, "I will die, but millions are going to return behind me," and they returned. Now, we are millions. We have kicked out a government Sanchez de Lozada in October 2003. We have returned and we are well organized. 28. What comes to the fore in this passage is the deep interpenetration of race and class, even when the collective memory being used is explicitly associated with anti-colonial indigenous heroes and rebellions. Mercedes clearly considers the indigenous majority, which has survived and resisted against all odds for 100 years, as equivalent to those who do not have enough to eat. The opponents of indigenous liberation are not simply white mestizo oppressors of the indigenous population on the basis of race, but are also the ruling class antagonists who have enough to eat. A second relevant passage in this regard is a section of a presentation by Guilberto Koch, Executive Secretary of the Federación Única Departamental de Trabajadores Campesinos de La Paz, Tupac Katari, Departmental Federation of Peasant Workers of La Paz, Tupac Katari, FUTLPTK, at a public forum of social movements in downtown La Paz following the forced resignation of President Carlos Mesa in June 2005. Here is a sample of what I recorded. We obey the mandate of our ancestor, the great man Tupac Katari, and his consort Bartolina Sisa, who also provides us with a vision, a political and ideological line. Katari said before he was killed by the Spanish colonialists, "Why are you crying? Because they are going to kill me? You must not cry for me. They are only going to kill me, and after me millions and millions are going to return." And where are those millions? Brothers and sisters, we are those millions, and it is our responsibility to execute the political line that Tupac Katari provided to us, so that nally in this country there will exist a true democracy, true justice and development which will serve our children. 29. Evidence of the transmission of these collective indigenous memories of resistance in the key sectors of social movement protagonism, both rural and urban, is abundant in the early 20th century. The interviews suggest that we need to pay more attention to the ways in which the historical memories of the revolutionary left and the Marxism of the tin miners, and other militant trade union struggles of the 20th century, continue to inform and enrich the collective consciousness of contemporary urban Bolivian movements, often in combination with long-standing indigenous traditions of liberation politics. Alongside these indigenous traditions, the readapted traditions of ex-miners and the revolutionary left stand out most clearly in the interviews I conducted. The experiences of Felix Koch are one example of this collective memory of the miners which comes continually into play in the popular movements of the contemporary Bolivian period. As the combative mining sector we have always been and always will be in every struggle, he told me. During the period of neoliberalism, Felix said, we know that they tried to destroy us, the miners, but we are continuing to struggle once again. I think that, in reality, we are struggling with even greater strength, in spite of all these handicaps that we have acquired, we continue on our feet. I asked Felix what his personal experience was during the October 2003 gas war. We are children of mining workers. We were born in the mines. I think that maybe October was like reliving this experience once again, because we were living in 1965 when Barrientos likewise massacred us in the mines. October was another experience like this for us. We saw that still today the miners continue on their feet. We are not going to surrender as easily as they thought. October was one more experience in my life. I have always been in this constant struggle for better days, for better salaries, and above all for the mining sector. 30. It should be emphasized, moreover, that the legacies of the revolutionary left in the political circles of contemporary Bolivian radicalism are not restricted in their unions to the organized trade union movement. They have also left an indelible imprint on many of the leading individuals in the indigenous movements and the collective consciousness of indigenous organizations in contemporary Bolivia. This ending corresponds closely to historian Greg Grandin's interpretation of 20th century history in Guatemala and elsewhere in Latin America. Grandin points out that many scholars, in celebrating the focus of new social movements on culture, community, sexual, and gender identities and interests and for moving away from class analysis, sometimes lose perspective both on the continuing relevance of class and the continuities between old movements of the left and new identity-based movements. Despite their inability to incorporate culture and race into their analyses and visions of progress, Grandin contends, left political parties and labor organizations in Bolivia, El Salvador, Guatemala, Chile, and Peru, for some examples, drew significant support from rural, often indigenous communities. 31 And in the current context of many of these same countries, movements led by Native Americans are the most forceful agents of the kind of democratic socialism that was advanced by the old left. 32 We have seen in an earlier chapter that key figures in the re-emergence of indigenous radicalism, such as Felipe Quispe, were intimately informed by revolutionary Marxist ideas and unions through their contact with organized Marxist revolutionaries and political groupings. Rather than an isolated case, Quispe's story is reactive of a common experience. To clarify this point further, we can pause to re-ECT on the political trajectory of Felix Patsy, recognized by many as a leading theorist of indigenous liberation and an activist intellectual in the political circles of El Alto. I became politically active at the end of high school in a left-wing movement here in Bolivia. We called ourselves the Movimiento de Unión Popular Socialista, Movement of Popular Socialist Unity, MUPS. It was more of a movement dedicated fundamentally to reacting theoretically about Marxism and beginning analysis than it was a party. I was educated in this way. However, since that time I have moved a long way from those views, even though I have not become an indigenista or Indianista either. Rather, I took all of the elements of the economic and political structure of the Aboriginal peoples in Bolivia in order to propose a new social model, starting with the basis of that society, without denying modernity. That, BRY, characterizes my political formation. 33. 8.3 Revolutionary Memory and Family Traditions of Resistance. ANAL point to make in our reactions on the role of revolutionary memories in forging combined oppositional consciousness is the way in which Bolivian families sometimes acted as conduits for the transmission of radical ideologies and practices over generations. In her study of women's participation in guerrilla movements in Nicaragua, El Salvador, Chiapas, and Cuba, Karen Kampworth called this phenomenon, family traditions of resistance. 34 Kampworth explains how some women were set on the path toward revolutionary activism by an early childhood experience of resistance to authority. Those experiences ranged from a mother's activism in a union, or a father's membership in an opposition political party, or an uncle's visiting in the middle of the night and talking about the guerrillas when the children were thought to be asleep. That resistance to authority was sometimes as immediate as a girl's battle with her parents for the right to attend school. All those experiences, which I call family traditions of resistance, planted seeds that would germinate many years later, when the structural, ideological, and political conditions were right. 35. Both the secondary literature on Bolivian popular movements and my own interviews suggest that, while we should be careful always to understand family traditions of resistance within the larger context of wider political oppositional traditions of the miners and indigenous radicalism, they nonetheless appear to have had a prominent and independent role of their own in shaping many individuals' self-understanding and political formation. Brief glances at the life histories of Gonzalo Gozalve and Vidal Koch help to unveil some of the common ways in which these family traditions of resistance function. In a conversation lasting several hours, the journalist and activist Gonzalo Gozalve charted for me his own biography and the role of his family in inculcating traditions of resistance within him. For Gonzalo, it was clear that this was a very common form of political and ideological transmission in Bolivia. He told me that his grandfather, on his father's side, had been a textile factory worker in La Paz and played an important role in organizing rank and LE workers during the armed insurrectionary period of the 1952 National Revolution. He helped lead a group of armed workers that took over the military air base in El Alto during 3 days of intense con-ICT. Gonzalo related to me that his grandfather had earlier participated in the Chaco War, and while he was not a military person he nonetheless garnered valuable military experience from that war which he later used in the popular revolt of 1952. Gonzalo's grandparents on his mother's side were rural teachers in the mining zones, and thus his mother was raised in those zones. As a consequence she witnessed multiple massacres of miners and their families when the military intervened to crush strikes and other forms of resistance during the post-1964 era of dictatorships. All of these experiences were transmitted to Gonzalo through family stories during his childhood. With this history in my childhood, combined with the poverty and difficult conditions in which my family lived, I acquired a certain type of sentiment, of self-respect, a pride in who I was. 36 This general family experience provided a political basis for a deeper understanding of political events when he later personally experienced a series of military coups and cycles of repression in the late 1970s and early 1980s, along with the other families in the barrios marginals peripheral poor neighborhoods of La Paz. I believe this is where one learns how to respect who one is, to respect human life, Gonzalo told me. He managed to get into university where he became politically active in various left-wing groupings, writing and editing for journals and magazines on the left. From this foundation, he helped form Bolivia Indie Media, and participated in various alternative radio, internet, and print media that played a vital role in keeping activists informed during the height of the uprisings in October 2003. A similar conversation with Vidal Koch underlines the ways in which family traditions of resistance help to translate wider political cultures of resistance and opposition into tangible changes in consciousness in the political formation of individuals. In Koch's case, his father conveyed to him the history of Marxism and indigenista traditions of resistance in the Bolivian context. Vidal was born and raised in the Aymara countryside of the western Altiplano, before moving to El Alto with his family when he was 10. His father was an important gur in the short-lived guerrilla army, the Ejercito Guerrillero Tupaj-Katari Guerrilla Army, EGTK, in the 1980s and early 1990s. Vidal's father was captured and imprisoned without trial for years beginning in 1992, along with well-known gurs such as Bolivia's current Vice President Alvaro Garcia Linera, and indigenous radical Felipe Quispe. His father's imprisonment was extremely hard on the family, as Vidal and his 6 siblings were left to live without a father and only the meager income of his mother to pull them through. Vidal described this period as a difficult and sad one for himself and his family. At the same time, it was a period in which Vidal experienced a dramatic personal transformation rooted in political maturation and radicalization, primarily through extended visits to his father in San Pedro, a prison in La Paz. He told me about his long conversations with his father on politics, Marxism, armed struggle, and the history of indigenous ideologies, cultures and religions in the Bolivian setting, as well as elsewhere in Latin America. Vidal's father provided him with books on Marxism and Indigenism which proved to have a profound impact on his political formation. It was a beautiful thing to begin to read those things. I began to enjoy this time in the prison with my father. I was reading books on Marxism, Indigenism, Fausto Reynaga, and Eduardo Galeano's The Open Veins of Latin America. I was beginning to understand more fully what the real problem was, through books on agrarian reform. I was gaining consciousness. I was saying to myself that I am sitting here with an ex-guerrilla, and I was asking my father questions. I began to make decisions and become politically involved. So, when October 2003 arrived, I already had a developed ideology. And with a group of youth in October, we began to organize ourselves to go zone to zone in El Alto during the RST days of struggle to raise awareness. 37. Vidal went on to explain to me that, in the opening days of the October gas war, his neighbors in El Alto came knocking on his door suggesting that he had a unique responsibility and capacity, as the son of a former guerrilla leader, to help to organize the barrios of El Alto and participate in a leading way in the popular left indigenous struggles of that period. Vidal's modesty and initial fear led him initially to resist the urging of his neighbors. Eventually, though, he succumbed to their prodding and became extremely involved. His family-led politicization, based mainly on reading books and storytelling, became much more powerful in the process, as he personally witnessed some of the most brutal massacres of unarmed civilians in El Alto. This was the sort of practical, deeply experiential learning that occurs through participation in massive social upheavals. 38 The experience of participating in the developing forms of popular power from below reinforced his political vision of the necessity of transformative change in Bolivia through mass-based struggle and resistance. At the time of our interview in 2005, Vidal, at 20 years old, was the author of a widely circulated pamphlet on the history and future of Aymara popular struggle in western Bolivia. He was deeply respected as an important component of the youth contingent of activist leaders in the movement. 8.4 Anti-imperialism, Structures of Domination and Exploitation. In the popular movements of El Alto and La Paz, combined oppositional consciousness included a multifaceted anti-imperialism. The critique of imperialism was wide-ranging, and identity at transnational corporations, the US state, and international financial institutions such as the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF, as the key protagonists of the imperial assault on Bolivia during the neoliberal period. Some interviewees, and, in particular, current and former miners, linked their analysis of imperialism with a critique of capitalism as a system, identifying con-ICT between the domestic bourgeoisie, transnational capital, and imperialism, on the one hand, and the largely indigenous popular classes, on the other, as the key fulcrum of contention in contemporary Bolivian society. Other activists linked their anti-imperialism more decisively to racial domination. Some specifically identified the way in which capitalism is racialized in Bolivia, rooting itself in the exploitation of the indigenous majority. Ricardo Yajera Flores, a member of the Executive Committee of the Federación Sindical de Trabajadores Mineros de Bolivia, Trade Union Federation of Bolivian Mine Workers, FSTMB, began his reactions on neoliberalism in a typical fashion. In 1985, with Supreme Decree 21060, a massive number of workers were read in this country. Everything was given away to the transnationals, all the state enterprises of this country. 39 Miguel Zubaydah, General Secretary of the FSTMB, perceived the years of neoliberal restructuring as devastating for the popular economy, initiating as it did the privatization of natural resources. Zubaydah goes further, however, identifying how the neoliberal project was, in many respects, an expression of an intentional ruling class strategy to fragment and weaken the popular sector infrastructures of class struggle. In 1985 a politics designed by imperialists began. The famous Decree 21060 initiated a politics of depredation. Our natural resources were transferred from state-owned enterprises to private transnational corporations. However, it didn't stop there. It also initiated a wave of anti-union, anti-working class actions that led to the weakening of union organizations, and, principally, the COB and its spinal column, the FSTMB. Roughly 30,000 miners were read and relocated in the cities, mainly in El Alto, and thousands more had to take shelter in the cooperative mining sector. This fact signified a great depoliticization inside the masses and inside the workers' movement, a decline in ideology which allowed, in the long term, the passage of 20 years in which completely predatory policies were imposed. 40. Responding to my question regarding the motivations for the popular struggle to recover natural resource control from private hands in Bolivia, Mercedes Condori Quispe, of Fijavel Alto, pointed out what seemed to her self-evident and intolerable. We saw that it was the transnationals who were governing us. 41 Many objected to the nefarious networks linking the power of transnational corporations, the US state, and the Bolivian governments during the neoliberal era. For example, Edgar Ramos, an indigenous journalist and activist based in El Alto explained, in Bolivia large transnational business conglomerates have created a network of economic alliances with political sectors and subsidiary companies. These are the sectors that have supported various governments politically and economically. October 2003 was a rejection of managing the state in this way, through foreign oligopolies that have their representatives in this country. 42 The Fijavel Alto activist Juan Antonio Martela described the consequences of the sort of network that Ramos describes. The Bolivian people are tired of our leaders allying with the United States. They provide instructions from there. Some of our rulers pretend to be patriots, but if they were patriots they would defend Bolivia rather than defending transnational corporations. 43 A central component of the anti-imperialist politics in question was driven by opposition to transnational corporate control over natural resources in Bolivian territory, and, in many cases, territory seen as specifically indigenous. Guilberto Coca Futl described to a public forum in La Paz how the indigenous peasants of the Altiplano in the department of La Paz view the situation. We understand that we cannot have development in the countryside, we cannot have good education, or any education at all, so long as a few are robbing our money, and these few are transnational corporations who obey foreign capital and, more appropriately, imperialism. We have demanded the recovery of our strategic natural resources that are fundamental to the development of our country. 44. Jaime Solares of the COB saw the machinations of imperialism in Bolivia as being part of a larger dynamic of capitalism on a world scale, during a historical period in which the U.S. exercises massively asymmetrical power over other nations. Capital needs to make capital, and to continue with this objective the unipolar imperialist world has the thinking that, RST, it has to consolidate itself as the military police force of the world, threatening intervention everywhere. As always, imperialism has expressed itself through the American policy of imposing puppet governments that favor the empire and large corporations that run the natural world. This is a problem. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are natural institutional appendices of this international situation. We are acting against all of this. 45. The ways in which combined oppositional consciousness identified structures of domination and exploitation often moved through imperialism to arrive at a critique of capitalism itself. This was particularly common with ex-miners, current mining activists involved in the FSTMB, and within Fijvel Alto. Miguel Zubayeta put it most clearly when I asked him to describe the political project of the FSTMB in today's context. The project today is the same one that we have been striving for over decades, because it has been decades that the same enemy, capitalism, has been exploiting us. Before it was liberalism, now it's neoliberalism, later it will be post-neoliberalism. Whatever nickname you give it, it's the same capitalism. It means to extract the riches of countries, to concentrate power in the hands of a few, and to exploit the worker, providing the lowest minimum wage possible, without conditions of industrial or social security. This has been the same for decades. 46. Julio Pabon Chavez, Secretary of Economic Development in Fijvel Alto and a former factory worker in La Paz who migrated to El Alto, also conveyed a distinctly Marxist analysis of the permanent class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie within Bolivian capitalism. We no longer want to submit ourselves to the levels of abuse that we have suffered. The bourgeoisie has always dominated the impoverished classes, those who have nothing are those who have been most abused. We have had to sacrifice ourselves in order to survive. On the other hand, those who have so much, the large capitalists, they constantly suck more out of us, make us work, make us bend over backwards just to survive, and then they take the pro-TS. 47. The words of Social Security Secretary of the COB, Jorge Solares Barrientos, are perhaps the most eloquent summary of the multifaceted anti-imperialism I have been describing. Here is how Solares Barrientos encapsulates the systemic critique. Since 1985, a politics of neoliberalism, of the free market, was established. The state shrunk in terms of its share in the economy, and in relation to the share of private corporations, maybe with the idea that these private corporations were going to provide solutions for workers and human beings. It was going to generate jobs, development, industries, etc. But it didn't turn out like that. Just the opposite, neoliberal policies failed in our country because since 1985 we gave away our strategic enterprises to private corporations. There is more unemployment, hunger, poverty, prostitution, delinquency, and many of the Bolivian industries have been shut down. The politics of neoliberalism is the giving away of our natural resources, our highways, our communications sector, our mining industry, our oil, etc. in a way that favored, and continues to favor, transnationals rather than Bolivians. This government and the governments in the past followed this politics through instructions from international organizations, and American imperialism. But the model failed, not only in Bolivia but in Latin America as a whole. We see social organizations in Ecuador, Argentina, and Venezuela have been resisting as well, fighting to improve their living conditions. 48. 8.5 Natural resources are not private property. A common thematic running throughout the interviews was a critique of the privatization of natural resources, and hydrocarbons, and water in particular. This critique seems to have synthesized various elements of combined oppositional consciousness, indigenous and class awareness, popular cultures of resistance, revolutionary memories of past struggles, and anti-imperialism, into a coherent focus. Alvaro Garcia Linera nicely articulates the centrality of decommodifying water in forging left indigenous movements in the early 20th century. He begins his recollection with a description of processes of privatization within the general ideological and political context of the neoliberal period. The theme of water has been a detonating theme of social mobilization. In the 1980s and 1990s, Bolivia suffered through processes of privatization of public resources. These processes unfolded in the middle of a crisis of left thought, the co-optation of indigenous leaders by the state, and a hunger for modernization, privatization, and the way of the free market. There was a cultural and ideological hegemony in Bolivia, of liberalization and modernization. 49. For Garcia Linera, sewers started to appear in the neoliberal EDICE as it became clearer to the bulk of the population just how few of the many grand promises made by various governments since 1985 had come to fruition. He describes the slow proliferation of ill will toward the neoliberal model during the late 1990s. The move to privatize water in Cochabamba proved to be the spark that ignited this general discontent into a prolonged cycle of left indigenous revolt. The detonator of the mobilization that would convert this malaise into collective action was when the state wanted to begin privatizing non-state public resources such as water. Water in the Bolivian countryside is a non-state public resource, with systems of traditional administration going back 700, 800, 900 years. The water from the rivers, lakes, and summits are regulated by very complicated communal systems. In 1999, the intent of the state and the World Bank was to privatize these communal systems through the granting of private concessions. 50. In addition to rural areas, non-state communal governance of water is also practiced in various poor urban communities. 51. In the countryside and poor urban neighborhoods alike, these communal systems of administration are central material facets in the reproduction of these communities. Inextricably tied to this material basis of reproduction are the cultural traditions of indigenous communities and the innumerable ways in which water, like land and territory, lends meaning to the past and present. Land and water are basic, fundamental elements of the reproduction of peasant communities. There is a memory of their community histories, their dead, and their future connected to the communal self-governance of water and land. When water started to be privatized, it produced some of the articulations of social mobilization that caused the water war in Cochabamba in 2000. 52. Garcia Linera's narrative also re-echoes clearly the way in which race and class were conjoined in popular struggles rooted in the sinews of everyday necessities. The defense of the communal nature of water, and everyone's basic human right to it, facilitated the construction of alliances between various sectors of the rural and urban working classes and oppressed indigenous majority. Water played a role in articulating indigenous and peasant rural forces, and forces from the urban periphery, and also the urban center in the case of Cochabamba. The process of struggle to defend this resource became a unifying, mobilizing, and politicizing factor in local structures of daily life. Extending the political horizons of society to indigenous, popular, and urban social forces. 53. The mobilizations against the privatization of water in Cochabamba were repeated on a smaller scale in January 2005 in the city of El Alto. The latter CON-ICT saw the urban indigenous working classes confront the private consortium Aguas del Illimani, controlled by the French company Suez, which won a private concession to administer the local water supply in 1997. A basic grievance animating the protest was the fact that over 200,000 Altinos did not have access to potable water or sewage systems because, while living in El Alto, they lived outside the service area that Aguas del Illimani was willing to administer. Moreover, an additional 70,000 residents who lived within the parameters of the service area could not afford the connection fees and therefore were also prohibited from accessing the available services. 54. The collective GHT for this basic service was soon informed by a politics which challenged not simply the notion of access to water services, but the entire idea that water could ever be justly commodity could function as a means for property making, just another good to be bought and sold. Activists in El Alto emphasized how water is integral to life itself. The movement against its privatization was linked again to indigenous traditions of communal governance of water, to the struggle to reassert social control over all natural resources in Bolivia, and, nally, to the more generalist demand to end the domination by transnational corporations of more and more basic elements of social life through processes of accelerated commoditization under neoliberal capitalism. Activists repeatedly reminded me of the importance of water as a basic human right, and its centrality to the wider range of left indigenous mobilization in 2005. 55 Henry Merida Gutierrez, Secretary of Human Rights of the Central Obrera Regional de El Alto, Regional Workers Central of El Alto, COR El Alto, described the GHT to reverse the commoditization of water and other natural resources as a national priority. 56 Samuel Mamani Heredia, on the Executive Committee of FIJA of El Alto, stressed the ways in which the popular mobilization for access to potable water and sewage systems in El Alto was connected to resistance against the exploitation of Bolivian natural resources by transnational corporations. 57 His sentiments were echoed by another FIJA of El Alto activist Cipriana Apaza Mamani. How long must we suffer? Must we be dominated by transnationals? 58 Likewise, the Vice President of one of El Alto's neighborhood councils, Alfredo Yajero Fernandez, pointed out that underlying the popular indignation of the movement against privatized water in El Alto was the essential and lamentable fact that transnationals continue to exploit our natural resources while so many Bolivians are left without the essential services necessary for a dignified life. 59 Some interviewees also argued that the battle for social control of water in El Alto was emblematic of indigenous relations with all natural resources. Benicio Quispe Gutierrez, an Aymara intellectual and activist living in El Alto, explained. In the Aymara culture, water is life. It cannot enter our minds that one could use it commercially. The collective use of water is pitted against the project to privatize water. Water is life and cannot be privatized. They cannot privatize water, llamas, sheep, cows, and trees. We need them all. 60. Journalist and activist Luis A. Gomez complements this view when he discusses the way in which the many indigenous peasant activists he has interviewed in the rural provinces of La Paz understand the Pachamama, or Mother Earth, and by extension the way in which natural resources ought to be treated. The Pachamama is the mother from which we come, they say. It's what sustains us and everything around us. It is not a thing that we pour water on and then things grow out of. We work with her, and she gives back to us. That is the notion. The cosmovision of the universe begins from there. They say that it's clear that the Pachamama is beneath what we see, and everything that is above us, that is, everything that exists in our habitat. We don't live separately from all of this. The Pachamama is the mother who gives to us, and you can't exploit her. The Pachamama punishes such exploitation. 61. Informed both by urban and rural indigenous and working class traditions of communal self-governance of water systems, the struggle against the commoditization of water in El Alto was an essential component of a rising consciousness among the popular classes and oppressed indigenous peoples of the way in which capitalism dispossesses them of their collective rights and social wealth. Through their organized resistance they began to imagine what it would be like to reassert communal control over natural resources. I think that since the water war in 2000 a change occurred, a change that was later consolidated in the October gas war in 2003. A feeling emerged that we are the owners of something. Capitalism exists as a system in places where the people don't feel like they are the owners of anything, and above all that they are the owners of the general social wealth. This changed in October. The people began to feel like they were owners of a few things, their dignity and the relationships between people, and they even began dreaming of being owners of the natural resources. 62. If the celebrated inauguration of Bolivia's most recent insurrectionary cycle was the Cochabamba Water War, the gas wars of October 2003 and May-June 2005 were its apogee. The latter episodes of contention saw the collective struggles against the commoditization of natural resources extend from water into a much wider framework, at the heart of which was the demand to renationalize hydrocarbons, natural gas and oil, and to assume social, democratic control of the industry. The nationalization demand was informed by a number of different threads of collective memories of popular struggle in Bolivian history and of visions for a better future based on the just development of the country's natural resources. One dominant motif in the narratives of activists around the question of recovering popular control of natural gas was their collective understanding of the stark injustice thrown up by the paradox of Bolivia's tremendous resource wealth juxtaposed with the impoverishment of the majority of its population. For most of the interviewees, this paradox can be explained by the systematic exploitation of Bolivia's natural resources and its indigenous laborers by centuries of colonial and imperial domination by outside powers. Ending this brutal cycle was therefore a principal basis for the centrality of natural gas in activist understandings of the popular struggle. Pablo Solin's explanation reacted the common views of many. Bolivia is a country that was very rich in natural resources and yet was always in the end left very poor. Potosí was long ago a splendorous city of gold. Today, however, it is an extremely poor city. This also happened with silver. Then came the tin era, and the results were the same. There were Bolivians like Patino, who was one of the 10 richest men in the world, and at the same time Bolivia was very far from getting out of poverty. So behind the October 2003 revolt was the vision of the people to recover and nationalize hydrocarbons, natural gas, to recover the possibility of using this resource for the benefit of the nation. It was an action to avoid what occurred before. 63. Moreover, Solon suggests, the activists drew on historical examples that illustrated that nationalization had been possible in the past and could work again in the current setting. In Bolivian history there were 2 nationalizations of hydrocarbons. One in 1936 after the Chaco War, and the other in 1969. So it was not only in the imaginations of the people, in a negative sense, that what happened before must not occur again. There was also this experience of what opportunities were made possible when these resources were nationalized in the past. Therefore, this discourse and this demand gripped people very rapidly because it was rooted very profoundly in history. 64. What happened in our mine, Cerro Rico in Potosí? Fijavel Alto activist Jorge Mendoza Mamani asked me rhetorically, where we had so much wealth, mostly silver. For Jorge and others the answer was self-evident. Bolivia would not be so poor if the Spanish and other foreign powers like the United States had not looted the country. 65 Luciano Suarez, an ex-miner and president of the Neighborhood Council of District 8 in El Alto, echoed the sentiments of Jorge. For Luciano, the uprisings in 2003 and 2005 were a unique opportunity to change the trajectory of the country, which had been exploited and abused by the Spanish, British, and American imperialists over several centuries. We cannot let happen what happened with tin and with silver. At this moment in Oruro and Potosí we have mountains that have been opened up and drilled, leaving behind various mines. But where did all that money go that the deposits of these mines produced? It went outside the country. We remember that our history began with the arrival of the Spanish, who took the riches that we had, and niched with the British and then the Americans doing the same. We haven't gained anything. We don't want this to occur with gas. We want gas to improve conditions in health, education, and the infrastructure of the country. 66. Others, such as Benicio Quispe, shared this overarching critique, but added emphasis to the particular exploitation of indigenous people in this process of colonial extraction of natural resources, and how indigenous reawakening in the form of contemporary mass movements was rooted in a collective understanding of this history. Bolivia has been one of the countries with the most natural resources, above all with mining in the Altiplano. But it hasn't benefited in any respect from these natural riches. Natural resources have benefited other countries, other people, corporations. Not Bolivia, and even less the indigenous population. In this context the Aymara, Quechua, and Guarani peoples have become conscious of the central importance of their natural resources, and above all of natural gas. Many, perhaps, have also exaggerated its potential, pinning their hopes on it as though it is going to be a grand solution. Clearly it won't be. But it will mean an improvement in the revenues of the state. So, it played an important role in bringing together different people together, in creating a consciousness of what is ours. 67. Another historical component to the struggle for social control over natural gas came to light in the way in which several activists understood the privatization of hydrocarbons in the late 1990s as a comprehensive betrayal of the memory of the mostly indigenous martyrs of Bolivia's Chaco War against Paraguay between 1932 and 1935. So, for example, according to FIJAVEL Alto activist Mercedes Condori Quispe, in October 2003, when the people saw that their brothers were asking for something that had been asked for many years ago, by our grandparents during the Chaco War, to protect our hydrocarbons, the people once again responded to this demand. 68 Garcia Linera helps to situate this collective memory in more detail. The movement for the recovery of hydrocarbons articulated the historical memory of the Indians who died in the Chaco War defending the petroleum that was supposedly in the Department of Tarija. 50,000 people died in this war, and at that time we had a country of about 1.5 or 2 million people. 50,000 is a lot of people. A lot. And the majority of the dead were Indians. They died for petroleum, that turned out not to be there, but they went to die. And there's not a peasant family in El Alto or the Altiplano that doesn't have a dead or mutilated grandfather, or a survivor of the Chaco War. This is important, very important. One starts to see the stories of contemporary adolescents who weren't in the Chaco War but who remember that their father went, that their grandfather went. 69. The battles around natural gas and other natural resources in the uprisings based in El Alto and La Paz, then, were intimately connected to the historical memories of colonial exploitation of Bolivia's natural resources and the collective memories of the indigenous martyrs of the Chaco War. On these foundations, the left indigenous movements in the gas wars began to articulate a critique of the privatization of natural gas as part of the more general neoliberal politico-economic model, and started to formulate a collective notion that these natural resources were the common property of Bolivia's popular classes and indigenous majority, rather than the private property of transnational corporations. Finally, the left indigenous movements grounded these critiques in conceptualizations of how natural gas endowments might contribute to building a socio-economic system rooted in justice and fairness, rather than exploitation, poverty, and inequality. Julio Pabon Chavez, Secretary of Economic Development of FIJAVEL Alto, expressed the anger of many at the privatization of the state-owned natural gas and oil enterprise, YPFB, for what they saw as next to nothing. FIJAV's proposal is the nationalization of all natural resources, the few that remain, because the most precious of our natural resources have been looted from our country for the price of a dead chicken. Natural gas is the last resource that remains. 70 Elizabeth Cuellar agreed with Julio, and articulated the widely held view that the natural resources of Bolivia, and, in particular, natural gas, are the collective common property of Bolivians, rather than commodities to be exploited for profit by foreign transnationals. Everyone knows that our country has this wealth, and is giving away our natural resources to foreigners. This is why we have to rise up, to reclaim our gas. It is the last resource that we have, because they have exploited almost everything. Mining has been entirely exploited. Our last resource is natural gas, and so we have had to rise up. 71. Emblematic of many people's expectations relating to the nationalization of natural gas, Remigio Condori, an activist in CORL Alto, argued that the increases in state revenue could be reinvested in social areas like education and health to the collective benefit of all, nationalese gas, so that the revenue can be used to help the sectors of society most in need, with education and health, so that the revenue can be reinvested to boost the economy. 72 Battles for the decommodification of These resources help to congeal working class and indigenous identities in common fronts with shared objectives and visions of change. 8.6 Freedom Dreams. Taking seriously the notion that the best social movements can enable us to imagine a new society, I asked activists in the popular movements of the Bolivian indigenous left what kind of future they were struggling for, what kind of Bolivia they hoped to construct through their mass mobilization. 73 What their responses made clear to me was that at the height of popular contention in 2003 and 2005, left indigenous emancipatory visions increasingly acquired a revolutionary character. These freedom dreams constitute the last element of combined oppositional consciousness. In my view, the passages below point to a widely held collective imagination of a future of socialism and indigenous liberation. In their freedom dreams, activists tended to think of these broad projects with reference to different elements of emancipation, from the reigning social relations of domination, oppression, and exploitation. One way to conceptualize their responses is to categorize them along four thematic axes that arose most frequently in the interviews. 8.6.1 A future of equality without social classes. What was most striking in the freedom dreams of activists was their common emphasis on the necessity of building a more egalitarian society, free of poverty and class exploitation. Denightly, what we want is equality in our country, Fijavel Alto activist Rafael Mamani explained to me. In the current situation, what happens is that the rich get richer while the poor get poorer each year. Poverty increases in our country and the rich double and triple their wealth every year. 74 Similarly, this is how Carlos Rojas, another Fijav activist, imagined liberation. The people must be liberated from so much oppression that has existed for so long. Liberation will be when in some manner there is no more social discrimination, and when there is not a situation where a few have wealth and others have nothing. I believe that equality, an equal distribution of wealth, can solve this fundamental problem. 75. Rodolfo Mansilla, sitting under a picture of Che, also spoke to me of the issue of equality when he was describing the vision of the popular struggle in El Alto. Che sought equality between classes, that everyone should have food, and today we as leaders see that there needs to be this kind of equality between classes, and that everyone can eat, have the right to a place to live. None of these things exist in this country. The poorest do not have any rights. 76. The Secretary of Housing for FSTMB, Felix Koch, also an ex-miner and 20-year resident of El Alto, was representative of the great majority of interviewees when he described the injustice of inequality based on social class in the current Bolivian context. There should be equality, equality of social classes. There shouldn't be some who have more and others who have less, because everyone has capacity. As the poor, we have always been marginalized, and I believe that through struggle we are going to continue forward. I think that in the not too distant future the mine workers, the factory workers, the popular sectors, we are going to arrive in government. 77. Koch explained that the left indigenous movements quite simply want a better Bolivia, a Bolivia with equality, where there is no discrimination, no poverty. 78. 8.6.2 Indigenous Liberation, a future free of racism. When I asked Elizabeth Cuellar, an activist in Fijavel Alto, what sort of Bolivia she was gung for, she began her multidimensional response with an emphasis on eliminating discrimination of the indigenous majority, and then tied that issue to the imperial domination of transnational corporations and the necessity of popular sovereignty for Bolivia. For a better Bolivia, obviously. A Bolivia that is free of discrimination, free of these huge abusive transnationals that come here only to squeeze out Bolivian blood. A sovereign and free Bolivia, a Bolivia free of corruption for our children, so that we leave behind a better future for our children and grandchildren. 79. One of the most powerful expressions of revolutionary indigenous vision came from Guilberto Koch, the principal leader of the mostly Aymara peasants of the Department of La Paz in 2005. In his address to a public forum of social activists and trade unionists gathered at the public university in downtown La Paz in early July 2005, He stressed that indigenous liberation could only come through revolution, and that, moreover, this revolution would have to be based on unity with all the oppressed and exploited and extend regionally throughout Latin America, and, perhaps, even the world. In the countryside we understand that change is going to come, change understood as a revolution. We have waited for many years for change to come from the city to the countryside. But the only things from the city that have come to the countryside are coups d'états, deceit, lies, falsities, drink, alcoholism, and immorality. But it's not the fault of you here, it's the system's fault. It is the guilty party. Revolution is now coming from the countryside to the city. We are talking about what we call Latin America, and why not the whole world? Brothers and sisters, we must be united. We are speaking of a politics of unity, not one of hate and revanchism. We are not talking about settling things for ourselves, and forgetting about everyone else. No, brothers and sisters, Tanish, and excuse me if I'm getting emotional, I want to say that we have a responsibility to build the revolution, so that we can govern ourselves free of opportunists, Yankee imperialism, and imperialism that comes from wherever it might come. 80. Benicio Quisp's thoughts on indigenous emancipation nicely complement Guilberto's. Benicio related to me the centrality of the ILO traditional communitarian structure in the countryside as a basis for extending communitarian anti-capitalism and indigenous liberation throughout the country. Further, for Benicio, authentic indigenous liberation is explicitly opposed to the simplistic and hollow idea of simply linking liberal structures with indigenous individuals to replace the white mestizo elite of today. We have to build a non-liberal, non-capitalist society in which racism can disappear. From the structures of the ILO we have built an economic and social model. In political terms I think it's also possible to apply the communal model of the ILO, where the collectivity decides and the representative is restricted to obeying, coordinating, channeling, and executing the decision of the collectivity organized in assembly. This is how the ILO functions today in Bolivia. We would be breaking with racism, so that people have to value themselves as people. I want to make one thing clearer. We are not talking about a system in which the Indians replace the Cuaros, the white mestizo elite. Now there are exclusively Cuaros as presidents, ministers, military leaders. We are not talking about replacing these with Indians, simply putting the Indians on top. To substitute the Cuaros with Indians would not change anything. The framework would continue, as we would have only changed its color. What we are talking about replacing is the liberal capitalist model with another model that refuses that social structure. 81. Quisp's thinking on these matters best reflects the ways in which many of the freedom dreams encapsulated in the consciousness of combined liberation were rooted in examples of actually existing social struggles and rival centers of incipient popular power set up in opposition to the capitalist state in the countryside and cities of Bolivia. In Quisp's case, the indigenous illas of the rural Altiplano, and the neighborhood councils of El Alto, are seen as prefigurative, concrete foundations for a free society of the future. 8.6.3 Dignity, social justice, and basic necessities. We are also human beings, German Momini told me, we want to live with dignity. 82 Part of that dignity, that so many interviewees demanded, was access to basic social services, essential human rights that all human beings deserve. We have to have our basic services, potable water and sewage systems. 83 Others included the right to employment, so that in the future our children will have employment, so that they don't have to beg. 84 In the of CES of Fijiv in central El Alto, Juan Antonio Martela encouraged me to travel through the various neighborhoods of El Alto, and particularly into the poorest, most marginal sectors of the shanty town's periphery. You can go and see how there is no water, no electricity, no transportation. For these reasons the people continue to mobilize. 85 Nestor Salinas, an activist whose brother was killed by state forces in the October 2003 uprising, said that in Bolivia the movements are struggling so that, at a minimum, people will have bread to eat each day, water to drink, at a minimum, they will have electricity. We have to help these people grow so that these people will have what they need. That is the social power I am talking about. 86 Alicia Clore of Fijavel Alto articulated most clearly the multiple aspects of dignity, social justice, and basic necessities that so many Altinos stressed to me were at the center of popular struggle and their visions of a better future. We are struggling for change, a just life, with work, sources of employment, health care, education, housing, where we will be able to lead a calm life, where we will have some income. It will not be something miraculous. At a minimum, we want to limit the hunger of our children, so that we will no longer be able to see hunger, no beggars in the street. We want, at a minimum, a life with dignity, because the political constitution of the state says we have the right to one, no. The right to education and housing. But they are not fulfilling these rights. We want a calm and dignified life with work, where our children can study, where they will be able to work, and be able to live with dignity. 87. What most infuriated activists like Raphael Mamani was the crassness of right-wing politicians and the mainstream newspapers when they repeatedly referred to protesters as irrational. For Raphael, it was dumbfounding that elites could fail to recognize the obvious absence of basic services for the poor in Bolivia and the right of the poor to collectively demand those basic necessities and a dignified life. Many people say that we're supposedly crazy, that we have been possessed, that we must be getting paid to protest. We're not crazy or possessed, it's simply that poor people have needs. A deputy in the Congress does not have needs. His family is made up of business people. But poor people who are in the streets live by the day and sometimes don't have bread to bring home. Some have only 5 or 10 Boliviano daily. Imagine that people are trying to live off this. It's extremely painful, we feel it in our hearts, the way these wealthy men, señors, have taken advantage of our country and our people. 88. Carlos Rojas shared Rafael's disbelief in the face of a society that treats animals better than the indigenous majority. In light of this, Rojas argued, there is a need for a Bolivia where, at least, there is bread, employment, where everyone has a roof over their heads. We want to build this Bolivia. We don't want a Bolivia where a few in the oligarchy live well, eat well, enjoy life, have mansions. So that even their dogs eat better than us. We don't want that Bolivia. 89. 8.6.4 Socialist and Indigenous Liberationist Democracy. In October the people called for the funeral of imperialism, the burial of the capitalist system. Remigio Condori suggested to me, the people of El Alto want to govern themselves. What does self-government look like? Our leaders will be our worker and indigenous brothers. Together we will take power. 90 Remigio's interpretation of the scope and vision of October were widely shared among social movement and trade union activists, as will be evidenced in part from passages below. At a very basic level, liberal capitalist democracy was perceived to have profoundly underperformed in the Bolivian context. The activists tended to think of democracy in a much more profound sense, which included the elimination of class exploitation and inequality and involved popular democratic control of workers, peasants, and the indigenous majority over all aspects of their lives through collective cooperation and deliberation. Jorge Mendoza Mamani, a Fijavel Alto activist, said, "We want Bolivia to be free and democratic. There won't be rich and poor, with the poor becoming poorer. What we want is equality, because we all want to live in peace, in a democratic country with equality. This is what we are searching for." 91 Edgar Patana, CORL Alto's executive secretary, explained what was wrong with democracy as it was conceived by the neoliberal governments in power since the mid-1980s. Bolivia is a poor country, and as a poor country we simply ask that our government expresses solidarity with the Bolivian population. Under dictatorial governments of the past in the RST instance we demanded democracy. Unfortunately, this democracy has not benefited in any way the Bolivian people. Now we are living with this corrupt democracy, in which a few families continue in power. There is super-exploitation of work hours and terrible poverty here in the city of El Alto. We sincerely are not able to see how we are supposed to be able to survive here. We want better health care. There are no medical centers, only a third-rate hospital. In the city of El Alto there is nothing. Therefore we want better salaries, health care, and education. 92. On this view, health care, education, equality, and living salaries are not separate from democracy, but rather integral to its authenticity. For many of the activists I spoke to, authentic democracy and indigenous liberation were seen as incompatible with capitalism. This is evident in the following passage from Miguel's Zubaydah, for example, in which he argues that there will never be social peace and stability until the poor govern directly. Necessarily, for Zubaydah, that will require the overthrow of capitalism. We are arguing for a system in which the poor govern our country. We don't want to see our children dying in the countryside because of the absence of medical attention, not attending schools because they have no money, fainting in classes because they haven't had sufficient food. We want another system in which the majority is attended to with the riches that are ours. We want that, because if, to the contrary, that does not exist, there will never be peace. The very Bible says that peace is the fruit of justice, and if there is no social justice there is not going to be peace. This is the objective. I believe that Christ also struggled for that, and I don't know if Christ was a communist, but he also talked of these things. That is what we want, because capitalism is very wicked, perverse, bloodthirsty, inhuman, and terrorist. 93. For Juan Cardoso Pacheco, General Secretary of the FSTMB, what is required is a socialism where there is justice and equality so that all Bolivians feel that they are owners of their own destiny. 94. Socialism, as Jorge Solares Barrientos, Secretary of Social Security in the COB, explains, is a system without oppressors and oppressed. The people are seeking a country that is governed by the poor, in which the wealth that is created by the working people is redistributed for the improvement of living conditions for the workers and their families. That there is social justice. The position of the COB and its unions, which includes taking into account the aboriginal indigenous peoples of Bolivia, is that we must arrive at socialism in this country, a system, naturally, which is not managed by oppressors. There would be no oppressors, no oppressed. This is what the Bolivian Workers' Central is seeking. 95. The idea that socialism was the only possible way out of the morass of injustices extended, in some cases, well into mainstream institutions of El Alto, such as the OVCE of the Human Rights Ombudsman. One high-ranking employee told me the following. I think the hope has always been for better living conditions, that there would be work, that my child can go to school and won't have to shine shoes in the morning or at night. The people live full of hopes. They want a different life, they want bread, work. The only way of resolving the situation is to organize a revolutionary party. The majority of people work more than 14 hours a day. This causes conflict within families. The lack of sufficient food, the insecurity of families, the general insecurity felt by everyone, that there is no bread, no work, and no food. So we are seeking a better system. I believe that if there was leadership and clear ideas, I believe that we could build a Marxist social model, a socialist society. This would solve the problems of the majority of the population. And it is possible to do. October 2003 has shown us this. It's one of the other lessons of October. 96. Socialist democracy for many meant participatory forms of collective popular organization from below and the establishment of power directly in the hands of the oppressed and exploited themselves. The proletarian class, the peasantry, and the miners. These sectors will be those who govern in parliament. 97. Vidal-Koch came to the same conclusion based on his experiences growing up in the Altiplano and El Alto. I learned to see that the country could be free and satisfy the needs of the oppressed people. I saw so much poverty, unemployment. I see families who live on one piece of bread for the day, or 3 pieces of bread shared between a family of 10. So, I saw this reality, and it led to the idea that this country must be governed by the workers, by the indigenous, by the impoverished class, so that the basic necessities of these people will be met. 98. According to Felix Patsy, the experiments in direct assemblyist democracy and collective self-governance during the popular rebellions in El Alto can be read, in some ways, as prefigurative formations of how an alternative society based on multifaceted liberation might be structured. The most fundamental aspect of the movement in October was that it began to design a project of an alternative society, not a society exclusively for the indigenous, not a social protest exclusively of the indigenous, but rather a project for society in its entirety. They practiced it in October. They didn't simply talk about it, in the decisions to blockade, and in the decisions to negotiate. The leaders did not play an important role. It was the grassroots who began to decide on the actions, form information groups and assemblies. From one district a representative would go by bicycle to another to inform them and read out the resolutions of the assembly. This was how decisions were made in a collective manner. The struggle itself showed clearly a little bit of how a political communitarian system would work. 99. What stands out through all the narratives of social activists living and struggling in El Alto and La Paz, is the multi-pronged nature of their freedom dreams. They dream of socialist emancipation, and are inspired by struggles elsewhere in Latin America. They dream of equality, the abolishment of poverty, and the construction of a society free from class exploitation. Inextricably bound up with their visions rooted in class struggle, are their dreams of a society without racism, without the brutal racist oppression of the indigenous proletarian and peasant majority. The freedom dreams at the root of the recent struggle sought elementary dignity and social justice. To achieve these ends, they rooted their dreams in concepts of socialist and indigenous liberationist democracy. More than simply dreams, as Patsy's observations suggest, the consciousness of combined liberation grew out of the actually existing social struggles of Bolivia's left indigenous insurrectionary epoch, and the experiences of popular democratic power that arose as an essential part of each explosive, rebellious episode. Conclusion. The combined oppositional consciousness that this chapter has sought to analyze is best conceived as the sum of VE interrelated components. First, the activists of the principal social movement organizations and trade unions, the infrastructure of class struggle, in El Alto and La Paz showed a remarkably mixed consciousness regarding indigenous and class identities. In El Alto, particularly, this combination expressed itself in the notion of vecino, a fundamental melding of worker and urban indigenous consciousness. Linked to this notion, too, was the central importance of popular power as expressed through the rank and LE activists of El Alto during the gas war, the popular power of Los Vecinos. Throughout El Alto, La Paz, and the countryside of the western Altiplano, depicting race and class as social relations hermetically sealed off from one another would be profoundly misleading. In the daily activities of social life, and in the most intense moments of popular mobilization, indigenous and worker realities are inextricably tied to one another. Second, the popular cultures of resistance and opposition evident in the gas wars of 2003 and 2005 exhibit the profound interpenetration of revolutionary Marxist and indigenous liberationist traditions adapted and renovated to the novel contexts of the 20th century. Activists rely on the revolutionary memories of past rebellions, heroes, and traditions of insurrection, and frequently retain these memories through family traditions of resistance. Third, combined oppositional consciousness contains within it a multifaceted critique of imperialism. This opposition to structures of domination and resistance is frequently incorporated into resistance against capitalism as a system of exploitation, and racism as a system of oppression. Fourth, a nuanced and forceful opposition to the privatization of hydrocarbons and water provided a focus within combined oppositional consciousness for the expression of its other related elements. Fifth, and nally, combined oppositional consciousness was expressed in a forward-looking dimension through the elaborate freedom dreams of activists. These tended to turn on the thematic lines of equality, the end of poverty, and the abolition of social classes, a future free of racism, dignity, social justice, and basic necessities, and socialist and indigenous liberationist democracy. Chapter 9. Conclusion: Bolivia, Venezuela, and the Latin American left. The central thesis of this book is that the SPICC combination of elaborate infrastructures of class struggle and social movement unionism, historical traditions of indigenous and working class radicalism, combined oppositional consciousness, and but insufficient state repression, explain the depth, breadth, and radical character of recent left indigenous mobilizations in Bolivia. This argument runs against the main presuppositions of the prevailing liberal institutionalist understanding of contemporary indigenous social movements and political parties in Latin America, and stresses the importance of social class, political economy, and history in a way that calls into question some of the central concerns of new social movement, NSM, strategy-oriented, and neo-Marxist frameworks in social movement studies. The purpose of this concluding chapter is to revisit the limitations of extant social movement theories and liberal institutionalism, and to re-examine the core theoretical concepts that inform the alternative Marxist and indigenous liberationist analytical approach offered in the book, bringing to bear key aspects of the empirical evidence developed in chapters 2 to 8. From here, the chapter turns outward, situating developments in Bolivia in the context of the broader left turn in Latin American politics over the last decade and the global economic crisis that began in 2007. Particular attention in this wider panorama of regional political economy is paid to the ongoing Bolivarian process in Venezuela and social and political changes in the Bolivian setting since Evo Morales assumed office in early 2006. 9.1 Social Movement Theory. Social movement theory in the advanced capitalist countries was principally divided in the 1970s and 1980s between European identity-oriented, NSM, and American strategy-oriented traditions of research and analysis. The perspective of NSM theorists portrays Marxism as class reductionist and tends to emphasize culture, the social construction of meanings, new collective identities, the centrality of civil society against the state, and discontinuity between what are seen as new as opposed to old collective actors. NSM-analists see social movements around sexuality, ecology, ethnicity, the environment, and gender, as expressive collective action rather than instrumental struggle. Strategy-oriented theorists working in the United States in this period, on the other hand, highlighted the political character of social movements, conceptualizing them as strategic and instrumental conists over goods in the political market. Thinkers in this school do not see such an abrupt discontinuity between so-called new and old collective actors, and theorize social movements as simultaneously occupying the spheres of both the state and civil society. More recent developments in the strategy school place new emphasis on the multiple variables that constitute political opportunity structures in society. Over the course of the 1980s and 1990s, Latin American social movement studies was most heavily influenced by the NSM school, although as the transition from bureaucratic authoritarian to limited electoral regimes began to appear more secure in the mid-1990s across much of the region, the concept of political opportunity, central to the strategy theory, began to resonate more widely in social movement literature. Neo-Marxism also continued to be an important influence in some social movement theorizing about Latin America. This approach brings important attention to bear on the way changing economic relationships affect the emergence and shape of collective action in Latin America. In Neo-Marxism, as in the case of more classical Marxism, the emphasis is on history, political economy, social structure, and con-ICT. At the same time, Neo-Marxists have purged their analyses of any commitment to revolutionary socialism and increasingly conceptualize social class and the state in Weberian terms. Despite their different strengths, each of these schools of thought suffers from important weaknesses. NSM theory, in an exaggerated dismissal of Marxism and totalizing approaches more generally, tends to neglect social class, political economy, and history. In celebrating social movements' embrace of identities other than those rooted in class, NSM scholars sometimes neglect the ongoing relevance of class, and see major chasms everywhere between old class-based movements and new identity-based movements, whereas in reality the picture is far muddier, for both historical and current cases of collective action. The historical record in Latin America shows that many old class struggles for socialism were supported by the various non-class identity groups celebrated by NSM theorists, indigenous peoples, women, and others, while at the same time, today's identity groups are often at the center of popular class struggles against neoliberalism, as has been emphasized repeatedly in this book with regard to indigenous proletarians and peasants in modern Bolivia. For its part, the strategy school of social movement studies tends to leave by the wayside issues of gender and other identities. The socially constructed and contested nature of political opportunity structures themselves is also frequently left unexamined. Political change, such as democratization, and institutional processes, such as changes in the form and character of the apparatuses of the state, are relatively privileged in comparison to the school's very limited treatment of foundational changes in political economy and their effects on collective action. When they are addressed at all, issues of class formation and class struggle are woefully underdeveloped in the strategy-oriented social movement literature. Neo-Marxism LLS several of the gaps in NSM and strategy analyses, but because it has abandoned any commitment to revolutionary anti-capitalism, and, indeed, is often ideologically opposed to revolutionary movements, the school frequently exaggerates the reformist character of Latin American social struggle, and consistently underestimates revolutionary opportunities, as well as revolutionary characteristics within many actually existing movements and oppositional ideologies. Further, Neo-Marxism has unpersuasively argued for the superiority of Weberian structural class analysis, which sees class merely as a position in a straight-ahead social hierarchy, over the Marxist conceptualization of social classes as social relationships and historical processes, the perspective advanced in this book. My Bolivian study seeks to bring back political economy and history to the center of social movement analysis. It contends that social class and class struggle must be taken far more seriously than they have been if we are to fruitfully analyze the left indigenous insurrectionary cycle of the early 20th century. NSM theorists are likely to counter that this is a crude relapse into class reductionism. But the class perspective developed here consciously incorporates other social relations, most emphatically indigenous liberation struggles, into its analytical frame, and explicitly points to the ways in which historical materialism as a tradition has not always been class reductionist, and need not always be so in the future. In an effort to overcome the overaccumulation of variables symptomatic of the most recent strategy-oriented theorizing on political opportunity structures, with its all-encompassing sponge effect discussed in Chapter 1, I focus specifically on a small set of concepts crucial to my framework: working classes as historical formations, infrastructures of class struggle, social movement unionism, popular cultures of resistance and opposition, state repression, and combined oppositional consciousness. 9.2 Liberal institutionalism and Latin American indigenous struggles. As part of the third-wave democratization literature, a central normative and political motif of liberal institutionalist studies of identity politics in Latin America in the 1990s was the concern that the exclusion of indigenous communities from formal political life could intensify ethnic connivance and threaten the consolidation of fragile liberal democracies in the region. This approach assumes that liberal democratic political institutions, together with an underlying capitalist economy, can be at least potentially favorable to the emancipatory aims of indigenous peoples. Constitutional reforms in several Latin American countries in the 1980s and 1990s included recognition by states of their society's multi-ethnic and pluricultural characters. Liberal institutionalists see this cultural recognition by states as a major advance for indigenous rights, even though the reforms coincided with ongoing neoliberal economic restructuring that typically had adverse impacts on the material well-being of the same indigenous populations that were supposedly experiencing an advance in rights. 1. Analytically, liberal institutionalists describe contemporary indigenous movements and parties in Latin America as primarily ethnic phenomena, occurring largely in rural settings, in response to changes in citizenship regimes, party systems, and political opportunity structures. 2. There is a tendency in this literature to emphasize the novel contribution of recent indigenous movements to the region's politics, a new politicization of ethnicity. The movements are then situated analytically as part of a wave of allegedly non-class-based identity movements that are said to have proliferated in Latin America since roughly the late 1960s. In my study of Bolivia, I found that, notwithstanding the framework's capacity to explain certain important changes in the institutional structures of the state as they relate to indigenous populations, liberal institutionalism suffers from a number of serious problems. While there are certainly new components to the indigenous struggles of the late 20th and early 20th centuries in Bolivia when compared to earlier movements, it is fundamentally important that the deep historical trajectory of indigenous resistance, starting at least with the great anti-colonial rebellions against the Spanish conquistadores in the 18th century, be taken fully into account in any theoretical approach. The emphasis on the novel politicization of ethnicity in liberal institutionalism means that the adherents of this school really cannot come fully to grips with this historical backdrop. Further, my study reveals that depictions of indigenous movements in Bolivia as principally non-class, ethnic phenomena are deeply odd. Recent popular struggles in Bolivia have been characterized by the deep interpenetration of race and class. Their strongest manifestations, moreover, have been urban and working class rather than rural and peasant, although both rural and urban movements have been important. The most powerful insurrections were rooted in El Alto, an informal proletarian and indigenous city. Movements there responded to the social costs of neoliberal economic restructuring, and tied together the aims of indigenous liberation from racial oppression and socialist emancipation from class exploitation and imperialism. Such movements are best understood as the foundation of a reconstituted indigenous left that takes the politics of indigenous liberation seriously while not abandoning questions of class. It is a misleading simplification at best to suggest that the politics of the left in Bolivia has been replaced by a politics of ethnic conflict and strife. The mass movements of the early 20th century described in this book were left indigenous in character and profoundly rooted in long-standing traditions of indigenous and working-class radicalism. Liberal institutionalism also naturalizes the existence of capitalism and the market, as if they were universal and inevitable laws of nature and therefore assumes their essential uncontestability. 3. This is in part a reaction of the wider retreat of left intellectuals and the descent into deep pessimism following the collapse of communism. Left intellectuals, if not embracing capitalism as the best of all possible worlds, hope for little more than a space in its interstices and look forward to only the most local and particular resistances. At the very moment when a critical understanding of the capitalist system is urgently needed, large sections of the intellectual left, instead of developing, enriching, and renaming the required conceptual instruments, show every sign of discarding them altogether. 4. How the contradictions of capitalist social relations impinge on complex and multifaceted indigenous reality in Latin America is consequently left largely unexamined. Liberal institutionalists do explore theories of citizenship, but they consistently underestimate the way in which capitalism, in uniquely separating the political sphere from the economic, tightly circumscribes the possibilities of meaningful citizenship within that system. 5. In separating indigenous political struggle from the sphere of capitalist social relations within which, and often against which, these struggles occur, has caused liberal institutionalists to reach political conclusions very distant from the movements they purport to study. I have tried to expose this problem most fully in my exploration of combined oppositional consciousness, drawing attention to the often explicit anti-capitalist character of indigenous left struggle in Bolivia. My conclusions, in this regard, correspond closely with the recent endings of William I Robinson, who argues that throughout Latin America transnational capital seeks to integrate indigenous into the global market as dependent workers and consumers, to convert their lands into private property, and to make the natural resources in their territories available for transnational corporate exploitation. 6. Threatened in this fashion by the implications of global capitalism, indigenous populations have often responded in kind. Indigenous struggles spearhead popular class demands. These are struggles against transnational capital and for a transformation of property relations. Ethnicity and class have fused in the new round of indigenous resistance, which has become perhaps the leading edge of popular class mobilization. 7. Noting the limitations of liberal institutionalism, I seek to develop a novel theoretical entry point into the world of extra-parliamentary revolts in Bolivia between 2000 and 2005 that is also capable of taking into account the deep historical backdrop that preceded them. I am indebted in this undertaking to a growing Latin American literature that approaches indigenous struggles through the lens of Marxism and/or critical race theory, taking seriously the intersections between indigenous resistance and class struggle in particular. 8. Thus, while the dominant liberal institutionalist literature has, in the main, neglected the interrelations between the politics of class struggle and indigenous resistance, it is important to point out that excellent recent studies from other theoretical traditions have broached the subject in fruitful ways. It is notable, however, that even when the interaction between race and class has been addressed explicitly, the focus of analysis has mostly been tightly connected to the countryside. 9. Henry Veltmeyer's study of the Chiapas uprising in Mexico in 1994, and Jasmine Hristoff's examination of small-holding indigenous peasant resistance in Cauca, Colombia since the 1970s, are two exemplary cases of erudite historical and materialist treatments of indigenous movements set in a broader context of class struggle and the dynamics of capitalism. 10. While such studies have much to teach us about the politics of culture and class in rural settings, this theoretical approach of non-dogmatic Marxism has not been sufficiently developed in relation to its urban dimension, the processes of urban class formation and indigenous struggle, as well as the rural-urban dynamics of indigenous resistance and class politics in Latin America today. I therefore try both to respond to the weaknesses of liberal institutionalism and to build on existing historical materialist analyses of indigenous and class politics through inclusion of the urban dimension. In order to do so, it is necessary to focus upon and to elaborate a set of core theoretical concepts: working classes as historical formations, infrastructure of class struggle, social movement unionism, popular cultures of resistance and opposition, neoliberalism, the state, and combined oppositional consciousness. 9.3 Working classes as historical formations. In approaching the theoretical complexities of social class, I draw mainly on the formulations of E.P. Thompson, Ellen Maxine Wood, and David Kameld. 11. In particular, I use Kameld's concept of working classes as historical formations, an approach that sees class as a structured social process and relationship that takes place in historical time and specific cultural contexts. An analytics of class, on this view, must consciously incorporate social relations other than class, such as gender and race. 12. Class formations emerge from the historical relations people experience with the relations of production and other antagonistic social classes. 13. While class is ultimately anchored and sustained at the point of production, class relations pervade all aspects of social life, including households and communities. 14. For Thompson, the class experience is largely determined by the productive relations into which men are born, or enter into involuntarily. 15. Yet, class consciousness, Thompson points out, is the way in which these experiences, the experiences of being thrust through birth or an alternative form of involuntary entry into a class situation, are handled in cultural terms, embodied in traditions, value systems, ideas, and institutional forms. 16. In the making of the English working class, Thompson argues that the working class did not rise like the sun at an appointed time, but rather was present at its own making. 17. The importance of this observation is its insistence on human agency in the class struggle, even though this agency is limited by the class situations that people enter into involuntarily. In this spirit, when I discuss the working classes of El Alto, I begin with a detailed examination of the city's class structure, the class situations into which Altinos were thrust involuntarily, and the stumbling blocks the structure posed for working class collective action at the beginning of the century. Workers in El Alto have long workdays and low rates of unionization. The class structure is characterized by heterogeneous work activity and small production units in which only small numbers of workers are brought together. Workers generally lack social protection because the majority works at informal jobs. Increasing numbers of women and youth participate in the labor market and have little union experience and minimal knowledge of their basic rights. Racist and sexist divisions in workplaces are common and promoted by management. Given these structural characteristics, the possibilities of collective action by these workers seem dim. 18. The puzzle, then, is to explain how El Alto's working classes overcame these structural barriers and took up a vanguard position in a series of mass insurrections in the early 20th century. Part of the answer is rooted in the long-standing popular traditions of indigenous and worker radicalism described in chapters 2 and 3. Analyzing working classes as historical formations means sharing Gramsci's preoccupation with the social origins of new classes, the role of history in the process of class formation. 19. Rather than being cut abstractly out of theoretical structures, working classes are formed out of pre-existing social groups whose particular traditions, aspirations, and cultural practices have been modified by the devastating experience of proletarianization. 20. I show how the protests in El Alto drew on the rich popular cultures of resistance and opposition in Bolivian history, indigenous radicalism, which is sustained by migrants from the Aymara Altiplano, and revolutionary Marxism, sustained by the migrants from tin mining communities. Furthermore, I conclude that, during the September, October 2003 and May, June 2005 gas wars, El Alto's informal indigenous proletarians utilized a dense infrastructure of class structure to facilitate their leading role in events, and were able to develop a remarkably rich combined oppositional consciousness. Finally, these moments of revolt in 2003 and 2005 drew their power from alliances between the informal working class, the radical Aymara peasantry, and sections of the formal working class. The formal workers in this alliance, principally organized through the COB and the FSTMB, adopted an orientation towards social movement unionism, and this proved critical to their successful solidarity with informal workers. I revisit the concepts of infrastructure of class struggle, social movement unionism, and combined oppositional consciousness below. 9.4 Infrastructure of class struggle. The concept of infrastructure of class struggle draws on sociologist Alan Sears's notion of infrastructure of descent. 21. A developed infrastructure of descent, for Sears, allows for the growth of individual and collective capacities of the oppressed and exploited such that they are better positioned to GHT against hierarchical power structures responsible for their oppression and exploitation. In Sears's conceptualization of this term, a whole array of formal and informal networks are embraced, networks in workplaces, unions, communities, and political organizations, alternative media, and informal gathering sites of radicals and dissidents of different stripes. When these networks are rich and dense, they help to sustain and strengthen popular collective memories of past struggles and develop sophisticated theoretical debates among radicals regarding immediate political challenges and longer-term strategic decisions around building an effective socialist politics. 22. The term is useful, with some modification, for discussing racialized class struggle in the Bolivian context. Infrastructure of class struggle, in my usage, refers to all those formal and informal networks, in the workplace, community, household, land, and territory, that orient, organize, politicize, and mobilize the class struggles of the largely indigenous proletarian and peasant majority. The infrastructure of class struggle, in this sense, acts as the incubator of the common experience through which working class formation and oppositional consciousness is developed. In the Water War of 2000, I show how different rural and urban infrastructures of class struggle came together under the umbrella organization of the Coordinadora, which was led by factory worker Oscar Oliveira. In the gas wars of 2003 and 2005, the infrastructures of informal proletarian class struggle, the Federación de Juntas Vecinales de El Alto, Federation of Neighborhood Councils of El Alto, FIJA of El Alto, and the Central Obrera Regional de El Alto, Regional Workers Central of El Alto, COR El Alto, led the charge. The strength of these protests was reinforced, however, by the participation of radical Aymara peasants organized in their own rural infrastructures of class struggle, the Confederación Sindical Única de Trabajadores Campesinos de Bolivia, Trade Union Confederation of Bolivian Peasant Workers, CSIB, and the Federación Única Departamental de Trabajadores Campesinos de La Paz, Tupaj-Catari, Departmental Federation of Peasant Workers of La Paz, Tupaj-Catari, FUTCLTK, and formal workers. Organized in their principal infrastructures of class struggle, the Central Obrera Boliviana, Bolivian Workers Central, COB, and the Federación Sindical de Trabajadores Mineros de Bolivia, Trade Union Federation of Bolivian Mine Workers, FSTMB. 9.5 Social Movement Unionism. It is also clear, however, that the participation of the COB and FSTMB in the gas wars would have been far less effective had they not adopted an orientation towards social movement unionism. By this, we mean a militant and deeply democratic unionism devoted to increasing the power and organization of workers inside and outside of the workplace, a unionism of the workplaces, households, and communities of the entire working class, broadly conceived. As Kim Moody argues, social movement unionism struggles to build workers' power in the workplace while at the same time attempting to amplify its political and social power by reaching out to other sectors of the class, be they other unions, neighborhood-based organizations, or other social movements. It GHTS for all the oppressed and enhances its own power by doing so. 23 Because the COB and the FSTMB embraced this form of militant unionism, they were able to forge effective alliances with the non-traditional infrastructures of class struggle through which the bulk of informal workers in El Alto were organized, FIJA of El Alto and COR El Alto. 9.6 Popular cultures of resistance and opposition. A population's perceptions of available and plausible options open to them are key components of revolutionary potential in any society. 24 Social classes and groups, and also individuals, rely on the existing repository of knowledge in society in order to draw conclusions regarding the parameters of the possible and imaginable. Revolutionary processes are more likely to take sail and generate wide-scale support in societies where revolution is considered viable given traditions of celebrating past rebellions and movements in folklore and popular culture, or where revolutionary leaders make a point of publicly reimagining and celebrating forgotten revolutionary heroes, movements, and revolts of the past, and draw on these to explain the possibilities and hopes of the present. 25 In Bolivia, a major facet of fully explaining the strength and radical character of left indigenous insurrections in the early 20th century, then, is through exploration of the country's long-standing traditions of popular resistance and opposition, and mapping of the routes through which they connect with, and are made anew by, movements in the present day. The intertwined histories of capitalist development, state formation, and racialized class struggle. In Bolivia fueled rich popular cultures of opposition and resistance between the late 18th century anti-colonial insurrections led by Tupaj-Catari and the left indigenous insurrectionary cycle that unfolded between 2000 and 2005. Resilient features of Bolivian politics over much of this time span were independent indigenous resistance and militant working class activity sustained by myriad workers' organizations and left ideologies. Two traditions of struggle, indigenous resistance and worker radicalism, left an indelible print on the popular cultures of opposition in the country, and were reinterpreted and refashioned by organic intellectuals within the infrastructures of class struggle to respond to the novel community and workplace settings of the 20th century. 9.7 Neoliberalism. Together with the longer-term, structural, and historical developments associated with the rise of capitalism, state formation, cycles of class struggle, and the formation of popular cultures of resistance and opposition, one must come to terms with the important changes to Bolivia's social formation wrought by neoliberal restructuring between 1985 and 2000 if a proper understanding of the 2000-5 cycle of revolt is the aim. It is imperative to understand that, on a world scale, neoliberalism arose as a political project of the ruling classes in the advanced capitalist countries, led by the U.S., in response to the decline in pro-stability and stagnation of the early 1970s and the parallel rise of various leftist political threats to capital throughout the globe. The embedded liberalism of the post-war global economy was in crisis, and neoliberalism was the strategy to restore capitalist class power in all corners of the world. 26 Representing much more than the Ten Commandments of the Washington Consensus, neoliberalism is a class-based ideology that asserts increased exposure to the free market will resolve endemic problems of economic, social, political, and ecological life. 27 The Bolivian experience of neoliberalism beginning in 1985 was deeply influenced by changes in global capitalism and the imperialist pressures of core states, especially the United States, and the principal international financial institutions. However, the specificities of the domestic experience, the speed, depth, and breadth of neoliberal restructuring, were heavily determined by the shifting domestic balance of racialized class forces in a period of extreme economic and institutional crisis following the hyperinflationary implosion of the Unidad Democrática Popular, Democratic Popular Unity, UDP, government. The balance of class forces moved away from the rural and urban indigenous popular classes and toward an increasingly coherent white mestizo capitalist class, led by the internationally oriented fractions allied with transnational capital. The new rulers employed a political and economic strategy of systematically dismantling the infrastructures of popular class struggle, beginning with the powerful tin mining unions. The implementation of neoliberalism in the country involved varied doses of coercion and consent. Polyarchic institutions were used to develop and deploy neoliberal policies, but there were parallel trends toward open authoritarianism and repression of popular actors at various junctures. Massive transformations of the class structure and the world of work were one consequence of the reforms, and left indigenous forces unaccustomed to the new environment suffered 15 years of retreat in the face of right-wing advance. The fulcrum of class struggle shifted from the miners to the cocoleros, coca growers, but the cocoleros never enjoyed the same sort of power as the miners had at the height of their leadership of the Bolivian left earlier in the 20th century. However, after years of uneven and modest economic growth in the early mid-1990s, the country was struck by recession in 1999, and the contradictions of neoliberal capitalist development helped bring about new shifts in the balance of racialized class forces. As we know, the period between 2000 and 2005 witnessed a remarkable resurgence of popular class mobilization through new left indigenous forces. Karl Marx once argued that the advance of industrial capitalism brings workers together, out of isolation, and into revolutionary combination through association, creating in the process the future gravediggers of the bourgeois order. 28 In the case of El Alto in Bolivia, that leading locale of the left indigenous insurrectionary cycle, I show that neoliberalism created its own worst enemy in a parallel fashion. Radical miners and peasants were dispossessed and driven into the shanty town, into revolutionary combination. Revolutionary Marxist traditions. Of the miners and indigenous liberation traditions of the Aymara peasants commingled in emergent infrastructures of class struggle to lay the basis for one of the strongest attempts to overthrow neoliberalism in recent memory. 9.8 The state and repression. Because of the social contradictions and political crises generated by capitalism, the stability of the social order is routinely challenged. Capitalists, however, depend on some reasonable level of social stability in order to continue in their role. In the history of capitalism, maintenance or restoration of stability in the face of ongoing contradictions and crises has been a principal function of the state. Through legal and institutional channels, as well as through coercive force, the state sustains the property relations that undergird capitalism. 29. In this book, the state has been understood theoretically as the political expression of dynamic racialized class struggle occurring in historical time. The state, for our purposes, is understood to assume a species form that expresses politically the contradictory nature of capitalist social relations, just as the production process expresses the relations economically. 30. Under neoliberalism, the central state and administrative apparatus tends to become more authoritarian and even more distant from popular democratic control. 31. The Bolivian state under neoliberalism was no exception. 32. Against these more general characteristics of the state in theory, I have been particularly interested in this book to ascertain the dynamics of state repression and popular movement responses at moments of crisis. It has been noted that governments that unwaveringly reject all claims made by popular movements and enforce those decisions by force end up either eliminating oppositional challengers if their repression is effective or sparking potentially revolutionary polarization where it is not. 33. Exploring this theoretical proposition in the case of the September-October 2003 gas war, I found that state repression at different intervals over these 2 months radicalized working class and peasant protests, catalyzed ruptures within the ruling elite, and drew sections of the middle class over to the side of the popular movements. Then President Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada consistently refused serious negotiation with the popular movements and rejected virtually all their demands. While he gave the green light to state repression, leaving 67 dead and over 400 injured, the level of repression was nonetheless insufficient to destroy the resistance, and consequently fueled processes of polarization in the country. Repression had the effect, in this case, of forging and consolidating new social solidarities within and between those sectors of the population at the receiving end of state coercion. The dynamics of state repression and movement response were distinct in the Second Gas War of May-June 2005. Then President Carlos Mesa was forced to adapt to a situation in which he came to see through constitutional succession rather than popular election and followed directly on the heels of the extremely unpopular presidency of Sanchez de Lozada, a man for whom he had acted as vice president. Mesa thus made opposition to state repression a central feature of his claim to legitimacy and a measure of the political and moral distance he had traveled from the former president. He was consequently constrained in his ability to employ coercion against protesters from the outset of his administration. While, in the quiet early months of Mesa's reign, this proved unproblematic, by May and June 2005, the winds of revolt had returned to Bolivia and hundreds of thousands returned to the streets. In this case, a detailed analysis of the sequence of events showed that, because Mesa refrained from employing sufficient state repression to suppress insurrection, while, at the same time, refusing to accommodate seriously any of the demands of the popular movements, the waves of rebellion continued to grow until they could not be restrained and the president was forced to resign. My conclusions regarding state repression during the RST gas war, as well as during other rebellious moments in Bolivian history over the last several centuries, is theoretically significant in another sense because it calls into question the basic premise of the traditional political opportunity thesis in social movement studies. State repression, because it shuts down opportunity, ought to have led to diminishing protests, according to the traditional thesis. 34. In the history of Bolivian struggles, more often than not, this was not the way history unfolded. State repression, because it was insufficiently powerful to wipe out opposition, repeatedly led to the radicalization of popular protests. The relationship between social protest and state response, repression, concession, or some combination of the two, is, I contend, frequently more dynamic and dialectical than is commonly understood in social movement studies. State elites and oppositional groups react and adjust to each other in dynamic and evolving ways in the course of rebellion. Transhistorical models of political opportunities and threats are unhelpful in unpacking this dialectical relationship. It is simply not the case in much of Bolivian history that collective action formulaically increased when opportunities opened and closed when opportunities contracted. The duel between state action and reaction, repression/concession, and popular movement action and reaction, radicalization/retreat, has been much more complex. As others have suggested, the rich and varied empirical record around the world, and in different historical epochs, of failed revolutions, successful revolutions, modest protest activity, and mass mobilization, exemplify this complexity and the ultimate futility of trans-historical modeling. 35. 9.9 Combined Oppositional Consciousness. Drawing inspiration from James Mansbridge's concept of oppositional consciousness, David Cameld's notion of working classes as historical formations, and Robin D.G. Kelly's theoretical and historical work on freedom dreams and poetics of struggle and lived experience, I offer the NAL, and in some ways most important, theoretical and empirical contribution of this book, Combined Oppositional Consciousness. 36 In this book, Combined Oppositional Consciousness refers specifically to a collective consciousness that arose at the apogee of the gas wars, in which the politics of class struggle and indigenous liberation came together in powerful unison. The conclusions I draw regarding this consciousness are based directly on the perceptions, beliefs, and values of the activists I interviewed in the leading social movement and trade union organizations of El Alto and La Paz. As this combined oppositional consciousness was raised, it transformed individuals and collectivities in these two cities, by taking freeloading frustration and directing it into anger, by turning strangers into brothers and sisters, and by building on ideas and facts to generate hope. 37 One way in which this combined consciousness revealed itself in El Alto, and to a lesser degree elsewhere in the country, was through the notion of vecino. Literally translated as neighbor, in the Altino context, vecino is a means of understanding and expressing the mixed character of class and indigenous consciousness. A second component of the collective consciousness I describe is the profound integration of Bolivia's two long-standing popular cultures of resistance and opposition, indigenous and worker radicalism. This expressed itself in the revolutionary memories of interviewees who talked repeatedly about past indigenous insurrections and their heroes, as well as historic conquests and revolts of the revolutionary left. This repository of knowledge helped make the left indigenous insurrectionary cycle possible. Important mechanisms through which these memories have been sustained include family experience and storytelling, what Karen Kampworth calls family traditions of resistance. 38 The third aspect of combined oppositional consciousness that stood out in the narratives of activists was anti-imperialist critique. This anti-imperialism was more often than not connected to analysis and denunciation of capitalism as a system of class exploitation and racial domination as a system of oppression. Again, interviewees connected the threads of revolutionary Marxism and indigenous radicalism in their analysis of imperialism and their determination to resist. This component of the narratives often focused eventually on more specific targets of opposition, particularly resistance to the privatization and commodification of natural resources. Hydrocarbons, natural gas and oil, and water were the focal points in this regard. The fourth, and NAL, element of combined oppositional consciousness relates directly to Kelly's forward-looking freedom dreams. This part of the narrative was usually elicited from activists through questions concerning the sort of future for which they worked. Interviewees typically envisioned roughly four pillars of this future society. They demanded equality, the end of poverty, and the abolition of social classes. They called for a future free of racism. They wanted dignity, social justice, and their basic necessities to be met. They fought for socialism and indigenous liberationist democracy. 9.10 Bolivia and the left turn in Latin American politics. The Bolivian revolutionary epoch of 2000 to 2005 did not develop in isolation. Left indigenous struggles in the country represented merely the leading edge of wider anti-neoliberal resistance in Latin America, the region of the world which has most fervently contested the reigning power structures of global capitalism since the late 1990s. 39 The correlation of forces in Latin America has long depended on the positions won, threatened, or lost by the different social constellations of local capitalist classes, the oppressed of the countryside and the cities, and the various geopolitical and economic tentacles of imperialism. 40 In the early 1990s, the balance of forces weighed heavily against any socialist revival. Brutal authoritarian regimes had physically annihilated large sections of the left in the 1960s and 1970s in countries such as Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay. Mass guerrilla insurgencies were crushed with sometimes genocidal ferocity in Central America in the 1980s. The debt crisis of the same decade ushered in 20 years of neoliberal restructuring throughout the region, with labor unions, peasant movements, and other infrastructures of popular power entering stark decline. Political blows to left prospects accumulated further with the Sandinista electoral loss in Nicaragua in 1990, and the isolation of Cuba following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Advocates of revolutionary socialism were easily dismissed as romantic utopians, and social movements and the political left turned inward, focusing principally on local community projects and losing sight of the objective of conquering power at the national stage. The parameters of politics were caught in the vice grip of the Washington Consensus. The tide began to turn, however, by the late 1990s. Profound contradictions of neoliberalism stoked a wave of political and economic crises. Popular revolts responded to collapsing neoliberal legitimacy by the early years of the 20th century, bringing down heads of state in Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, and elsewhere. Rural and urban radicalization and mobilization began to mitigate the impunity with which the ruling classes and imperialism had set the economic and political agenda. 41 contests for the trajectory of the region expressed themselves electorally as well, with self-described center-left and left governments assuming of CE in large swathes of South and Central America, beginning, of course, with Hugo Chavez in Venezuela in 1998. It is fairly clear, though, that, while many of these new governments pose rhetorical challenges to neoliberalism, in practice they tend to enact only mild redistributive programs respectful of prevailing property relations. Center-leftists such as Lula in Brazil, Bachelet in Chile, or Kirchner in Argentina, have, in fact, proved capable of pushing forward a new wave of capitalist globalization with greater credibility than their orthodox neoliberal predecessors. 42 In these mildly reformist cases, there has been no meaningful redistribution of income or wealth, much less a challenge to capitalist social property relations. Sometimes situated alongside Cuba, Bolivia, and Ecuador, most Latin American observers see Venezuela under Chavez as the most radical expression of the Latin America's left shift. The outcomes of Venezuela's contradictory Bolivarian path will without doubt set parameters for the scope of what is possible for socialist advance in Bolivia and elsewhere in the region in the medium term. Thus the following section proposes a brief assessment. 43. 9.11 Hugo Chavez and the Bolivarian process in Venezuela. Mainstream punditry in North America and Europe associates Venezuela with the bad left in contemporary Latin America. This left is nationalist, strident, and close-minded, depends on giving away money, and has no real domestic agenda. For the bad left, the fact of power is more important than its responsible exercise, and for its leaders, economic performance, democratic values, programmatic achievements, and good relations with the United States are not imperatives but bothersome constraints that miss the real point. 44 George W. Bush's national security strategy documents claimed that Hugo Chavez was a demagogue awash in oil money, seeking to undermine democracy and destabilize the region. Donald Rumsfeld compared Chavez to Adolf Hitler, reminding us that Hitler, too, had been elected. 45 Not much has changed since Barack Obama took over the world's most powerful presidency. The White House message continues to be that Chavez runs a dangerously authoritarian regime in desperate need of democratization. 46 Chavez has been a leading opponent of free trade deals between Latin American countries and the United States, instead invoking the memory of independence hero Simon Bolivar with his vision of a united South America to promote a series of trade deals based on principles of solidarity. 47 Chavez is openly inspired by the Cuban Revolution and has a warm friendship with Fidel Castro, while stressing Venezuela's independent path towards a less state-centered and more pluralistic 20th century socialism. Chavez emphasizes the need to forge stronger South-South connections against the imperialism of the core capitalist states of the world system. This explicitly anti-imperialist stance helps to explain the United States' support for reactionary forces in Venezuela, even in the relative absence of direct threats to American corporate interests. The Bolivarian Alternative for the Americas, ALBA, RST, imagined by the Venezuelan government in 2001 as a counter to the North American-led Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTAA, is the most important expression of Venezuelan-led regional integration. Formally established in 2004 by Venezuela and Cuba, it expanded to include Bolivia, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, Honduras, Ecuador, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda, and Paraguay. 48 Moreover, soon after Evo Morales' election in Bolivia in December 2005, Cuba, Venezuela, and Bolivia signed what they called a People's Trade Agreement. Chavez is revered by many on the left across the globe, since few leaders of the Global South today openly and regularly denounce the crimes of American imperialism from a left-wing perspective. 49 Along with its record of poverty reduction and anti-neoliberalism, pursued with popular support in the face of domestic right-wing and imperialist assaults, Venezuela helps to revive the idea of socialism as a viable political choice. This is an important development following the Soviet bloc's collapse and the discrediting of socialism in the wake of Stalinist policies, and explains why Venezuela has inspired so much attention and debate. From the right, Chavez has sometimes been crudely lumped in with recent neopopulist presidents elsewhere in the region, such as Alberto Fujimori in Peru, and Carlos Menem in Argentina. 50 Chavez's neopopulism, on this view, includes a feverishly authoritarian bent, where political competition means opponents must be crushed, and where Chavez employs hate speech that sounds more dictatorial than democratic. 51 More serious discussion is occurring on the left. There are those who think Chavez is a moderate social democrat and celebrate this stance as a reasonable and realistic response to the current hostile context of neoliberalism and imperialism. 52 Some social democrats, however, celebrate the perceived social gains of the Bolivarian process, but fear a regressive evolution in the sphere of politics in which they perceive a closing of the space for participation and democratic decision-making. 53 Other leftists, while remaining critical of different components of the government's approach, contend that Chavez represents something more radical than social democracy, something even potentially revolutionary and transformative. They tend to stress the social and economic achievements of the regime thus far in the face of daunting odds. 54 Then there are those, myself among them, who orient themselves towards struggling within and for the socialist advance of the Bolivarian process, but who emphasize the contradictions, obstacles, delays, setbacks, and bureaucratization that have thus far stood in the way of genuine socialist transition from below. These obstacles, for the latter set of thinkers, represent the clear and present danger to the possibilities for emancipation of the popular classes from the exploitation of capital and the oppression of imperialism. 55 The social advances of the radicalizing Bolivarian process in Venezuela are important. According to the latest figures from the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Venezuela reduced its poverty and extreme poverty rates from 48.6 and 22.2% of the population respectively in 2002, to 28.5 and 8.5% by 2007. 56 The proportion of people living in poverty fell from 48.6% in 2002, to 30.2% in 2006, down to 28.5% in 2007. In 2006 alone, as a consequence of sharp surges in social spending, the poverty rate fell from 37.1% to 30.2%. 57 Yet, these trends are typical of advances of center-left regimes elsewhere in the region over the same period, a consequence of the conjunctural primary commodity boom in Latin America between 2003 and 2007. For example,
the urban areas of Argentina under the Nestor Kirchner's government registered a decline in poverty and extreme poverty from 45.4 and 20.9% respectively in 2002 to 21 and 7.2% in 2006. In 2000, Chile had a poverty rate of 22% while the extreme poverty level was 5.6%. By 2006, those curves had fallen to 13.7 and 3.2% respectively. What is more, Venezuela's poverty rate of 28.5% in 2007 continues to compare poorly to Chile's 13.7, 2006, Costa Rica's 18.6, 2007, and Uruguay's 18.1, 2007. 58 Nonetheless, the Venezuelan GERs, because they only measure income poverty, substantially underestimate the Chavez administration's advances in poverty reduction more broadly through large-scale improvements in the social wage of the working class, i.e., social services. Various mission programs, that bypass bureaucratic and uncooperative state structures, are the principal means of delivering these social services. Barrio Adentro provides free health care to the poor through the assistance of tens of thousands of Cuban doctors and the establishment of new community clinics. Merkel is a state distributor of food at subsidized prices. Robinson 1 and 2 are missions focusing on literacy and primary education for adults. Rebus and Sucre target secondary and university education for individuals who never had the opportunity to attend or those who dropped out, and Vuelven-Caras provides state-funded training for employment and the creation of workers' cooperatives. 59 Some results are impressive. In 2005, for example, UNESCO declared that Venezuela was a territory freed from illiteracy. 60 The GERs on healthcare are also remarkable. In 1998 there were 1,628 primary care physicians for a population of 23.4 million. Today, there are 19,571 for a population of 27 million. In 1998 there were 417 emergency rooms, 74 rehab centers, and 1,628 primary care centers compared to 721 emergency rooms, 445 rehab centers, and 8,621 primary care centers, including the 6,500 checkup points, usually in poor neighborhoods, and that are in the process of being expanded to more comprehensive care centers, today. Since 2004, 399, 662 people have had antiretroviral treatment from the government, compared to 18,538 in 2006. 61. This spending is contingent on massive oil rents unique to Venezuela in the Latin American and Caribbean context. From the RST quarter of 2003, following the end of the oil lockout, to the second quarter of 2008, gross domestic product, GDP, grew 94.7% or an incredible annual rate of 13.5% or 62. Social democratic commentators emphasize that in spite of the expansion of government during the Chavez years, the private sector has grown faster than the public sector, with finance and insurance at the leading edge. 63 Absolute GERs for social spending have been very high, but public social spending as a percentage of gross national product has not been impressive relative to the rest of Latin America. In the year 2004-5, for example, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Cuba, all showed higher rates of public social spending as a percentage of gross national product than Venezuela. 64. From the time the Chavistas came to power until 2002, the share of national income going to the richest 10% of the population fell minimally, while the share going to the bottom 40% decreased marginally. In 1999, the richest 10% of the population received 31.4% of national income, and in 2002, 31.3%. Meanwhile, the poorest 40% received only 14.5% of the national income in 1999, and by 2002, just 14.3%. This situation has since improved, but there has hardly been a revolutionary wealth transfer. Income inequality as measured by the Gini index fell from 46.96 to 40.99 between 1999 and 2008. As a comparison, between 1980 and 2005 the United States experienced an accelerated concentration of wealth upwards, from 43 to 46.9 as measured by the Gini index. 65 between 2002 and 2007 the share of income going to the bottom 40% of households rose to 18.4 from 14.3%, and the share going to the top 10% of households fell from 31.3 to 25.766 in 2007. Across Latin American countries, the poorest 40% of households on average received 15% of total income, and only in Uruguay did they receive more than 20%. 67 Venezuela is now better than average in Latin America, but this is a region with the worst income inequality in the world. Huge concentrations of personal wealth and privilege remain untouched by the Bolivarian process. Almost 30% of the population lives in poverty by ICLAC's measurements, which tend to underestimate poverty. As one analyst suggests, any serious attempt to make Venezuelan society more egalitarian, let alone socialist, would begin with a radically progressive tax system aimed at redistributing wealth. 68 How this might be done, in Venezuela and elsewhere, has become radically more complex in a ravaged global economy. 9.12 The global economic crisis and the future of the Latin American left. By April 2008, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, suggested that we were witnessing the largest financial crisis in the United States since the Great Depression. However, as David McNally has observed, this underestimated the scale of the crisis. First, while originating in the United States, the crisis is global. Second, the crisis is no longer narrowly national, but is having a deep impact on the real economy. Having started in the construction, auto and electronics sectors, he observes, the slump is now sweeping through all manufacturing industries and spilling across the service sector. 69 Bankruptcies, factory closures, and layoffs are a response to overaccumulation. Over 250,000 jobs have been lost in the North American automobile industry alone. Waves of downsizing in non-financial corporations feed the underconsumption dynamic of this crisis. As world demand and world sales dive, McNally points out, the effects of overcapacity, factories, machines, buildings that cannot be profitably utilized, which have been masked by credit creation over the past decade, will kick in with a vengeance. 70 Typically for the world capitalist system, we are increasingly witnessing the geographical displacement of crisis, attempting to avoid the worst impacts onto those outside the core. 71 From the vantage point of early 2010, the suggestion of Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of Brazil, that the crisis would not seriously affect Latin America appears deeply naive. 72 The slowdown of the 2003-07 commodity-driven boom deepened in Latin America over the first 2 quarters of 2008, sharpening severely since. Most economists now predict that Latin America will be the region hardest hit in the developing world, with the exception of Central and Eastern Europe, both in terms of reductions in per capita GDP and slower growth vis-a-vis the boom years. 73 The significant accumulation of foreign exchange reserves and reduction of dollar-denominated public debt during the boom years provided a temporary cushioning of the global crisis in Latin America, but this situation is unlikely to matter if the world recession turns into a prolonged slump. The budget surpluses are temporary stopgaps to nance some stimulus packages, James Petras notes, but they are totally insufficient to reverse the fall in all export sectors, the drying up of private credit and the drying up of new local/foreign investment. In fact,
The RST sign and substance of growing recessionary tendencies is the large outflows of capital by investors anticipating the crisis. 74 The drop in world trade had already made itself felt by mid-2008, and then commodity prices simply collapsed after September of the same year. Export revenues for the region contracted at an annualized rate of 30% in the NAL quarter of 2008, having a severe impact on GDP growth. 75 The effects of collapsing remittance flows have been uneven across different Latin American countries, but are likely to incite increasing pain on the popular classes over time as right-wing fueled xenophobia, draconian restrictions on the movement of migrant labor, and tighter control and regulation of the movement of labor in the countries of the global north deepen and expand. 76 In Venezuela, the plunge in energy prices has been the most important element of the crisis. Oil accounts for 90% of the country's exports and more than half of government revenues. 77 In July 2008, crude had reached the remarkable world market price of $147 per barrel. By December that year it collapsed to just $32.40. In 2009 it slowly rose back to $73 in early June amidst mainstream economist optimism regarding so-called green shoots in the world economy, and Chinese strategic stockpiling. As stunningly bad U.S. job growth came out later that month, however, the green shoots wilted, and oil prices fell to $66. 78 The immediate fall in revenues for the Venezuelan government potentially threatens many social programs domestically, as well as those anti-poverty, healthcare, and food subsidy programs elsewhere in the region that depend on financing from Venezuelan oil rents. Yet, this is an opportune moment for the Venezuelan process to reconcile its most profound internal contradictions, pushed by organized socialists in the labor movement, radical social movements of the urban poor, and radical currents within the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, PSUV, itself. Up until now, oil rents have lubricated a system of moderate redistribution to the popular classes without serious attack on the concentrated assets of a tiny elite and the ongoing expansion of the private sector. To defend and expand social programs, and to move forward with a multifaceted transition to socialism, a radical new wave of class struggle from below will be required. This struggle will face opposition from the right, which will use the crisis to seek to destabilize the Chavez regime, with the assistance of imperialist powers. Within Chavismo, bureaucratic conservative layers will defend a state capitalist response to exiting the crisis, rather than deepening shifts toward a transition to socialism. The Venezuelan internal struggles will have repercussions for the Latin American left. The bold revitalization of ALBA, as a means of deepening South-South links throughout Latin America, will require Venezuela's lead. Whether projects like Banco del Sur, Bank of the South, take on socialist forms, such as providing funds to finance land reform and improvements in the lives of the popular classes region-wide, or whether reforms will subsidize the survival of local ruling classes to improve their chances of competing with international rivals, will ultimately depend on the trajectory of class struggle, not least in Venezuela. 79. 9.13 From Pink to Red. Neoliberal ideology suffered great setbacks in Latin America during the last major regional recession, 1998 to 2002, and during the uptick in radical popular movements between 2000 and 2005. 80 With the rise of different center-left governments in much of the region, social movements have subsequently subsided, with some having been co-opted into the state machinery. At the same time, the extreme right has assumed or retained power in countries like Colombia, Mexico, Peru, Panama, and, most recently, Honduras and Chile. Still, the Latin American left has the most potential of any region in the world to seize the moment of the global economic crisis, given the expansion and consolidation of anti-neoliberal and anti-imperialist consciousness among much of the population over the last decade. A subjective shift from anti-neoliberalism and anti-imperialism toward revolutionary socialism from below is the urgent necessity of the day. 81 The current gap between favorable objective economic condition, Petra suggests, and the underdevelopment of subjective, revolutionary socialist consciousness is probably a temporary phenomena. The lag can be overcome by the direct intervention of conscious socialist political formations deeply inserted in everyday struggles capable of linking economic conditions to political action. 82. The ultimate trajectory of the pink tide depends on the capacities of the left to counter belligerent right-wing oppositions and ongoing imperialist meddling in the sovereign affairs of Latin American nations. Just as crucial, though, will be the course of the battle between different currents within the left seeking to gain hegemony over the anti-neoliberal bloc. Latin America has moved into an historic conjuncture in which the struggle among social and political forces could push the new resistance politics into mildly social democratic and populist outcomes, William I Robinson points out, or into more fundamental, potentially revolutionary ones. Results will depend considerably on the congruation of class and social forces in each country and the extent to which regional and global congruations of these forces open up new space and push such governments in distinct directions. 83. Nowhere have the obstacles to transformation been more visible than in Bolivia. Despite its impressive capacity to mobilize, and despite its far-reaching anti-capitalist and indigenous liberationist objectives, the left indigenous bloc of 2005 lacked a revolutionary party through which the necessary leadership, strategy, and ideological coherence might have been provided to overthrow the existing capitalist state and rebuild a new sovereign power rooted in the self-governance of the overwhelmingly indigenous proletarian and peasant majority. Partially as a consequence, the fallout of the extraordinary mobilizations and profound crisis of state witnessed during September, October 2003 and May, June 2005 was not revolutionary transformation, but rather a shift in popular politics from the extra-parliamentary terrains of the streets and countryside back toward the electoral arena, as elections were moved up to December 18, 2005. This shift to the domain of electoral politics and the victory of the MAS in the December elections dampened the immediate prospects for socialist and indigenous liberationist revolution growing out of the revolutionary epoch of 2005. This is the case because of the modestly reformist nature of the MAS party, the relative decline in the self-organization and self-activity of the popular classes in the wake of Morales' victory, a president who seemed to represent their interests, and the common phenomenon of social movements draining themselves of their transformative energies, organization, and capacity to build popular power from below in workplaces and communities when they adopt a preeminently electoral focus. Given the performance of the MAS during the Mesa interregnum, it should have been no surprise when the Morales regime continued to exhibit, over its years in of CE, major continuities with the neoliberal model of political economy it inherited from antecedent governments. 84. Reforms in the hydrocarbons, natural gas and oil, sector have generated important new revenues for the Bolivian state, and the Morales government has built important ties with Venezuela, Cuba, Ecuador, and other countries which favor moves toward more Latin American and Caribbean independence from US imperial control. There have also been clashes between the Morales administration and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and Morales throughout the US ambassador during his RST term for interfering in the sovereign affairs of the country. Morales is also an extremely important symbolic figure for indigenous movements through the Americas, and simply by becoming president struck a blow against white mestizo informal apartheid rule in Bolivia. However, Morales's RST 4 years in of CE also witnessed the hollowing out of the left indigenous demand for a revolutionary constituent assembly. The assembly introduced by the MAS government in 2006 purged the process of all revolutionary and participatory potential by seeking to appease the Eastern lowland bourgeoisie concerning its rules of conduct and content. The combined liberation struggle for indigenous liberation and socialist transformation of 2000 to 2005 has been altered into a struggle of distinct stages. The MAS emphasizes indigenous liberation today, with socialist transformation only a remote possibility, 50 to 100 years in the future. In terms of neoliberal capitalist continuities, the Morales administration has, among other things, maintained central bank independence, guaranteed private property rights, and pledged commitment to fiscal austerity and low inflationary caps. Bolivian and foreign capital have been guaranteed continuing labor market accessibility, and land reform has gone virtually nowhere, in spite of sustained rhetoric to the contrary. 85 poverty data, which does not go past 2007, shows almost no change in the rate since 2005 in spite of soaring natural gas prices generating unprecedented rents for the state. Indeed, between 2005 and 2007 poverty increased from 59.9 to 60.1%, and extreme poverty stayed steady at 37.7%. Inequality, as measured by the Gini coefficient, declined very modestly from 62 to 56.3 between 2005 and 2007. Even keeping in mind that these curves do not take into account any increase in access to government services such as healthcare or education, and do not include the impact of the expansion of the social programs introduced in 2008, they do not correspond with largely uncritical left commentary on the Morales government. 86. The economic and social policies of the Morales government, then, appear to exhibit important continuities with the inherited neoliberal model. There seems also to be little change in the overall strategy of political economy guiding the MOS government as it begins its second term of CE in early 2010. Advancing the project of indigenous liberation and socialist emancipation, so vividly articulated by popular forces between 2000 and 2005, will therefore require renewed self-activity, self-organization, and strategic mobilization of left indigenous movements autonomous from the MOS government. For the international anti-capitalist left, the insurrectionary cycle in Bolivia in the RSTVE years of the current century constitutes a rich source for inspiration and reaction. The assemblyist formations of revolutionary democracy in the streets and countryside were extraordinary expressions of popular power from below that ought to inform, in different ways, our strategies for revolution around the world. They are models of heroism and possibility. Appendix. Methodology. This study draws selectively from the methodology of comparative historical sociology. My analysis shares with this school a commitment to offering historically grounded explanations of large-scale and substantively important outcomes, as well as the contention that these fundamental processes could not, and cannot, be analyzed without recognizing the importance of temporal sequences and the unfolding of events over time. 1. The narrative mode common to comparative historical sociology is employed throughout the book. This method best captures the ways in which social phenomena are sequential, temporally ordered, open-ended processes full of contingent and conjunctural episodes, occurring at the same time within broader longer-term structures that place limits on those contingencies. 2. In Marx's famous lines from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, human beings make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly encountered, given, and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. 3. The research for this book included the collection of data from a range of sources. The historical sections are based on a novel synthesis of different streams of historical writing on working class and indigenous history, and the development of capitalism and state formation in Bolivia. The chapters on left indigenous popular movements and contemporary politics since 2000 are grounded in 10 months of ELD research carried out between January and September 2005, and April and May 2006. During this time, I was based principally in La Paz, where I was able to make trips to neighboring El Alto several times per week. During some weeks, I was in El Alto every day. While in La Paz, I was a visiting scholar at the Centro Boliviano de Estudios Multidisciplinarios, Bolivian Center of Multidisciplinary Studies, CBUM. I had a desk and computer and access to the center's library. Over this 10-month period I also conducted research trips to the cities of Santa Cruz and Cochabamba. The bulk of my research entailed semi-structured formal interviews with popular movement activists in El Alto and La Paz. In total, I conducted 81 formal interviews, see Appendix A.
Because I was living in La Paz when the Second Gas War of May and June 2005 occurred, I was also privileged to observe and/or take part in numerous social movement assemblies, meetings, large and small, public lectures and debates, strikes, protests, marches, clashes with the police and military, and the eventual overthrow of President Carlos Mesa in the beginning of June 2005, as over 500,000 people occupied downtown La Paz. Simply being a part of this general milieu led to countless informal conversations with activists of various kinds and levels of commitment to the popular movement, all of which greatly enhanced my comprehension of the dynamics of left indigenous struggle in contemporary Bolivia. In addition to interviews and tape recording and transcription of the lectures and popular assemblies I attended, I was also permitted access to the archives of the FSTMB and the COB. These archives are held in there of CES in La Paz, and contain all the relevant assembly resolutions and political communiques from the 2003 and 2005 gas wars. I also did extensive qualitative research in the leading national newspapers, La Razón and La Prensa, and additional archival work in smaller national newspapers and regional and local dailies. I did this through print editions while in Bolivia, and through online archives while in Canada and the Netherlands. I also read every issue I was able to acquire of the numerous different national weekly and monthly magazines for the period between 2000 and 2005. Most important were Barataria, Alerta Laboral, El Jugue Rabioso, Pulso, and the Bolivian edition of El Imón Diplomatique. As Javier Oiro demonstrates in his penetrating study of two Argentine women's experiences during two protest episodes in that country, narrative and storytelling are indispensable, not only in creating the possibilities for collective action, but also in constructing the experiential meanings of events during and after the fact, and thus the self-understandings of those who, on either side, participate in them. For Oiro, the stories that actors tell after the event not only speak about the ongoing political construction of the uprising, the social construction of protest, but also speak to the protesters' hopes, expectations, emotions, and beliefs at the time. However rusty, bent, and unpredictable they are, these stories remain among the few keys we have that can help us to understand the ways in which people make sense of collective struggle. 6 In-depth stories of activist biographies and experiences during and immediately after periods of struggle are also one of the best ways of getting a grip on the transformative imaginations of activists during these periods, their visions of the new society they are seeking to establish. The extended quotations from activists that I employ throughout the last half of this book are the poetics of struggle and lived experience, the utterances of ordinary folk, and the cultural products of social movements that provide us with the many different cognitive maps of the future of the world not yet born. 7 Ethnographic researchers of social movements have tended to convey a healthy skepticism with regard to transhistorical generalizations and categories purporting to explain various modes of collective action across geographies, space, and time. Ethnographers, by portraying the messy and more complex character of social movements when viewed from a closer angle, have often provided compelling, any-grained accounts of collective action, whereas they have been less consistent when it comes to developing dynamic analyses of either the larger political contexts in which mobilizations occur or the pre-existing militant traditions and the organizing processes that constitute movements' proximate and remote roots. 8 Methodologically, I draw from ethnographic traditions in order to gain the privileged access they provide to the lived experience of activists and non-activists, as well as a window onto the submerged organizing, informal networks, protest activities, ideological differences, public claim-making, fear and repression, and internal tensions, which are almost everywhere features of social movements. 9 At the same time, I attempt to overcome the ahistoricism and parochialism characteristic of some ethnographic work on modern social movements, by linking the insights gathered from interviews and participant observation with systematic historical contextualization and detailed accounts of relevant structural change in the political economy at the national and international levels.